The Age of the Mecha, Fists That Shatter Stars. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 Strengthening the Body. What appeared in front of Liu was a wide round-mouthed container with a diameter of 3 meters and a height of 1 meter. It was obviously much larger than the previous level. The smooth silver liquid, like a mirror, rippled slightly on the surface of the container, and reflected flickering silver light at the wall of the container that had not yet been swallowed by the silver liquid. On the surface of the liquid, it was no longer a sphere, but an irregular object that was neither square nor round. The material was the same as the shell of the divine Mecha. No wonder this level got stuck for most people. Liu's heart moved slightly. This time, we are going to use the spiral force to make an irregular object rotate faster. He saw at a glance where the core difficulty of this level was. The spiral force is not just about high spiral speed, but also stable, accurate, and just right. For an irregular object like the current one, the center of gravity is not as easy to determine as a sphere, and the weight is not light. It is estimated that it will not be able to make it rotate quickly with a conventional spiral force. There are two ways to pass the level. One is to find the center of gravity accurately and use clever strength to make it spiral. The other is to burst out a stronger spiral force and directly use great strength to create miracles. However, the second method may be too powerful, causing the ball to be hideout without even rotating. Although Liu is good at math, it is not easy to see the center of gravity of such an irregular object with a naked eye. He observed for a moment and decided to use the first method. Breathe in. Soon, the 1.5 version of the burst skill with the characteristics of transmutation was activated. When he opened his mouth to breathe, white gas suddenly rose. This power should be about right. He took a step forward, twisted his elbow with his arm, and punched. A residual image passed by. Boom. With a loud noise, the spiral force burst out, and the irregular object kept spinning, but like a gyroscope with a missing corner, it kept running around on the silver liquid surface, causing ripples on the liquid surface, and the silver light flashed, but it never increased the speed well. After a while, the irregular object slowly stopped spinning and stopped. Seeing this, Liu was slightly disappointed. He missed. His strength was enough, but it was obvious that the center of gravity he had just judged was still a little inaccurate. He quickly recalled the specific movements of the irregular object after the circle just now, and compared every detail one by one, just like watching a high-definition camera. Then, he walked to the other side near the irregular object, maintained the original explosive skill state, exerted force, and punched. This punch hit the middle of the irregular object. Bang! This sound was different from the previous one, and the irregular object immediately spun on the spot. Immediately afterwards, the high-speed rotation seemed to trigger the tension of the silver liquid surface, and it bounced slightly. But the irregular object only moved up 2 or 3 centimeters, and the bottom was still connected to the silver liquid surface. It still failed. But this time Liu was not disappointed. There was some error in this rotation, which caused the spiral force to not be transmitted well. But this speed also shows that although there is an error, it is not large. I believe that 1 or 2 more punches should be successful. 5 minutes later. Bang! A residual image quickly hit the irregular object, and the spiral force was accurately transmitted, and the irregular object started to rotate at high speed. Then, the silver liquid surface bounced up, and the irregular object bounced up 3 meters high, and then fell to the ground. Liu let out a long breath, and finally succeeded. After observing and reviewing dozens of times, he succeeded only once. Although he knew that his speed was much faster than Mu Xianli. Outrageous, a mere irregular object requires such high precision. Liu finally saw at this time how wonderful the irregularity of this irregular object was. Even if it can hit the center of gravity, as long as there is a slight error between the line of force and the center of gravity and the direction of the liquid surface, the speed will not be fast enough. When the irregular object rotates, the different friction angles caused by the liquid surface will also produce different interferences. Therefore, the instantaneous force emitted when hitting must be greater to be effective. Moreover, if it is just pure brute force, the irregular object will be knocked out of the silver liquid surface and fail directly. Commander Lei should have entered the level for nearly an hour, and this level probably took him dozens of minutes. It seems that this spire is indeed a greater test of skills, This level took Li Yi more than 6 minutes, which shows how difficult it is. You know, he cleared the previous levels within a minute. Then, buzz! Another steel seal perception was inserted into his mind out of thin air. As usual, Li Yi did not rush to absorb it, waiting for the scene to refresh. Then, an inexplicable force swept over. Soon, a light red light appeared outside Li Yi's body, flickering continuously. At this moment, he felt as if he was in a super comfortable sauna or hot spring, enjoying the heat, and the hidden fatigue inside and outside his body was fading. Then, as the fatigue subsided, there was a feeling of fullness in his heart. It was as if the body was filled with some kind of essence energy. Is this some special divine characteristic? Li Yi understood that this so-called physical strengthening was actually completed in 2 steps. The first step was to restore the extremely subtle damage inside the body. These injuries seem very subtle and insignificant. Even the nanorbits in the medical cabin and the powerful recovery power of the evolvers cannot recover them. These injuries are harmless in the short term, but if they accumulate, it will not be a small problem. He knows that these injuries are essentially the manifestation of life loss. Just like the same person, one is exposed to the wind and sun every day and is malnourished, while the other is pampered and has a balanced and rich nutrition. In the short term, there is not much difference between the two, but over time, one is naturally older and the other is younger. Now with the repair of this alien power, the physical condition will naturally be much stronger. The second level, on the basis of repairing the damage, strengthens those parts that are easily damaged. Thus, the whole body is strengthened as a whole. This is a different type of strengthening compared to the divine gene. In this way, it is no wonder that this also has a strengthening effect on the body of the heavenly level. These processes are extremely subtle. Even with Li Yi's realm of being as powerful as flowing water, he can only vaguely perceive the corresponding changes in the body. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they could only intuitively feel that their physique has become stronger. About 1 minute later, the alien power outside the body dissipated. Li Yi showed a sense of regret on his face. The strengthening effect of this power on him is not bad. If it can last longer, I am afraid that his physical condition can be improved by 1 or 2 levels. This short 1-minute strengthening is equivalent to the strengthening effect of adding a divine gene, which is really good. Moreover, this is something that can improve the upper limit of physical fitness. If the upper evolutionary is generally the limit of 27 divine genes, it can withstand at most 30 or 40 times the standard gravity. Then, with this power strengthening, the body's tolerance standard will naturally be much stronger than that of ordinary upper evolutionary. Li Yi himself is a second-time limit breaker, and his future goal is not just 27 divine genes. With the blessing of this thing, he can't imagine how strong he will be in the future. While Li Yi was breaking through the level to strengthen his physique. On the other side, outside Planet 33, a small starship also came to its gravitational circle to do a circling motion. After a period of aerial photography and observation of the entire planet, it approached Planet 33 further, and then sent out 10 divine mechas and landed. The delivery location was surprisingly in the southern ruins where many divine mechas were docked. Lin Guotao, who had been activating the Jupiter Mecha, obviously noticed the approach of the 10 divine mechas. His eyes moved and he smiled intriguingly. Li Yi team, pay attention. Your competitors in the Mecha competition are here. Although your team already has the right to discover and has captured a lot of divine Mecha warehouses, if this territory is taken away by them next time and they come up with enough knowledge, you may not be able to enter the top 10. By the way, you are competitors in the competition. We, the reinforcements responsible for exploring the ruins, will not interfere with your competition. After all, discovering the ruins and guarding the ruins from being robbed by opponents is also one of the routine tasks of Mecha Masters. In short, I wish you good luck. Lin Guotao's words seemed to be quite welcoming of competition. At this moment, everyone who had used up their exploration times and exchanged intelligence details was stunned. They quickly entered their own divine mechas and activated a long-range detection system. This look was immediately startled. Is it the Ningfiao group that ranked first in the second round? Everyone knows that this group includes Ningfiao and Yu Longhu, 2 top 10 masters, plus 2 people with similar strength to Zhang Chaoquan. In terms of book data, it is higher than Li Yi's group. Liang Zhishan frowned and said, how did they find this place? Did they just happen to run into it by luck, or is there an insider? Su Weilu said, most likely they ran into it. Maybe they also have masters who judged that there was something wrong with the Zhang family. It's just that we are the first choice and they are the second choice. Judging from the time, they probably came to us after exploring a planet. Moreover, although Captain Lin overturned the dome of the ruins, it was convenient for us, but it also made the ruins very easy to expose. It's not surprising that they came here directly, Tang Zhili also said. It may also be that the noise of leaving the northern ruins was too loud, and the jump fluctuations were captured by them passing by. After everyone communicated, they also felt that there should be no possibility of an insider. After all, if there is really an insider, no matter how you think about it, keeping it as it is will be the most profitable. Zhang Pengting said, "What should we do now?" Captain Lin said he would not intervene. "We are missing Lin Guotau's fighting power, and Captain Li has not come out yet. Isn't it that we are going to be the ones who take advantage of us?" Liang Zhishan said, "Don't panic. We have learned a lot in this ruins, and we may not be inferior to them. Zhang Chaoquan, you and I will go over and negotiate with them to delay time until Li Yi comes out. With Li Yi here, the 9 of us may not be weaker than them." Zhang Chaoquan agreed and flew out in his Ziguang Mecha. Liang Zhishan's ape-suit Mecha followed closely behind. After the last exploration of the Xianxi ruins, his C-class Mecha was naturally soaked in the upgrade pool, which increased its height to nearly 80 meters. This is also the main reason why he ranked well this time. On the contrary, Chen Kai-ongzi, who is on the same ship, did not increase the height of the Mecha during that exploration, which caused Liang Zhishan to speculate at the time. 3 B-class and 7 C-class divine mechas have been sent to the ground in midair, and in the bursts of flames, they have left meteors and are heading towards the southern ruins. At this moment, the two sides are 7 or 8 kilometers apart, and they did not enter the area where Li Yi's group was when they were sent. After all, that celestial mecha is too conspicuous. They did not dare to approach immediately because they were not sure about the situation. They had just landed, and they needed some time to observe the situation of the ruins at close range to confirm whether it was worth fighting for. At this time, a divine energy cannon whizzed past the front of these 10 divine mechas, and swept back and forth 2 or 3 times on their forward route as a demonstration. Immediately, the 10 divine mechas also stopped tacitly, knowing that it was time to negotiate. At this moment, the second-in-command Yu Longhu of the team, the human snake mecha with a ferocious face and long fangs, said first, "Is the team in front of us Li Yi's team?" Liang Zhishan shouted, "Yes, this place has been controlled by our team, please keep your distance. If you continue to get closer, we will open fire directly. Don't worry, although we are competitors, we are not irreconcilable, right?" Yu Longhu said with a smile, "It seems that you have actually discovered this long-lost heritage relic? How is it? What did you gain?" Liang Zhishan shouted, "Before your intention is fully confirmed, please retreat 10 kilometers. In order to avoid misunderstandings between the two teams, if there is an external enemy in front, we should work together to fight the enemy together. Now is the competition period. We are all competitors. There is no need to be so hypocritical and try to get close. You retreat 10 kilometers first. Everything else, we will talk about it later." Liang Zhishan was very determined, which made Zhang Chaoquan nod secretly, thinking that this teammate was very good. There was silence on the field for a while. Ning Fiai's team seemed to have communicated a few words internally, and then Yu Longhu said, "I have confirmed that the A-class mecha guarding that end of the ruins belongs to Captain Lin of the Garrison Corps, right? Since Captain Lin appears here and is still guarding, it means that you have indeed discovered the heritage ruins, but, since Captain Lin hasn't spoken and the competition has not been announced to be over, in other words, even if you have the right of discovery and have obtained some contribution points, it has not been fully developed. Our team also has opportunities, right?" Liang Zhishan did not answer, but shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to retreat or not?" Yu Longhu smiled and said, "Very good, it seems that my guess is still very accurate. In this case, we have decided to give you, the first discovery team, a face and retreat 10 kilometers, and then we will negotiate." Immediately, 10 divine mechas took off on the spot, turned around and flew all the way to 10 kilometers away. Then, Yu Longhu directly chose to establish a public channel connection with Liang Zhishan, brought the two groups together for a public channel conversation, and said, "We have shown our sincerity. Now, please be frank and honest and report some information. Otherwise, we can only force a showdown with you to decide the development rights of this relic during the competition." Liang Zhishan sneered, "Want to rob directly? I'm at your service any time. Anyway, we have seized the biggest things and transported the spoils away. Even if you rob the ruins, it will only be an empty shell. Yulong, who didn't believe this, and said with a grin, "It's only been a few days, I don't believe it. Let me be frank, your team has only activated 8 divine mechas now, and the other B-level ones are not from your group at all. They are obviously brought by Captain Lin. In other words, you have wounded, right? Your team obviously can't resist us. How about this? You just withdraw and leave the rest of the development to us. How about that? This way you won't be injured, and everyone won't have to fight. How great is that? Although it's a bit embarrassing to pick your peaches directly, there's nothing we can do. We didn't cheat. This competition is fair and reasonable, isn't it?" Zhang Chaoquan immediately retorted, "If you are brave enough, stop talking nonsense and just grab it. Don't be a whore and then want to build a saintly archway." Liang Zishan also said coldly, "That's right, you said so much, don't you just want to easily occupy the development rights of the ruins? Haha, this is definitely not possible. We worked so hard and fought against powerful opponents, but we didn't see you. If you want to take advantage of the situation, we are not afraid." Yulong, who seemed to have anticipated the two people's stubbornness, and immediately said, "How about this? Let's have a gambling fight, a one-on-one duel, 10 rounds, everyone fighting in a friendly manner. Whichever side defeats all opponents will withdraw from the competition for the ruins and leave Planet 33. How about it?" Liang Zishan thought for a moment, and asked on the group public channel, "What do you think of this gambling fight? Do you want to accept it? If you don't accept it, they might really disregard their dignity and just use force." Su Weilu said, "Accept it. I'll take the lead. I've learned a lot of new skills before, and now is the time to show them. Even if their overall strength is stronger than ours, we may still win. Besides, this can just buy time for Captain Li. As long as he comes out, with his strength, he will have no problem sweeping them." Tan Haod also said, "That's right, after these actual battles, I think Captain Li's overall combat power is at least not weaker than Ning Fiyu, and may even be better." Chapter 177 Fierce Battle. At the same time when both parties agreed on the details of the bet, outside the spiral spire, bang! Li Yi's figure was ejected and landed easily. After passing the 6th level, he went all the way up to the 10th level. He tried to pass it for a long time but failed. He spent half an hour at the 10th level and finally ejected. Although he passed 3 more levels than Mu Shai and Li and got 3 more gains, he was still a little disappointed. Even a fighting realm like the force of flowing water could not clear this spiral spire. It can be seen that the power of the spiral still hides extremely profound mysteries. However, the total of 4 physical enhancements is still good. Each time is to repair minor injuries and consolidate the vulnerable parts, and it actually works. Li Yi carefully experienced the strengthening process each time and was not surprised. It turned out that these minor injuries, although not obvious, are always occurring. And each time the strength of the alien force is strengthened, it continues to deepen, from the repair of deep injuries in the organs to the repair of injuries at the cellular level. Therefore, the process of each enhancement is also deepening. Although the degree of each enhancement is not much, he estimated that after 4 times of strengthening, he could at least increase his standard gravity tolerance by about 5 times. After comprehensive conversion, the overall force and speed level is equivalent to the strength of 24 or 25 divine genes. The gap with the 27 genes at the top of the upper level is not big. At this time, Li Yi only has 16 divine genes. Although I have grown a lot in this competition, I am still a long way from my ultimate goal. According to the strength comparison between the human side and the alien side, just becoming a strong man above the heavenly level is mostly equivalent to having an additional deterrent weapon, and the gap from sweeping is even greater. I have such a talent, so I naturally want to strive to be the best and become the real strongest. Standing outside the spire, Li Yi reviewed the situation in his mind and summarized his gains this time. Suddenly, he was slightly stunned. Why didn't anyone come over this time? He looked up and saw that the group mechas that stayed around were gone, leaving only the Pluto Mecha, the Speed Thunder Mecha, the Divine Mecha of Joe Fury's 6-man team, and the Jupiter Mecha guarding a corner. Strange, why are all the team members gone, and only they are left? Li Yi immediately jumped up, waved his arms, and the divinity left his body and turned into transparent long wings on his arms, flapping the airflow, and flew to the insertion cabin of the Pluto Mecha. Enter and start. Captain Joe, what's the situation now? Are there enemies attacking? Are they other opponents in the Mecha Master competition? Okay, the rules are set like this. Both sides will fight in a round-robin manner. You have more people, so we will choose the opponent first. Is that okay? Liang Zheshan said in a deep voice. The other side also replied, okay, without further ado, you can send people. The time limit is 10 minutes, and the venue cannot exceed 10 kilometers around here. Is that okay? After discussing on the public frequency, Liang Zheshan said, okay, let's start. The two sides agreed to determine the ownership of the subsequent development of the ruins through a round-robin duel. In addition to those knowledge spires, the illusion space where the mysterious big black ball was discovered also has development value. The subsequent comprehensive benefits are not small, so naturally everyone will not let it go easily. Li Yi has no problem staying in the top 10, but if these people find something valuable in the subsequent exploration of the southern ruins, the first position may not be stable. The other members of the group are also unwilling to give up the top 10 that are within their grasp. Except for the injured Lin Guotao who missed the top 10, the others have great hopes. Moreover, the Mecha Masters have reached a certain stage. The more actual combat they have, the faster they grow. In the second round, their overall ranking per capita was not as good as the strongest group, but they have experienced a lot of high-intensity battles in the past few days and learned a lot of new skills. They have their own experience and are eager to try. Immediately, Su Weilu drove her sea-level Life God Sequence 79-meter pneumatic mecha and stood out from the crowd, shouting, "Come out, your 78-meter-high white mecha, I won't bully your weak hands, let's fight at the same level, so that you can lose clearly." In both groups, there are 3 B-level machines. Among the remaining C-level machines, there are 2 below 70 meters, which is the same as Li Yi's group. Then, the 75-meter high and below in Ning Fiao's group are basically the mainstream. In Li Yi's group, except for Zhang Chaoquan who is B-class, the other strongest ones, Su Weilu and Tan Hao's divine mecha, were only about 80 meters long. The white mecha pointed by Su Weilu immediately stood up. Li Tongguang of Kunpeng Ship, C-class Wind God Sequence Wave Wind Mecha, please teach me. This white mecha has a slender body, but its joints are quite thick. It is covered with light-colored armor. The face armor has vertical lines that cut the facial features. The outline is neat. When walking, there is no sense of weight. It is obviously the type that is good at close-range activities. Su Weilu of Jingwei Ship, C-class Life God Thread Mecha, Su Weilu shouted softly, and without any nonsense, she pulled out the C-class Zenpakutsu behind her and controlled the Thread Mecha to jump forward. The Thread Mecha also has a speed-type body, with slender proportions, white armor with yellow lines, and a waist that seems to be twisted by a huge bundle of fibers. Although it looks thin, it has a sense of power. At this time, he took a step forward, the flames of the thrusters behind him flashed, and he immediately pushed forward suddenly, apparently preparing to take advantage of the momentum of the charge to seize the first city. The wave wind mecha did not seem to be in a hurry. He drew out the sea-level wind-breaking sword hidden in the spine groove and stood in place, as if waiting for the approach of the particle mecha. Su Weilu's eyes flashed a trace of vigilance, but she did not waver at all, and controlled the particle mecha to speed up. Whoosh! This body suddenly turned into a residual image. In the violent explosion sound, the wave wind mecha suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed out the divine energy cannon that had been brewing for a long time. With a pop, a blue-white divine energy cannon suddenly shot out, and in the blink of an eye it was about to hit the particle mecha. But Su Weilu's actual combat experience was naturally not weak. She had long guessed the opponent's plan. When she saw the signs of divine energy gathering faintly in the upper and lower jaws of the wave wind mecha, she was on guard against this move. Immediately, the string mech slashed forward with its sword, and the sword tip became more and more sharp, directly splitting the divine energy cannon that had been charging for a long time into 2 parts, greatly reducing its threat. Then, it continued to accelerate forward. This move was one of the divine out-of-body techniques that came from the information she had received in the puppet spire. In addition to infusing divinity into the divine weapon, it also superimposed an extra layer of out-of-body entangled sharpened divinity, which greatly increased the effect of the divine weapon on the divine energy. This is also one of the common moves that Li Yi personally comprehended. Su Weilu has seen Li Yi take action many times, and with the understanding and digestion of the puppet spire, she has also learned the essence of it. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the string mech approached the wave wind mech and slashed it with a sword. The wave wind mech did not expect that the string mech could so easily cut through his long brewing divine energy cannon, and hurriedly used the wind-breaking sword to move forward. Ling. The kinetic energy of the particle mecha was so fierce that when the two swords collided, a huge force burst out, and then the wrist of the wind mecha was twisted, and it could not stop retreating. Immediately afterwards, the particle mecha was not willing to show mercy, and slashed wildly, with an extremely amazing attack efficiency. After a while, the wind mecha could only defend itself and had no power to fight back. In the midst of the fierce battle, the Hades mecha also flew over. On the public channel, Li Yi's voice sounded, "It seems that I am not too late." Everyone was overjoyed. Liang Zhishan said with a smile, "It's not a coincidence to come early. Your coming here is equivalent to giving us a reassurance." After a brief conversation, Li Yi quickly figured out the ins and outs of the matter and said with a smile, "It seems that there are still capable people in the Ningfei group. They also found something fishy here," Zhang Pengting said. "I think they just happened to find the jump fluctuations of the northern ruins and came to check it out." Li Yi said, "Even if they found the jump fluctuations, the distance to detect the jump fluctuations would not exceed 3 light seconds. There are no suspicious planets around, which means that they are heading for planet 33, Zhang Pengting said. "Even so, it doesn't mean anything. Without early discovery and Captain Lin overturning the ruins, they must have spent a lot of time to find the ruins, and it is even possible to return empty-handed." As he was talking, the battle situation in front suddenly changed. The Namikaze mech, which had been suppressed, finally found a gap and launched a kite step, sweeping huge wind propulsion, and the speed suddenly increased, leaving the effective attack range of the string mech. During the active backward flight, the Namikaze mecha opened its upper and lower jaws and directly spurted out the divine energy cannon. This cannon was so fast that it was fired almost at the moment it left the attack range of the pneumatic mecha. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the blue-white light column was blocked and offset by the colorless and invisible divine shield in front of the pneumatic mecha. Both sides made hasty moves and responses, so the power was not great, but they were evenly matched for a while. Among them, the light stimulated by the collision between the divine shield of the pneumatic mecha and the blue-white light column was quite special and extremely bright, like the light of a star. In an instant, the light stimulated by the collision of countless divine energies was like a huge ball of light, illuminating the surrounding 3 or 4 kilometers as bright as daylight. But after the cannon of the Namikaze mecha gradually faded, the drivers inside were somewhat disturbed by the strong light and were about to retreat. Whoosh! In front, the string mech suddenly appeared in front of the Namikaze mech as the light gradually faded, and with a backhanded sword, it entangled the sharpened divinity and slashed the Namikaze mech's neck diagonally. With a click, the power of this sword went from the lower left to the upper right, almost cutting the Namikaze mech's cockpit in half. But at the last moment, the sword tip finally held back and did not continue to chop. After all, they were future comrades in arms, and they could not hold back in competition, but they could not kill. At this point, Su Weilu smiled slightly. "Looks like I won." The driver looked at the huge sharp blade that almost pierced through his crotch. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he said, "I lost." Zhang Pengting exclaimed, "How come Su Weilu's strength has become so much stronger?" Liang Zhishan said, "She was the first to absorb the insights gained in the spire, and she also went through the process of invasion and expulsion of mysterious thoughts. Maybe she also intercepted a part of the soul power of the mysterious thoughts. Remember what Commander Mu said at the time, Su Weilu's soul endowment is probably not bad. I guess if it weren't for our lack of the corresponding means to enhance the soul, she would probably be even stronger." Zhang Pengting thought of Lin Huai inside. What a pity, same person but different fate. Although they both absorbed insights, Lin Huai's soul was severely damaged and needed to be cultivated, while Su Weilu made rapid progress and grew a lot in strength. While talking, Su Weilu picked another 77-meter Thor sequence magnetic mecha and fought with her opponent. This magnetron mecha is a rare one that does not carry divine weapons. It fought all the way and defended with all its strength. It was very strict and methodical. Liang Zhishan looked at it for a moment and frowned, saying, "Oh no, Su Weilu is going to lose this game." Lin Xiaohu said, "What do you mean? Lost already?" Li Yu said, "Su Weilu consumed a lot of energy before. This time, she did not use the sword sharpening technique as fiercely as before. Although she still has the advantage, her opponent is playing steadily and is obviously determined to wear down Su Weilu's total divinity. Moreover, she did not choose a good opponent. She was unlucky. Although this 77-meter mecha is not as high as the previous one, its technical and tactical level is really not weak. It obviously has mastered the unique skill of the 13 lightning punches, but it is hidden, Liang Zhishan said. That's right. The key is that Su Weilu's fighting style is too fierce and consumes a lot of endurance, as he said this, while avoiding the slashing of the particle mecha. This magnetron mecha suddenly punched out with lightning bursting from the tip of the fist. The punch was quick and fierce, with a fierce whistling sound, and suddenly hit the shoulder of the particle mecha. With a loud bang, the particle mecha was severely injured and retreated quickly. The magnet mecha took advantage of the situation and leaped up, hitting its head with a thunder punch with a shock skill. Boom! With this blow, Su Weilu in the particle mecha was hit by the huge shock force through the air, and was shocked for a long time, and fell into a state of controllable stiffness. Although it was not directly overloaded, it was quite dangerous. Immediately afterwards, the magnet mecha seized the opportunity of Su Weilu's stiffness and output 13 thunder punches, and fought for another 20 or 30 rounds. The particle mecha was at a disadvantage throughout the whole process and was in danger. Su Weilu is very tough throughout the whole process. Li Yu wanted to admit defeat on her behalf, but she stopped him and said, I didn't contribute much before, and it was all thanks to your help. Now I can consume him as much as I can. Even if it is overloaded, it's just a small problem. At the last moment when it was about to be overloaded, Su Weilu activated her divine skill, life stripping, and hit the magnetron mech hard, consuming a lot of the opponent's total divine power before it fell completely. Leave this magnetron mech to me, Tan Haode said calmly. My tactics can defeat him. As soon as he finished speaking, Tan Haode flew out in the explosion mech. Boiling sea ship Tan Haode, SID-level Vulcan sequence, explosion mech, please teach me. Li Yu also became curious. What is Tan Haode's tactics? Why is he so confident? Although the magnetron mech has consumed a lot of its total divine power, it is not so fragile that it will take a lot of effort to take it down. Boom. 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 In the midst of the flames, the explosion mech used its ultimate move. As the explosion mech's D-class building cutting broadsword chopped fiercely, bursts of extremely explosive flames burst out, which were much more ferocious than the magnet mech's 13 lightning fists. Every burst of flames that touched the outside of the magnet mech was a violent explosion, which blew the magnet mech back continuously. The essence of the 13 lightning fists is to superimpose violent rumbles on the fists, constantly condensing the high-voltage characteristics of lightning, and its striking effect is to continuously explode the opponent, thereby increasing the power of the punch. Therefore, the explosion mech in turn used its own explosive characteristics to continuously bombard, but it was just right to fight poison with poison. Li Yu rarely saw Tan Haode use this kind of explosive slashing method before, and he found it very novel. Could this be the trick that Tan Haode learned in the Transformation Spire? Although his previous explosive characteristics were not weak, they were still not strong enough for mecha combat. It seems that he learned some tricks to transform the properties of divine energy, and put them to good use, using the explosive characteristics on the transformed unstable energy, which suddenly increased the lethality by several levels. Li Yu observed for a moment, vaguely saw the essence of it, and secretly admired it. It seems that this divine civilization is indeed powerful. Just letting them learn the simplest techniques has greatly improved their combat effectiveness. Of course, it is also because the team members are all the best of the time. It is normal for the young generation of elites in the ship to have such learning and comprehension abilities. The advantage of the explosive mecha has been maintained for 40 rounds, and the opponent was successfully cut down smoothly. This time, the D-level building cutting broadsword cut the head of the magnetic mecha very neatly, forcing the opponent to withdraw from the competition for the subsequent Mecha Master competition. After all, the head was split apart, which was a serious injury that would take at least half a month to repair. Although it was a fierce fighting style and consumed a lot of energy, it did make the onlookers in the group shout with excitement and joy. Liang Zhishan even laughed and said, it seems that although old Tan doesn't say it, he has a lot of anger in his heart towards these guys who want to pick peaches. After beheading the opponent, Tan Haode slowly said on the public channel, the next opponent, the next one to appear in Ning Fiu's group was an 83-meter Vulcan sequence mecha. White Dragon Ship Zhongloi, SID-level Fire Dragon mecha, please teach me. This Fire Dragon mecha is very powerful, with a body that is obviously a power type, broad shoulders and thick back, wearing red heavy armor, no face armor, only diamond-shaped scarlet eyes, thick and blunt horns on the forehead, and rare claw-shaped palms with sharp hooks. The armor surface reflects a cold light, which is really fascinating. Under its heavy armor, there are fine octagonal scales, outlining winding stripes, with a strong biological texture. In addition, it holds a huge 9-section whip with sharp thorns at the end. The moment Li Yi saw the fire dragon's moving steps, he immediately chatted with Tan Heod privately, "Pay attention to defend his leg attacks. His steps show that he has strong leg fighting skills. Don't be dazzled by his whip skills and ignore his legs. Also, the opponent is very strong. Focus on defense at the beginning, and then seize the opportunity to counterattack," Tan Heod said in a deep voice. "Okay, the character in the previous chapter was wrong. Lin Xiu was replaced by Yu Longhu. It has been modified and will not affect the normal plot." Chapter 178 Finger Fight. In the dark night sky, two high-speed mechas were colliding violently. The ground was shaken by the aftermath of countless huge explosions, and dust was constantly raised. Boom, boom, boom. In the red flames, the fire dragon mecha moved very fast, and a 9-section whip raised a violent air whistle and whipped towards the explosion mecha. This 9-section whip is called a 9-section whip, but in fact it is composed of a total of 36 hard and thick whip sections. The black and white colors extend alternately, and when it twitches, accompanied by the strong fluorescence brought by the infusion of divinity, it brings a series of afterimages, making it difficult for the opponent to distinguish its speed and whip direction. A series of brilliant whip skills control the field, and the previous explosive slashing method of the explosion mecha was directly weakened by half. The explosion mecha's building cutting knife kept moving up and down horizontally, and it was not easy to defend. Even if the knife blocked the whip section, the tail end would still carry inertia and whip towards the back of the explosion mecha. At this time, the explosion mech had to activate an extra circle of divine shield to protect its back. This also led to the need to distract attention, dilute the total amount of divinity, and be restricted in fighting. Technical and tactical level is not equal to everything. The form of weapons, the characteristics of divinity, and the style of tactics also have a huge impact on the outcome of the battle. In the cockpit, Tan Heod kept in mind Li Yi's reminder, focusing on hiding his shortcomings, waiting for the kicking skills of the fire dragon mech, and preparing to seize this opportunity to turn the tide of the battle. Although in terms of hard power, the fire dragon mech is stronger than him and in better condition, but Tan Heod firmly believes that as long as the strategy and tactics are appropriate, there may be a chance of victory. Suddenly, when the fire dragon mech swung the 9-section whip to make the divine shield on the shoulder of the explosion mech tremble continuously, the upper and lower jaws opened, and countless divine energies gathered. Boom! It actually sprayed a divine energy cannon nearby, and the beam of light was almost not far away, and it sprayed on the divine shield in front of the explosion mech. In an instant, the collision of fire and fire produced a huge explosion reaction, which in turn shook the fire dragon mech back and caused considerable damage. In the divine shield, Tan Heod always mixed the unstable divine energy he had learned before, just to prevent close-range sneak attacks. Unexpectedly, he actually achieved a remarkable feat. Although both machines were seriously damaged, the explosion mech took the initiative to attack, so it was naturally aware of its defense. Therefore, after quickly stabilizing the shock force, it rushed forward and slashed vertically with a D-level building slashing knife. Swish! The knife light cut through the air and slashed the fire dragon mech with a shrill sound. The fire dragon mech hurriedly raised a 9-section whip handguard, which instantly collided with countless violent sparks and fell to the ground, and quickly burned out one charred pit after another. Seeing this scene, Tan Heod secretly cried out that it was bad and missed the opportunity to attack. Just as he was thinking this, the fire dragon mech turned over with a huge shock. Its big and thick legs covered with octagonal scales kicked the chest armor of the explosion mech hard as its waist swung. This kick obviously contained extremely high temperature characteristics, and it actually pierced through the chest armor of the explosion mech at once. With a crackling sound, the body of the explosion mech kept retreating. As it retreated, pieces of armor continued to shatter and fall to the ground, revealing a huge burning red footprint on the chest armor. Immediately afterwards, the fire dragon mech seized the opportunity, swung out the 9-section whip, and hit the head of the explosion mech at a high speed. Bang! After a loud noise like the collision of metal and iron, a long mark directly cracked on the hard armor of the head. The body of the explosion mech shook a few times, but it actually resisted and did not fall to the ground immediately. But in the past few seconds, the fire dragon mech had already rushed to the nearby area, ready to whip again. At this time, Liu shouted, "Give up. We have already lost this game." Hearing this, the fire dragon mech did not continue to whip the 9-section whip. If it whipped the head again, the head of the explosion mech would definitely be seriously damaged, and Liu's team would lose a strong combat force, so there was no need to fight again. Although he had reminded Tan Hao to pay attention to the kicking skills of the fire dragon mech, there was nothing he could do. The 9-section whip's fighting method was hard to overcome the knife fight. Unless the technical and tactical level was better than the opponent, he could use the skills to close the gap. At the moment when the divine shield collided and exploded, Tan Hao had a chance to win, but unfortunately he was too slow to rush over, and he missed the flaw. Otherwise, with Tan Hao's original state of strict defense, the fire dragon mech might not be able to kick out a winning blow and instantly determine the direction of the battle. It can be seen that victory or defeat is often just a matter of thought. Even Li Yi, who is good at layout, dare not say that he can hold all battles firmly in his hands. Zhang Pengting slapped his thigh and said, "What a pity. If Lao Tan's attack had been a little faster, we would have won." Liang Zhishan also said with regret, "There is often only a fine line between a trap and a chance of victory. If Lao Tan had not been lured by that shock and played steadily, he might have had a chance to consume a lot of the total divinity of the fire dragon Mecha. Now we have only fought for 20 to 30 rounds, and the fight was not that fierce. I guess even if there was any consumption, it would not be much. This opponent is very strong. Why don't you, Zheng Chaoquan, deal with him?" Liu pondered for a moment and said, "Let Tu Yin go. Her technical and tactical level is not weak, and her tactics can also overcome this fire dragon Mecha. She has a chance to win." Everyone was a little surprised. Although Hu Yin was not weak and her actual combat performance was strong, the height of the Mecha was only 70 meters, while the opponent was 84 meters. Her technical and tactical skills could defeat Tan Hao. In comparison, is the gap between the two too big? Liang Zhishan said, "Why don't I go? I just learned a few tricks of deception. Although my strength is probably not as good as the fire dragon mech, I should have a chance to win." Hu Yin said calmly, "Let me do it. Although the fire dragon mech is very strong, I do have some confidence." Everyone didn't know what Tu Yin was confident of, but since Li Yi, who was recognized as the best eye in the audience, also recommended Hu Yin, she went. Immediately, another life god sequence in the group, the telomere mech, flew forward. The telomere mech is quite similar to Su Wu's string mech in appearance. It has a slender figure, a water-white background, and is dressed in light leather armor with a faint texture like green algae on the armor. It has slender eyes like a crescent moon, and a beautiful lake green armor helmet on its eyelids. The armor on the body is made up of countless fine knife-shaped scales. The biological texture is not heavy or light, and the shape is very top-notch, which is better than Su Wu's string mech. Liu gave another reminder, saying, "The 9-section whip of the fire dragon Mecha is afraid of the spiral force. You have been to the spiral spire before, so you can use the spiral force first, or the spin skill, to entangle the 9-section whip, and then launch your combat method." Hu Yin nodded slightly. "Okay, the difference between the spiral force and the spin skill is that the spiral force is a means of exerting force with a spiral, with a very high rotation speed, which adds to the defense braking force, and although the spin skill is also a rotation, it rotates the body itself, using the rotation of the body to strengthen the defense. The combination of the two is not easy, but it is obviously suitable for facing the 9-section whip and other melee weapons that are both hard and soft." After saying hello, the two mechas didn't waste any words and soon fought to one place. In the dark night, two flames pushed and collided quickly. The characteristics of the telomere divinity are growth and fission, and neither is good at mecha combat. Therefore, Hu Yin's combat method has one characteristic: ruthless. Ruthless to the enemy, and even more ruthless to himself. Each time he attacked, he would strike desperately, launching the fire meteorite sacrifice strike with all his strength, gathering all his divinity in one place, and madly hitting his opponent with a knife. Each time he hit, he would not be attached to the opponent's flaws obtained by each collision, but would retreat to a distance and launch the fire meteorite sacrifice strike again. Although there was no fire characteristic blessing, when he launched it with all his strength, he had his own fierce spirit and killed his opponent step by step. After a series of suicidal attacks, although the telomere mecha would definitely be injured when launching an attack, The opponent's fire key mecha was also timid and suffered a lot of damage. Facing the rapid charge of the telomere mecha, the 9-section whip's good control methods could not control the opponent's battle rhythm at all, but fell into a vicious circle of continuous defense. Every time he seized the opportunity to whip the telomere mecha, the opponent used the higher impact speed and the divine shield gathered with all his strength to bounce it directly. This style of play seems dull, but it can restrain opponents like the 9-section whip, who are good at control and have good attack power. Soon, after dozens of rounds, both sides were scarred. The telomere mech was still charging at a high frequency, and its hard consumption was also increasing. Suddenly, this time, the fire meteorite self-sacrifice strike did not really rush over, but suddenly slowed down. The D-level building slashing knife suddenly wrapped around the 9-section whip that was pulled out, and the wrist swung counterclockwise, entangling the knife and whip deep into it. Then, the spin skill was launched on the spot. Immediately, the fire Kyung mech was unable to react in time, and was pulled off balance by the huge force of the first move, and stepped forward crookedly. Immediately afterwards, the telomere mech directly rushed over at a short distance and slammed into the chest of the fire Kyung mech. Bang! After the loud noise, the fire Kyung mech fell back, and the telomere mech opened its upper and lower jaws, spraying out divine energy cannons at close range. Whoosh! The blue light column suddenly shot out, and was blocked by the divine shield that the fire Kyung mech hastily launched, and was constantly offset. But the telomere mech pulled the building cutting knife again, pulling the fire dragon mech holding the 9-section whip slightly off balance, and missed a small part of the divine energy cannon, which directly hit the thigh. Then, a huge explosion was heard, and countless flames formed a huge light ball, spreading to the surrounding. In the flames, the telomere mech took advantage of the situation and continued to chase forward. Although the previous shot hit, it was missing the big head after all, and at the critical moment, the fire dragon mech reacted quickly and still covered a small part of the close-range divine shield on the leg. Therefore, although it was injured, it was still able to fight. But after this shot, the direction of the battle naturally began to change. The fire dragon mech originally had great leg skills and a stable lower body, so it would not be pulled by the telomere mech, an opponent with a lower tonnage. However, the previous battle was consumed, and it encountered the telomere mech's desperate fighting style, and soon it showed signs of decline. However, the driver of the fire dragon mech was strong after all, and although he was reversed and had the upper hand, he still did not panic. Instead, they immediately adjusted their combat strategy, switching from control to defense, and fought hard all the way. In this way, the two sides dragged on until the 20-minute time limit ended, and there was no result, so it could only be considered a draw. After the telomere mecha flew back, Hu Ying said with a hint of shame in his calm voice, "Sorry, I didn't win." Liang Zhishan hurriedly said, "If it were me, I might not be able to fight the fire dragon mecha for so long. I think you are more suitable for fighting the fire dragon mecha than me." Li Yu also said, "That's right, although I didn't win, I didn't lose either. The strength of this fire dragon mecha is probably the 4th or 5th in the Ningfiao group. If you can tie the opponent, our overall winning rate will be high." Hu Ying shook his head and said, "If this is a real battle, maybe I don't even have the chance to tie. I just overestimated myself and underestimated my opponent." Seeing this, everyone stopped persuading her. Anyway, this is the mentality of a real strong man. At this time, an 85-meter B mecha flew out from the opponent's group and landed lightly on the ground. This 85 meters B-class machine is the 3rd best player in Ningfiao's group. It ranked 21st in the previous 2 rounds, and its strength is not bad. Its mecha is a cold wave mecha of the Ice God sequence. Its body is a power type, with ice white leather armor, heavy armor, and thick ring-shaped armor on each joint of its arms. It looks like a very strong opponent. Seeing this, everyone knew that Zhang Chaoquan had to appear in this battle. After all, Li Yu was the final King Balm. If he appeared immediately, he would be easily targeted by the wheel, which would not be worth a loss. Unexpectedly, Li Yu observed for a moment and smiled. "Instructor Liang, I'll leave this battle to you. Your deceptive tactics may be able to deceive this opponent." Liang Zhishan was stunned, and then said, "Why are you so sure that the opponent will be deceived by me? I don't even know how I can deceive myself." Li Yu said, looking at the opponent's steps, "They are light and frivolous, but they don't show signs of being proficient in the kite step, and the way he holds the divine weapon is not that stable. This shows that although the opponent is strong, He has not fought many hard battles and is still in a state of contempt for fighting. Facing such an opponent, Instructor Liang's experienced fighting style can restrain him, and the difference of 5 or 6 meters in the height of the mecha is not that big. Liang Zhishan couldn't help but open his mouth. Observing the human body is fine, but can you also see clues from the activities of the divine mecha? How can such a heavy body be seen to have light steps? He knew that Li Yi naturally had his own unique way of judging, but he still felt it was a bit outrageous. After thinking for a moment, Liang Zhishan said, "Okay, I reluctantly accept your statement, but how can my deceptive style of play work? Use it as a normal feint." He passed the 3 levels of the vision spire and absorbed a lot of insights. He still has some ideas about how to adjust in battle. But Li Yi has never seen it before. How can he know whether he can deceive his opponent? Just relying on the opponent's shallow combat experience and being easily deceived? Li Yi smiled and said, "It depends on your performance, instructor. Don't worry, even if you lose, it doesn't matter. I'll back you up. These people on the opposite side are nothing but chickens and dogs to me." Liang Zhishan had no choice but to fly over in his monkey suit mecha, although he was muttering in his heart. Li Yi is so confident? Did he get other benefits in the spiral spire? However, even if he didn't get any benefits, he has a record of killing several B-class machines alone before. Although they were all disposable pilots catalyzed by mysterious thoughts, he does have the confidence. My ape suit has a divine nature, and its strength fluctuates. I hope it can play a role. While thinking, the two exchanged names and started fighting. On the other side, a tall figure popped out from the vision spire. It was Mu Xianli. When he saw that none of Li Yi's group was around, he was stunned for a moment, took out his communicator and asked, "Old Lin, what's going on? Where are all the people in Li Yi's group?" Lin Wendong was watching a good show, and he smiled when he heard it. "I'm watching a show. It's the 3rd round of the Mecha Master competition. Before, I was afraid that Li Yi's group would win too quickly and there would be no suspense. Now that the opponent is here, we have to take a good look." Mu Xianli's heart immediately moved. "Did you leak the news on purpose to watch the show?" Lin Wendong shook his head and said, "I'm not as boring as you. I guess Ning Fei discovered it himself. I've heard of this person. He is the #1 genius on the change ship. He is born with an extraordinary mind, very smart, and has extraordinary comprehension. Li Yi can find the problem based on a bunch of information. I believe that Ning Fei may not be impossible to determine that there is a problem with Planet 33. From other clues, we didn't find it before, because we were in the dark. But this group of foreign mecha masters has no blind spots in thinking, and it is entirely possible that they can find the problem." "That's right." Mu Xianli activated the Speed Thunder Mech, observed the situation ahead, and nodded slightly. "1-on-1? How is the battle going now? Who has a higher winning rate?" Lin Wendong said, "It's still in a balanced state at the moment. All the players on the field are mid-level experts. They win one game each and lose the next. It's very tense." Mu Xianli was surprised. In the previous competitions, the average ranking of the people in Li Yi's group was not high, right? How can they persist for so long? "It seems that the skills learned from this relic have worked," Lin Wendong said. "Almost. The difference between the mid-level experts is not the degree of evolution, but the level of skills and tactics. Now that the gap has been narrowed by the skills of the relic, there will naturally be a fight." Mu Xianli smiled and said, "Yes, it seems that the final suspense is who will win and who will lose between Ning Fei and Li Yi. Although Ning Fei is a genius, Li Yi is also really amazing. I have seen him fight several times, and he is very amazing. I dare not say that I can beat him at the same level." Lin Wendong said, "Ning Fei is not weak either. She is a beneficiary of the God Mecha project. The divine genes condensed in her body probably have at least 2 sequences, and the total number is probably more than 30. Her strength should be comparable to Zhou Bingying." Mu Xianli touched his chin and thought, "This is exciting, but I still think Li Yi is right. How about we make a bet?" Lin Wendong said speechlessly, "What a bullshit bet. Go explore the other spires quickly. By the way, how was your gain from exploring the Vision Spire just now?" Mu Xianli said, "The Vision Spire is a bit special. I have only made it to the 4th level, and I felt a very familiar smell at the 4th level." Lin Wendong was stunned and said, "What do you mean?" "Other humans." Mu Xianli smiled and said, "Yes, you are indeed a worm in my stomach. You know what I am going to say after I say the previous sentence." Guess who this familiar person I am talking about is? Lin Wendong mentioned several names of heavenly powerhouses, and even those above the heavenly level, in a row, and Mu Xianlei shook his head. Haha, it's Wu Huanling. I didn't expect that. Chapter 179 Across the Space. Lin Wenjian was surprised. You mean, Wu Huanling is one of the vessels controlled by the mysterious thoughts? Those crimes before were not his own ideas, Mu Xianlei said. It's not like that. Maybe Wu Huanling entered the vision spire through Zheng's channel and learned something, but he was not controlled by the mysterious thoughts. I think those crimes are still caused by himself, such as his existing antisocial personality. As he spoke, the battle in front was also entering a white-hot stage. Peacock ship Wu Guangtai, B-level Cold-Tide Mecha, Siu, a very young voice came from the Cold-Tide Mecha. The divine weapon of the Cold-Tide Mecha is a D-level ring-headed sword, which is 72 meters long, with a narrow blade, a wide ridge, a slightly curved blade, and a hollow steel texture on the handguard, which is suitable for small force chopping and high-frequency attacks. Combined with the freezing special effects brought by each chopping, in the initial duel, the ape suit Mecha defended the whole time and performed well. Moreover, Liang Zishan had already tried his own characteristics beforehand. He could not launch a special attack against a cold wave Mecha, so he concentrated on defending with fighting skills and waited for the opportunity. Bang! 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 The ring-headed sword was extremely fierce, one after another, tearing through the air, and the scream was as violent as the sea tide. Huge ice flowers kept flashing when the swords of both sides hit, trying to erode and freeze along the ridge of the sword. However, Liang Zishan was also prepared for this. The divinity on the building-cutting sword was constantly infused to offset the freezing power. In a blink of an eye, the two sides fought for more than 30 rounds. Suddenly, the monkey suit Mecha suddenly broke out, increased its strength with one knife, and exerted its strength to vibrate the ring-headed sword, and then opened its mouth to condense the divinity, and was about to shoot it out. Seeing this sign, the cold wave Mecha did not hesitate to open the dark blue divine shield, and then rushed forward, holding the ring-headed sword high and slashing down, trying to cut it down in advance before the monkey suit Mecha launched a move. In an instant, the two changed from the soft probing mode to the bayonet fighting mode. Swish! The knife light cut through the night like a crescent moon. This knife was extremely fast. Although it was hastily launched, it was still fast, accurate and ruthless, and it quickly slashed at the shoulder of the monkey suit Mecha. Suddenly, the hair armor on the shoulder of the monkey suit Mecha did not retreat but advanced. Under the stimulation of the infusion of divinity, Sharpthorns suddenly stood up and took the initiative to meet the knife, and suddenly suppressed the forward speed of the Cold-Tide Mecha from the power position. However, although the monkey suit Mecha forcibly resolved the slash of the Cold-Tide Mecha with this move, it could not avoid direct contact with it, triggering the freezing property at close range. In an instant, the shoulder hair armor of the monkey suit Mecha quickly froze. But this time, it was exactly what Liang Zishan wanted. The divine energy cannon that had been brewing for a long time and had not been triggered also tricked the Cold-Tide Mecha into rushing in at this moment, seized the opportunity, and fired. Boom! The cold wave Mecha suddenly opened the divine shield. But it was too late. Just after it was open for a while, before the divinity was fully gathered, it was immediately rushed and shot through by this divine energy cannon. Although it is a divine energy cannon, due to different characteristics, it naturally has different actual combat performances. Although the power of the monkey suit Mecha fluctuates, its essence is still very hard, so the divine energy cannon it shows is also very penetrating. In a moment, it shot at the connection between the shoulder and arm of the cold wave Mecha, which was hurriedly dodging, and instantly pierced a large gap, and countless broken bionic muscle fibers appeared. Although it did not hurt the cold wave Mecha at all, it could also affect the overall mobility of its left arm. Seeing this result, Liang Zishan smiled. It was really easy to deceive. With such a sway, the cold wave Mecha was impatient to attack, but fell into his trap. However, Liang Zishan did not relax at all. He controlled the monkey suit Mecha and did not remove the frozen left shoulder, but raised his knife to chop forward. In a hurry, the Cold-Tide Mech used its left arm armor to block the oncoming slash. Bang! Countless pigeon egg-sized sparks exploded from the intersection of the blades, splashing all over the place. The ape suit mech put away its sword and slashed again. Bang! 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 It slashed 6 times in a row, and before each slash, it made a feint, as if it was going to slash in a different direction, but in the end, it slashed at the left shoulder of the cold-tide mech. And each feint successfully shook the cold-tide mech, making it flustered and misjudged the blocking position. Under the weak condition of shoulder injury, it didn't even have the chance to fight back in a hurry. Liang Zhishan also thoroughly integrated the insights he gained from the Vision Spire, combined with his conventional tactics, and succeeded frequently. Every 3 or 4 slashes, he could seize the opponent's gap and slash his left shoulder. Although it did not produce a great defense-breaking effect each time, the direction of the battle was firmly grasped in his hands. As for the injured right shoulder, he did not focus on attacking. This is also the cleverness of Liang Zhishan's strategy. If he focused on the left shoulder, the cold-tide mecha would have the opportunity to free up his right hand to fight back with a ring-headed knife. But if he focused on the right shoulder, he would have to defend with a knife or arm armor. However, although the monkey suit mecha scored a key blow and continuously pressed the balance of battle to his side, the basic skills of the cold-tide mecha were also solid. Although he was frequently shaken by the monkey suit mecha, he finally relied on his superior strength and speed to resist the monkey suit mecha's violent offensive. Even when Liang Zhishan noticed that his opponent was gradually stabilizing his position, he was still slowly shrinking his attack range to prevent himself from being careless and being counterattacked. In this way, the two sides fought for more than 40 rounds. For a time, there was a constant whistling sound on the field, and huge shocks continued. Zhang Pengting said, "Oh no, this cold wave mech seems to know that it is losing and is stalling for time, intending to tie. No, it may even be brewing a counterattack." After all, the total amount of Lao Liang's divinity is slightly weaker than that of his opponent. And in order to gain the upper hand, the total consumption was much higher than that of his opponent. Tang Zhili also said, "If Instructor Liang loses, I will play in the next game. I will use the inferior horse against his superior horse, and I will fight this opponent no matter what." Li Yu narrowed his eyes and said, "Don't panic, Instructor Liang played very well, and his actual combat level is much higher than before. The final chance of victory will most likely be decided in the last minute. It depends on whether Instructor Liang can seize this opportunity. If he can't, maybe this cold wave mech will come back." Everyone nodded. Liang Zhishan's performance was indeed outstanding. It was only a 79-meter mech, but he beat the opponent's 85-meter B level to this level. It can be seen that the deception skills learned in the ruins are indeed extraordinary. Even the most basic methods, when applied to actual combat, can also have considerable results. Of course, just as Li Yu said, this B-level master still lacks some practical experience. If it were the previous Fire Dragon Mecha, which has a steady combat style and is good at controlling the rhythm of the battle with whip skills, Liang Zhishan's style would not be easy to win. The time of this battle came to the 19th minute and 32 seconds in a blink of an eye. With a huge collision sound, the two sides tacitly pulled away, with flames rising behind them, ready to accelerate and charge at any time. It seems that they did not choose to make a game at the last critical moment, but instead decided the outcome with a flying charge. When the distance was about 500 meters, both sides started to accelerate at the same time, accelerated towards each other, and charged quickly. In the night sky, two meteors collided suddenly. Boom! In an instant, countless bean-sized sparks burst out and fell to the ground like fireworks. Immediately afterwards, the two divine mechas fell down as if they had turned off their flames. Zhang Pengting slapped his thigh and said regretfully, "Is it a tie?" "Alice," Li Yu said, "No, it's not over yet. Let's see if Instructor Liang can recover before falling. As long as he can recover, he wins this time." Although the charge speed at that moment was very fast, everyone could still see it clearly from a remote observation perspective. At that time, it was clear that the cold wave mecha was faster and hit the ape suit mecha first. The attack of the ape suit mecha was first to arrive, and although it also produced an effect, it had already caused interference at the moment of the first attack, and the damage was weak, so it should have lost. Li Yu's voice fell. Suddenly, the flames behind the ape suit mecha that fell from the air suddenly flickered, and it actually recovered. At this moment, the 20-minute time limit was over, and the cold wave mecha fell to the ground, making a huge shock and raising dust like clouds. Victory actually came to the ape suit mecha. Lin Guotao immediately asked, "What exactly happened at that time? Did I miss some details?" Zheng Qiaoquan said, "Liang Zhishan's sword attack was actually just an inducement. He cheated and did not really charge and fight with his opponent. Instead, he used all his strength on defense. It seemed that he was hit by the opponent, but the attack after the injury was really fierce. It's just that, from a visual point of view, Liang Zhishin's move came first and then arrived, as if it was interfered with. In fact, he intended to lower the force, making the opponent think he had won and let down his guard. Zhang Pengting pondered, but how can one achieve such a method that seems to be deeply injured but is actually full of murderous intent? Can this technique really be learned in the Vision Spire? Li Yu said, this should be Instructor Liang's own unique trick, but it has been improved and optimized after learning the skills in the Vision Spire. In essence, it is also a kind of illusion induction achieved by the conversion of divine energy. Without the corresponding talent, this cannot be done. Zhang Pengting sighed sourly. This kid is really a hidden talent. He actually figured out such a trick in secret. Li Yu smiled and said, Instructor Zhang, you can do it too. Go back and think more about the mysteries hidden in each spire, and you will definitely be able to form your own unique combat style. In the previous battle, the fighting skills of both sides were essentially not much different. The difference lies in combat experience and awareness. Instructor Zhang, what you lack now is not the basics, but the fighting awareness like Instructor Liang, who can bring the opponent into the mind and actively think about the combat layout. Zhang Pengting, the senior instructor of the special class, was ashamed and stammered after hearing what Li Yu said. I know. Zhang Qiaoquan laughed and said, you are worthy of being Captain Li. You hit the nail on the head. I will take the next battle. Although Lao Liang won, it was only a miserable victory. There is not much combat power left. There is no need to consume the opponent anymore. I have also passed the Spiral Spire and the Conversion Spire, and gained a lot. Let alone Yu Longhu, even if it is Ning Fiayu, I have the confidence to beat him. As he said that, Ziguang Mecha jumped out. Who's next? The mechas that appeared were getting stronger and stronger. Everyone defaulted to putting the weakest ones before the final strong ones appeared. This was to avoid being swept by the opponent's core players, which would waste combat power. At present, the members of Li Yu's team who have not yet made a move are Teng Junli, Zhang Pengting, Lin Xiaohu, Zhang Qiaoquan, and Li Yi. And Ning Fiai's team lost one more player before, and there are exactly 5 people left. If Lin Huai had not been injured, Li Yu's team would have had the upper hand in terms of numbers. Among them, Liang Zhishin had already killed one B-level player, and the opponent's B-level only had Yu Longhu, half of the top 10 players, and Ning Fiayu, who ranked first in the second round. The others were individual core players around 75 meters, and a few players below 70 meters. Basically, the final battle depends on the 3 B-level players in the field and Li Yi, the Great Master. At this moment, in order to deal with Zhang Qiaoquan, the opponent did not immediately use Yu Longhu, but sent the last 80-meter long core player. Ning Fishuang of the Hensh ship, sea-level moon god sequence Longai Mecha, please teach me. This one is actually Ning Fiai's cousin on the same ship, and it seems that she is in the same sequence as Ning Fiayu. This Longai Mecha is 81 meters tall, slender, well-proportioned, and its armor is moon-white. The armor body is like countless faint crescents, dense and delicate, but not without thickness. There are sharp blades extending from the shoulder armor. Overall, it is obviously a balanced body with both speed and strength. This slender and tall huge mecha, under the dim glow of the Stargate, looks unusually wide and bright, quite magical. A D-level scythe is slung on its shoulder, adding a bit of ferocity to its mecha face with faint features. Zhang Qiaoquan's Ziguang Mecha is also a speed type. However, the waist is obviously shorter, and the limbs are proportional to those of normal humans, like a monster with long legs and arms. However, because the lines of the Ziguang Mecha's armor are very neat, the edges and corners are clear as if they were cut by a knife, and the armor surfaces are obviously sharp and very shiny. In addition, the horizontal stripes on its body are like light marks. From a distance, the Ziguang Mecha does not seem special. Li Yu observed the Longai Mecha for a moment, and chatted with Zhang Qiaoquan privately. Your strength is not a problem to defeat the opponent, but the key is how to gain a crushing advantage and do it with low consumption. The Longai Mecha's sickle skills are probably just at the proficient level. Although they are good, it is not difficult for you to defeat her easily. It just requires a strong attack, which is not cost-effective. This guy's tactics will definitely rely more on characteristics, and its lethality is not bad. Try not to rush into close combat in the early stage, fight slowly, and don't fight so hard. Wait until the Longai Mecha shows its characteristics, find out the situation, and then choose the opportunity to attack quickly and take it away in one wave. In this way, the overall consumption is still controllable. Zhang Qiuquan thought for a moment, and asked, what will be the consequences if I use a tough and fierce fighting method all the way in the early stage? The probability of being killed instantly is very high. Li Yi smiled and said, this long moon mecha has steady steps. Judging from the force-generating movements, it is very skilled in the kite step and moves very fast. Moreover, the wear and tear of the mecha's knee joints has not been completely repaired. It is obviously the wear and tear caused by long-term use of short-distance leap acceleration with a strong explosive effect. This guy will definitely rely on this short-distance fighting skill to get a key blow. Zhang Qiuquan was slightly stunned and said, divine mechas also have wear and tear? Won't it repair automatically? Li Yi said, the human body is the same. As long as you are alive, small wounds can heal themselves, and large wounds can be recovered through recuperation. Right, divine mechas have an endless supply of divinity. The damage visible to the naked eye will continue to repair, but there is always a time difference. As long as you observe carefully enough, you can naturally see the opponent's shooting habits and common combat style. Even whether the divine energy cannon is often launched as a regular move can be seen through the slight wear and tear on the mouth. As for the characteristics, I can't judge because I haven't seen the corresponding wear and tear. But this also shows that the opponent's characteristics can be launched remotely, so you have to be more careful. Zhang Qiuquan nodded slowly. I understand, just do as Captain Li said, so that we can keep more strength to deal with Yu Longhu. In the distance, Mu Xianli, who was watching, suddenly said, this game is also worth looking forward to. Let's see how well these top 20 or 30 masters of the new generation can perform. Lin Wendong nodded and said, the characteristics of the moon god sequence are strange and unpredictable, and their abilities are not identical. In essence, it is also a kind of alien god sequence. It is indeed worth watching. Mu Xianli said, the characteristics of the Ziguang Mecha are also very rare. If it can be upgraded to level A and master the characteristics of the heavenly position, the combat power will most likely have a leap forward. As for now, it is still a little weak. Let's see if Zhang Qiuquan can maintain low consumption and defeat his opponent. If it is dragged into a protracted battle, even if he can win, it will be a miserable win, and there is still the possibility of being counterattacked. Lin Wendong nodded, wait and see. The reason why the two are so concerned about the battle between the two is that the mainstream mechas of humans are the four major sequences of wind, fire, thunder and ice. The mainstream sequences of aliens are various alien god sequences. This is also one of the main differences between the two sides. The battle between Ziguang Mecha and Longai Mecha began. Following Li Yi's suggestion, Zhang Qiuquan changed his original fighting style and his fighting rhythm became slow. Although he swung his C-level Zanpakugan very hard, in the eyes of everyone, there was always a sense of carelessness. Longai Mecha was the opposite. It was fast-forward and fast. While leaping, the scythe spun back and forth, constantly slashing and stabbing Ziguang Mecha from all kinds of weird angles. Bang! 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 Countless sparks flashed and extinguished in the long night. With a height slightly higher than several meters and a good level of skills and tactics, Ziguang Mecha steadily withstood the fierce attack of Longai Mecha. After fighting for more than 10 rounds, suddenly, the sharp tip of the scythe of Longai Mecha suddenly disappeared from the spot. But the back part of it was still clearly visible to the naked eye. The next moment, the sharp and long blade tip that disappeared actually crossed the air for more than 3 or 4 meters and suddenly stabbed out behind the Ziguang Mecha. The blade tip actually directly crossed the space. Chapter 180 King Balm. This move was unexpected and rare, and the onlookers were shocked. Although Zhang Qiuquan had been secretly paying attention to the air attack after Li Yi's reminder, he didn't notice it until he heard a shriek behind him, and hurriedly opened the divine shield behind him. The bright white spherical shield suddenly appeared. Chi. The sharp long knife tip collided with the spherical shield and emitted a fierce divine fluorescence. The spherical shield was only delayed for 2 or 3 seconds before it was penetrated, and the sharp long knife tip continued to stab down. At this time, the Ziguang Mecha had seized the opportunity and hurriedly moved to the side. Boom! There was a side kick from the toes flying in front of it. It was the toes of the Longai Mecha that crossed the space again and kicked directly from dozens of meters away. The Ziguang Mecha was no longer able to charge enough distance, so it hurriedly blocked with a knife. With a bang, the Ziguang Mecha did not want to fight. After resisting the attack, flames sprayed from behind, and it suddenly leaped up, flying directly to avoid the cross-air stab of the Longai Mecha. These two combos were obviously the killing moves carefully planned by the Longai Mecha, but the Zigguang Mecha did not lose its footing, obviously because it had been prepared before. Therefore, although it was a little embarrassed, it was not injured after all, but it was the first to break away from the next combo of the Longai Mecha. Although the movements were complicated in these few short rounds of fighting, they were actually completed in just a few seconds, and the changes were particularly thrilling. If you are not careful, some people will not understand what is happening. At this moment, the flames behind the Longai Mecha pushed forward, leaped up, and chased the Zigguang Mecha. However, the Zigguang Mecha did not mean to fight hard, but kept escaping and avoided the close contact of the Longai Mecha. Obviously, Zheng Qiuquan had already understood that although the Longai Mecha's ability to strike across the air with the weapons was strong, its range was also limited. It was absolutely impossible to strike across the air beyond a few hundred meters. In this way, the two sides chased and fled, like two fireflies in the long night, constantly chasing and dodging, which lasted for nearly 3 minutes. It was at this time. Bang! In the long night, violent sparks and stars appeared. The two sides exchanged hands in the chase, and the distance was pulled apart again. Immediately afterwards, the Zigguang Mecha did not retreat but advanced this time. The tip of the Zanpakutsu sword suddenly appeared with countless stars, and it suddenly shot forward like a stream of light. Whoosh! 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 Countless streams of light shot out and hit the opponent at once. In an instant, countless streams of light flashed. This was unexpected, catching the blind spot of the Longai Mecha's mind, and unexpectedly caught the opponent off guard. Boom! 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 Zigguang Mecha took advantage of the situation and continued to attack. Countless streams of light shot out from the tip of the sword again. These streams of light were also a special power, chasing light, which could accelerate all kinds of objects out of thin air. These star points were originally just ordinary sword beams, but under the blessing of the special power, they burst into countless sword beams rain. After a while, this intensive offensive completely broke the divine shield that the Longai Mecha had hastily opened, and countless sword beams rained down like star points. This was not over yet. Zigguang Mecha flew forward and pierced through countless exploding fluorescent lights with a sword. Swish! This sword pierced through the chest of Longai Mecha. Then, Zigguang Mecha twisted his arm, and the sword blade spun around the penetration, then pulled it hard to the right, and opened his mouth to add a divine energy cannon. Boom! Longai Mecha lost its movement, and its body was divided into two parts, half connected and half broken, and fell straight down, smashing the ground and raising high dust. In the air, only the Zigguang Mecha was left, emitting flames and standing in the air like a god. So far, the Zigguang Mecha had completed the battle within 5 minutes, and its consumption was medium. Everyone on the field exclaimed. Zhang Pengting cheered, "Beautiful fight," Liang Zishan praised, "Very cunning, but unfortunately my strategy in the last game was not slick enough, otherwise we could have played another game now," Lin Guotao said. "Indeed, I was stunned when that cross-space attack just now came out. I didn't expect it to have such a cheating feature." On the public channel, Zheng Qiuquan said, "It was mainly because Captain Li's guidance was very important, which allowed me to effectively avoid the opponent's cross-space sneak attack. Moreover, because I led the opponent into the air, her proud attack and killing tactics could not be used, which also allowed me to keep a firm grasp on the rhythm of the battle." Li Yi smiled and said, "The battlefield is ever-changing. Although you won relatively easily just now, don't be careless. You will not have much room for ease when facing Yulonghu next. This guy is very strong, his fighting methods are fierce, his basic skills are solid, and there are no obvious flaws. Next, you can only play steadily and slowly compete with your opponent in patience," Zheng Qiuquan said thoughtfully. In other words, in Captain Li's opinion, there is still a gap between Yulonghu and me in terms of hard power. Li Yi said, "Although you have also cleared the spiral and vision short answer, and benefited a lot, your own technical and tactical level is not low, and what you learned is relatively basic. Therefore, although you have improved during this period, you are indeed not as good as Yulonghu. However, the gap is not that big. Don't be greedy and rush forward, there will be a chance." Zheng Qiuquan was feeling very proud of himself. Hearing this, he smiled bitterly and said, "Well, my high morale is about to be reduced a little. I hope I can have enough patience to fight this guy next time." In the second round last time, My ranking could have moved up a few more times, but this guy used me as a stepping stone, Li Yu said. It's okay, as long as you stay calm, you still have a chance to win. Remember not to be impatient and get angry with Yu Longhu's cunning play. This guy is naturally good at similar deception tactics. Although he hasn't passed the Vision Spire, he is most likely suitable for it. However, everyone originally predicted that Yu Longhu would make the move. What everyone didn't expect was that Ning Fiao's moon mech, the king bomb that everyone thought was a sure thing, actually arrived ahead of time. Ning Fiao of the Change Ship, B-class moon goddess sequence moon mech. Please give me your advice. The calm voice seemed to contain a strong sense of power, coming from the face of the mech that looked like an angel. Zhang Chaoquan was secretly shocked and said, Captain Li, analyze for me, how should we fight next? Li Yu pondered and said, there is no other way. Next, you must change your strategy. It is useless to play steadily against this guy. You need to attack violently. Regardless of everything, use all your combat power in the first 3 moves and rush in first. Zhang Chaoquan was surprised and said, is there such a huge gap between my strength and his? Li Yu explained, it's not necessarily that there is a huge gap, but your style is hard to overcome by her. If you don't attack violently, she will probably be able to finish you within 10 moves. Her fighting style is a bit similar to mine. She is good at layout and prediction, and has strong attack power. She is most restrained against speed-type opponents. And your fighting style has been seen by everyone. She probably already has a complete plan to deal with you. Zhang Chaoquan sighed. Well, they are really cunning. They actually took out the trump card in advance. Chapter 181, Heaven Shocking. The 2 B-class mechas have already started fighting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Screams continued to sound, and in the thin air, the sound of surging gas explosions continued to come. In the dark night, the moon-white flames kept flickering, driving the body of the Yuan Mecha to quickly dodge the pursuit of the Ziguang Mecha. The direction of the battle at this moment was actually the opposite of the previous one. In the last game, the Ziguang Mecha dodged with all its strength, and in this round, it was the turn of the Yuan Mecha to do so with all its strength. However, compared with the last game of the Longai Mecha, the performance of the Ziguang Mecha at full speed was still quite impressive. The whole field was close to the Yuan Mecha, constantly attacking, and not willing to let Yuan pull away. During the chase, the Ziguang Mecha's Zanpakutsu sword drew its arm and slashed in the air, and countless stars flew out at high speed, cutting through the air, like dense spikes rain shooting at the Longai Mecha. Boom, boom, boom. The Yu Yin Mecha waved the C-class air-breaking sword in its hand, infused with divinity, and a moon-white sword light was generated. Under its dancing, a dense sword curtain was formed, which easily blocked the sword lights that were shooting like rain. This move alone showed Ning Fiao's amazing sword skills and divinity control skills. Moreover, it did not consume a larger divinity shield, but used the more labor-saving and calm sword light curtain to resist. In response, the Ziguang Mecha did not waver at all. After slashing the sword out of thin air, the body suddenly accelerated under the characteristics of Ziguang, and the huge power of the propulsion light flame behind it superimposed huge kinetic energy, and stabbed forward with his sword. Whoosh! At this moment, the Ziguang Mecha was as fast as lightning. In the long night, this blue-white light flame turned into line, swept towards the Yu Yin Mecha, and then pierced through with great force. Bang! The moon-white sword light was also shot out from the spot, accurately piercing the Zanpakuto sword light of the Ziguang Mecha. The tips of the swords on both sides emitted a huge collision fluorescence, which kept flashing like rainbow ripples. In an instant, the sky within a radius of 10 kilometers was as bright as day. And the terrifying airwaves formed by the surging shock waves that surged like supersized nuclear explosions squeezed, roared, and shot in all directions like a tide. Above Planet 33, a supergiant air mass that could be observed with the naked eye in outer space, and a huge center of a circle that was pushed into hollow were also formed. At this moment, the high-speed collision between the two sides produced such a terrifying explosion effect, which shows the fierceness of the divine inherent energy. In the distance, countless shock waves rushed in. Although the divine Mecha standing 5 kilometers away and watching remained motionless, it was inevitably blocked from view for a while by the dust and debris rushing in from the front. Zhang Pengting was amazed and said, the divine power is compressed into a sword spike, and then collides at high speed. It can actually form such a terrifying effect? The energy wave generated by this collision is enough to compare with Captain Lin's planet-destroying cannon, right? Li Yu shook his head and said, "It is still far inferior to Captain Lin's planet-destroying cannon. After all, this is just a scattered aftermath. The total amount is close, but it is far from condensed, and the power is very different," Liang Zhishan also said, "and this kind of scene is hard to come by. The probability of being able to face the sword tip against the sword tip during a high-speed charge is too low. Under normal circumstances, it is still like the previous fight between me and the Cold Wave Mecha. Whoever hits the opponent first, or whoever stabs the opponent later," Zhang Pengting said. "That's right. The tip of the sword has a highly condensed divinity, which is incomparable to other positions. Although the blade is sharp, it lacks condensation. High-speed collisions probably don't have such momentum," Li Yu said. "However, after fighting to this point, Zhang Chaoquan is most likely to lose. His move just now was very good, but it was unfortunately intercepted accurately by Yu Yin's mecha. Her accuracy is indeed terrifyingly strong. She is gifted." Liang Zhishan did not respond. He just felt that it was unusually awkward for Li Yi to praise her for her talent. Zhang Pengting said, "Li Yi, have you seen Ning Fiao's characteristics?" Li Yi pondered and said, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be similar to Ning Fishuang's, but Ning Fiao's accuracy and range are higher, and the usage is also different. Her sword attack that was defended on the spot clearly did not use any acceleration, but it was able to produce such a ferocious speed. It can be seen that her sword has obtained enough acceleration in the corner that we can't see." Zhang Pengting suddenly realized, "You mean, when she stabbed out the sword, it seemed that she was just drawing her arm on the spot, but in fact, the process of drawing her arm has superimposed the corresponding long-distance acceleration." Li Yu nodded and said, "Yes, although it was very subtle, but at that moment just now, you can indeed see that her sword disappeared for a moment and then shot out from the spot." Liang Zhishan immediately felt the insidiousness of this usage, and complained. Compared to Ning Fishuang's seemingly concealed but easy to expose, and not very powerful, Ning Fiao's method is more concealed and more powerful. Everyone was amazed by the special effects of Ning Fishuang, but they didn't think that Ning Fishuang was used very well. Although he could cross the air and attack from behind the opponent, he never hid his movements. Facing an opponent with fast reaction speed, he didn't have much advantage. The situation was just as Li Yi expected. As the big move of the Ziguang Mecha failed, the violent shock wave brought by the terrifying collision first caused a lot of interference to the Ziguang Mecha that was going all out. Immediately afterwards, the body of the Yuan Mecha was like a ghost, and it stabbed out with a sword. Its trajectory was as clever as a butterfly flying through flowers, and it quickly pierced through the left shoulder, left waist, right leg and other key parts of the Ziguang Mecha. Then, after the Ziguang Mecha resisted tenaciously for more than 10 rounds, it was about to be chopped in the neck by a sword. Suddenly, Li Yu shouted, "We admit defeat in this game, huh?" The sharp sword edge just stopped under the chin of the Ziguang Mecha. This sword was very fast, and it was difficult to suppress it at a normal rhythm. But the Yuan Mecha showed an extremely amazing control and stopped the sword. In the Yuan Mecha, Ning Fiao's voice with a faint smile came out at the same time, "You have a good timing. If it is a moment later, this sword will be cut down." The Pluto Mecha took off, and the gravity thruster did not cause any flames, and flew forward leisurely. In the middle, Li Yi's voice came out, "Whether to cut it down or not depends on you. You can stop the action at the last moment, which means that you are not unscrupulous for victory. In this way, it is worth it to thank me once. In the next battle, I will show mercy and give you a chance when I kill you at the end." "So arrogant?" In the cockpit, Ning Fiao narrowed his eyes slightly and said lightly, "Then I hope that your strength can match your arrogance." Li Yi smiled and said, "Arrogant? No, I am speaking the truth." As he said that, the Pluto Mecha had entered a kilometer away from the Yuan Mecha. Zhang Chaoquan also drove the Ziguang Mecha and slowly left, saying ashamedly, "Sorry, Captain Li, I didn't perform well this time." On the side, Zhang Pengting cheered, "Damn, when did Li Yi become so arrogant? Good, this is what a leader should be like." Liang Zhishan said, "This is called the kingly and domineering aura of the strong. When did you become stronger, Zhang? If you are half as awesome as your father, you will unconsciously reveal this kind of temperament of being decisive. Otherwise, you are not much different from a fool." Zhang Pengting scolded, "You are a fool, your whole family is fools." Li Yi ignored the voice on the public channel, simply comforted Zhang Chaoquan a few words, and then came to the distance of 300 meters away from the Yuan Mecha. Then, The black big hand controlling the Pluto Mecha took out the sea-level armor-piercing broadsword. Yaochi ship Li Yi, sea-level Pluto Mecha, please teach me. Everyone in Ning Fiao's group knew Li Yi's ranking in the second round and knew that he was not a weak player. Therefore, both sides were paying close attention to the fight between the two teams' trump cards, and they were extremely nervous. The distance between the two mechas had already approached to a distance of 100 meters, and they began to accelerate and charge towards each other. This distance was not far, and although the acceleration kinetic energy was fierce, it was not to the point where it could not be resisted. In the long night, two meteors suddenly collided. Clang! The knife and the sword collided, and violent sparks flashed. In this sword, the Yuan Mecha used the on-site acceleration technique that Li Yi had seen at the beginning, and the huge force was superimposed, suppressing the Pluto Mecha in an instant. Then, when the swords collided and stalemate, the moon-white flames behind them suddenly flashed, and the huge thrust pressed the Pluto Mecha towards the ground. Boom! In an instant, the two divine mechas that were very close to each other suddenly turned into meteors and fell to the ground from the sky in an instant. It seems that the Moon Mech has seen the Pluto Mech's more powerful means of unloading the void, and wants to pull the battlefield to the ground to weaken Li Yi's technical advantage. At the same time, during the fall, the Moon Mech opened its mouth to condense the Moon-White divine energy, and was about to shoot at the Pluto Mech face to face. The Pluto Mech's armor-breaking sword suddenly shook, and the surging power suddenly burst out. Bang! With a loud bang. This less than 80-meter divine mech actually pushed away the 93-meter moon mech that was pressing down with all its strength. In an instant, it swung away a body length. This swing was just a burst skill of version 1.5. The Pluto mech controlled the whole body, superimposed tyrannical force exerted by the realm of force like flowing water, and supplemented by the superb shock word skill. It shook the body of the moon mech that was connected with a sword blade. Then, the Pluto mech backhanded and retracted his elbow, slightly accumulating power. Before the moon mech could react, a knife slashed diagonally, creating a blade light like a crescent moon. Swish! Amid the whistling air, a huge crack had been created on the outer shell of the moon mech by the extremely sharp armor-piercing sword. Moreover, the force of this crack was very subtle, only creating a hideous huge crack, but not penetrating into the inner layer of the armor. Although it was shocking, it did not cause any substantial harm. Immediately afterwards, the Pluto mech suddenly kicked out, as if there was no trace of any attack, and suddenly kicked forward, kicking the moon mech far away, flying diagonally like a cannonball. After a while, the moon mech slowed down its movement, maintained its balance, and was suspended in the air under the propulsion of the moon-white flame. Although the force of this casual kick also contained surging power, it was more of a propulsion force, rather than a fierce kick to break the defense. At the same time, the voice of Li Yi came out from the Pluto mech. The mercy of the knife is accompanied by a kick, and it has been fulfilled. Next, you can choose to admit defeat, or use all your trump cards to fight me. After the physical enhancement of the Spire Tower, Li Yi at this moment, although he still has only 16 divine genes, his pure basic strength and speed are almost the same as those of the regular upper-level leaders. In addition, with the various characteristics enhanced by the characteristic Spire, even if he uses the burst skills of version 1.5 at this moment, his comprehensive strength has basically reached the threshold of the heavenly position. Although the total endurance is still far behind, it is definitely not weak when it bursts out. Moreover, in terms of actual combat experience and technical and tactical level, he is naturally stronger. Although Ning Fiao is strong, he is only moving towards the heavenly position, and the threshold has not been touched yet. Even with the blessing of a more powerful divine mech, the gap in the strength of the driver is too large after all. Therefore, Li Yi played this almost crushing performance. The onlookers also saw the ferocity of the Pluto mech. Its speed was so fast that the Yuan Mecha didn't even have time to open the divine shield. This was already a sign of a huge difference in strength. At this moment, Ning Fiao's strange voice came from the Yuan Mecha. You are indeed powerful, and thank you for holding back just now. I am indeed not your opponent, but I still have the strength to fight. I choose to continue to compete with you, and one move will determine the outcome. The next move, let's decide the victory with a long-distance charge. How about it? Long-distance charge is the most effective way to eliminate the gap in strength. It is the most dangerous and the most effective way to defeat the strong with the weak in the battle of divine mechas. Li Yi was not afraid. Why not? Let's start quickly. The Yuan Mecha used its characteristics to accelerate secretly and launch powerful attacks secretly. It was indeed a great method. But Li Yi's strength was like flowing water, but he was better at superimposing kinetic energy. In his own proud field, he was naturally not afraid of Ning Qiayu's invitation to fight, but wanted to see to what extent Ning Qiayu's characteristics could be brought into play. Of course, in order to prevent himself from capsizing in the gutter and drowning, Li Yi also decided to use the strongest version of the 3.0 burst skill to meet this attack. In the cockpit, Li Yi adjusted his breathing and activated many characteristics such as deformation, super-elasticity, microelectricity, growth, and freezing to stimulate the whole body and strengthen the blood vessels, muscles, and neural networks. In the blink of an eye, his whole body turned red, and white steam was escaping from his mouth and nose, which was very magical. At this moment, the mechas of both sides have pulled out a distance of 3 kilometers each and started to accelerate remotely. Under the long night, the two flames flickered separately, accelerating from the huge body into a line of phantom. Then, they collided at high speed. Bang! It was another rare collision between the tip of the sword and the tip of the knife. In an instant, the surging divine energy overflowed and turned into a supergiant light ball, spreading out in all directions. The extremely violent impact actually lifted up the surrounding soil and rocks, surging up to the sky, and suddenly formed a huge dark gray mushroom cloud. Even the outer space could see this terrifying mushroom cloud. Around, under the surging airwaves and shock waves, Liang Zhishan and others' divine mechas were also unstable and tilted. This time, the huge impact was more than 5 or 6 times stronger than the previous one, enough to be comparable to Lin Wenduang's planetary collapse cannon. Moreover, Yu Yin's mecha, which enjoyed this terrifying impact at close range, was also overloaded at the first time and fell directly down. During the fall, it was swept by the huge shock wave and rolled back for a long distance. This time, the collision between the tip of the knife and the tip of the sword was also the result of Li Yi's deliberate action. The collision between the sword tips of Zheng Chaoquan's Ziguang mecha and Yu Yin's mecha just now also made Li Yi curious about the effect of the high condensation and high-speed collision of the divinity. As for the fierce power, it was purely the result of both sides really going all out. Yu Yin's mecha did use its ultimate trick. During the acceleration process, it repeatedly accelerated with a crosshair feature, increasing the lethality to a terrifying degree that could break the defense of A-class mechas over 170 meters. But his opponent was Li Yi. If it was Zhou Fueli, a mistake might have led to a successful counterattack. Of course, Li Yi's ability to withstand this terrifying aftermath was not purely a fluke. He had launched the absolute fluid and the superposition of the spin word skills early on to dissolve the terrifying energy at the center of the explosion. Even so, he did not completely dissolve it and had to bear a lot of huge load. Fortunately, after being weakened, this huge load was nothing to Li Yi at the moment, so he did not lose control at the center of the explosion. In the long night, the huge mushroom cloud slowly dissipated. On the battlefield where the field of vision seemed to be occupied by countless debris, the Pluto mecha stood tall in the void. Ning Qiayu has already lost. Do you still want to fight? Although the surrounding movement had not stopped, Liang Zhishan did not hesitate and immediately asked loudly. He had long been numb to Li Yi's powerful performance, unlike the others who were still dumbfounded and speechless. After all, after Ning Qiayu, the opponent was not completely powerless to fight back. At least, there was Yu Longhu, who was also a top player and should not be underestimated. Liang Zhishan was not sure how much Li Yi had lost and whether he could sweep his opponent. Therefore, Liang Zhishan hoped to make the opponent admit defeat directly when his opponent was extremely shaken. This would maximize the benefits. If the opponent recovered, the next situation would still be unknown. At the same time, hearing Liang Zhishan's question, the remaining people in Ning Qiayu's group were also communicating. Should we fight or not? With a terrifying master like Li Yi here, we don't have a chance. His combat power is too strong. It's better to retreat directly, and search for other relics as a second choice, and use points to occupy a few places. Yes, and if we fight again, I'm afraid our divine mecha will be seriously damaged. If we really encounter other useful relics by then, it will delay our combat power. Yes, with the actual combat performance just now, I don't think the rest of us can do anything. It's better to make plans early and maximize the benefits, which is what we should consider. Here, Yu Longhu gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fight! Why not? No matter how strong Li Yi is, I'm afraid the consumption is not small. I will fight him with all my strength, and they will have no masters. The remaining ones are weaker than us on average, and none of them can be a freak like Li Yi, who can turn a 75-meter divine mecha into a 93-meter span. As for whether the subsequent relics can be discovered, these are all unknown. What if it took us more than half a month to find it? The repairs have been completed at this time, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Fight, we must fight. As he said that, Yulong, who didn't care what his teammates said, and he had already controlled the 90-meter-long human snake mecha to leap out. Tang Snake Ship Yulong, who, B-level human snake mecha, please give me some advice. Under the red flames, this huge mecha, which was bright red and looked like a living snake man, had suddenly attacked. Li Yi didn't waste any words, and immediately controlled the Pluto mecha, holding the armor-piercing sword to meet it. Yulong, who is indeed not a weak hand, and Li Yi has paid much attention to him before. Now, he can see what mysterious characteristics this human snake mecha has and how to use it. Chapter 182 Intuition. After the human snake mecha jumped out, it took the lead and opened its mouth to shoot a red divine energy cannon from a distance. Swoosh! The divine energy cannon burned the air and shot towards it from a distance of hundreds of meters. The Pluto mecha dodged with ease, and the red light column brushed past the right shoulder of the Pluto mecha and flew past. However, the human snake mecha did not stop the divine energy cannon, and continued to release it with force, then turned its head, and the red light column also turned at a large angle, sweeping towards the Pluto mecha like a big stick. Swish! The dark blue absolute fluid on the side of the Pluto mecha flashed by, easily offsetting the scorching light column and flowing away. At the same time, the dark blue fluid outside the Pluto mecha suddenly swelled, like a balloon expanding, suddenly offsetting the surrounding red light columns. The thousands of degrees of high temperature and surging energy contained in the light column not only did not cause any damage to the absolute fluid of the Pluto mecha, but was annihilated and offset in an instant. It can be seen that the absolute 0-degree characteristic of the Pluto mecha has also been raised to corresponding height, and its power is really good. Immediately afterwards, the circular propulsion beam behind the Pluto mecha suddenly flashed, and under the huge propulsion force, it rushed towards the human snake mecha. The human snake mecha did not fight hard, but immediately leaped upwards, flashing red flames, and decisively flew into the sky. It seems that the human snake mecha also intends to play a chase game with the Pluto mecha. However, the Pluto mecha did not intend to follow this move. The flames in front of it sprayed in the opposite direction to offset the acceleration, and it was suspended in place, looking up at the sky. Then, the upper and lower jaws opened, and the dark blue shock wave broke through the air. The speed of this wave, however, is much faster than the original initial shooting speed. After the double-pointed collision with the Yuan mecha just now, Li Yi has a new understanding of the divine skill of the stellar shock wave. When this shock wave of freezing was fired, it was continuously compressed and squeezed by him with his skilled divine separation technique, and combined with his own high load capacity, the shooting speed of this divine energy cannon was increased by several times. Swoosh! With the sound of breaking through the air, the highly condensed blue light column caught up with a human snake mecha flying in the air in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the situation was not good, the human snake mecha emerged from the body of the red hemispherical divine shield. Bang! Where the shield and the energy column met, violent ice flowers exploded, freezing the surrounding air and condensing frost and mist. At this moment, the spherical shield of the human snake mecha continued to concave, and the consumption soared. At the same time, under the violent impact speed, the human snake mecha was repeatedly thrown backwards by the impact to offset the impact. Immediately afterwards, a fierce explosion sounded behind the human snake mecha. The human snake mecha looked back suddenly and found that the Hades mecha had seized this opportunity and accelerated to come behind it. The thick blade had already cut through the air. Ling! The human snake mecha hastily connected with a sea-level building cutting knife, but it could not withstand the huge force at all. Yulong, who in the cockpit, was stunned for a long time by the spiral force of the explosion. At this moment, the human snake mecha seemed to be turned off. The huge body suddenly lost its propulsion and fell to the ground at high speed. Whoosh! Boom! The ground seemed to be hit by a huge artillery shell. Dust was raised high, and countless large pieces of earth and rocks flew hundreds of meters high before the speed was relieved and fell down. 100 meters away, The ring-shaped beam of the gravity thruster on the shoulder armor of the Hades mecha disappeared and slowly landed. The human snake mecha got up in a panic, and seeing the armor-piercing sword in the hands of the Pluto mecha, which was close at hand and ready to cut it down at any time, it immediately hastily sprayed out a red divine energy cannon as if in response to stress. Whoosh! The Pluto mecha shook its head slightly and then avoided this short cannon. Then, it swung down with a knife. The techniques of divine infusion and divine separation were used. The blade was incredibly sharp, and it easily cut through the divine shield of the human snake mecha diagonally, and fell outside the cortical muscle bundle of the human snake mecha's neck, stopping just 3 meters away from the chopping. Although he didn't chop it down this time, Li Yi believed that Yulong would definitely feel how sharp the blade was, and he could completely behead it with one knife. You lost? Where are your special features? Why don't you use them? In the cockpit of the human snake mecha, Yulong, who looked extremely ugly, was slightly startled when he heard this, and responded, "My special features are flame and erosion, and I have already used them on you." In the cockpit of the Pluto mecha, Li Yi was slightly startled. Could it be the divine energy cannon at the beginning? No wonder the temperature, speed and impact of that divine energy cannon were so strong. It's a pity that it encountered his enhanced Pluto divinity and was directly defeated. Outside the field, everyone shouted excitedly. Zhang Pengting said, "Too strong. This absolute battle dominance, this exquisite control, this style of controlling the opponent at will, wow, in one word, absolutely." Liang Zhishan was also certain in his heart, knowing that there was basically no suspense in the follow-up. Both battles ended very quickly. Even if Li Yi had consumption, he was only afraid of B-level opponents. How could the remaining C-level mechas have the chance to turn the tables? Unless they also have a combat genius like Li Yi. Liang Zhishan sighed. It's a pity that the bet was agreed too quickly before, and they didn't leave some money. Otherwise, they could make a fortune now. On this side, Zheng Chaoquan said, just treat it as a practical training with a master of the same level. After all, this is also a rare training opportunity, which has a significant stimulating effect on the generation of divine genes. Teng Zhongli scratched his head and said, "You guys are not bad. At least you have fought hard and practiced. The remaining few of us have not been able to get any opportunities to play." Liang Zhishan said, "It doesn't matter. After the battle, we can go back and continue to explore the spire. Today's battles can be regarded as an extra entertainment for us. So we don't have to wait a day for the exploration culling time." The other side was indeed not stubborn and continued to send people to fight. After all, a great master like Li Yi had no scratches on his mecha after 2 battles. Even if there were losses, it would probably be enough to beat the remaining ones. Even if they thought they were strong enough to defeat Li Yi, the remaining divine mechas were obviously not enough to fight against the remaining people in Li Yi's group. Therefore, they admitted defeat and prepared to leave. "Wait," Li Yi said, "it seems unreasonable to leave without leaving any price. Considering that we are all brothers and future comrades, my request is not excessive. Just explain the situation of the planet you explored before and how you found this place. As long as the answer satisfies me, I will let you go. If you hide something, don't blame me for keeping you here and detaining you until the end of the competition." Originally, he wanted to keep the divine weapons of these people, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Their gains this time weren't already amazing enough, and it was not worth it to dig deep and take away the weapons of these future comrades. If they were mortal enemies, Li Yi would naturally not be soft-hearted. But now it's just a competition, and there is no need to do so excessively in reasonable competition. Hearing this, Yulong said, "It's okay to tell you that our first exploration target is the Binglong River on planet number 5. There, we found the remains of a small alien civilization and some special written records, because they can't be deciphered, and they are not the remains of a divine civilization. Besides, Binglong River is very dangerous. We just explored the periphery and had to give up. We only wasted 1 day and rushed to our second target, which is the mining planet number 33. As for how to discover the anomaly, it was all decided by Captain Ning alone. We don't know." Li Yi touched his chin and said, "The order of exploration was decided by Ning Fiao alone? No one has any objections." Yulong shrugged and said, "I don't know much about information and other things. Since she has made a decision, let her do it. Originally, even if I can't do it this year, I will probably be in the top 10 next year." Li Yi said, "Okay, wait for Ning Fiao to wake up and tell me the answer. Then you can send me the relevant information, pictures, videos and other information you found in Binglong River, and you can leave. As for now, if you drive the starship away, I will open fire directly, understand? Yu Longhu said, I understand, you have done your best, we all understand. As he was speaking, Ningfiayu happened to wake up. Yu Longhu briefly explained the situation, and Ningfiayu said, okay, I understand. Ningfiayu immediately chatted with Li Yi privately and said, do you want to know why I determined that the first and second targets are Planet 5 and Planet 33? Li Yi said, of course. Ningfiayu was silent for a moment and said, I can only tell you that this is my intuition. Li Yi said, I don't accept such a perfunctory answer. Ningfiayu said, believe it or not, if you really want to detain us until the end of the competition, I will still give this answer. Li Yi narrowed his eyes. Judging from the fluctuations in the voice on the communication, Ningfiayu really didn't seem to be lying. But from the way the other party expressed it, this might involve some secrets of Ningfiayu. Although it is not a lie, intuition itself may be an extra secret that Ningfiayu has. After thinking for a moment, Li Yi said, very good, I will trust you for now. Now send me all the information you have collected in Binglongchuan. Soon, Ningfiayu added the communication and sent the information one after another. There are various pictures, videos, file packages, etc. Li Yi clicked on them one by one and confirmed that they were indeed the remains of a small civilization of a non-divine civilization. The text was somewhat similar to the text on a certain spire, which attracted Li Yi's attention. But this is normal. In Li Yi's guess, each spire may represent a small civilization branch of the divine civilization, or a sub-civilization derived from a certain technology. Therefore, even if it is judged to be a non-divine civilization, it is still possible that it is a subsequent branch of the divine civilization. He took a quick look at it, but due to the lack of reference materials, he couldn't decipher it immediately, so he stopped reading it. He nodded slightly and said, okay, that's all. Ningfiayu said, yes, that's all. Can we go now? Li Yi said, finally, tell me your next itinerary. Ningfiayu said, Planet 72, an uninhabited planet with little exploration record. Although she was expressionless throughout the speech, in fact, you can still see some grinding of teeth at the corners of her mouth. It's just that she was hiding in the cockpit, and Li Yi didn't see it. Although she lost this time, Ningfiayu was not ready to admit defeat. She still had other places to explore and was still convinced that she had a chance to enter the top 10. Li Yi was too lazy to pay attention to the emotions of these losers and said, okay, you can go. Then, he flew back to the southern ruins in the Pluto Mecha. Seeing this, everyone in the team also drove the divine Mecha and followed one after another. In a blink of an eye, 7 days had passed since Ningfiao's team left Planet 33. During these 7 days, everyone's focus was naturally on developing the remaining undeveloped areas of the ruins and exploring the spire. First of all, the development part is mainly to enter the non-spire area of the ruins to explore and confirm whether there are corresponding resources to be collected in other areas. The focus of this part is naturally the illusion space where they found the big black ball before. However, this illusion space is very mysterious, with heavy black fog. If you enter the area covered by black fog, you will lose all communication signals. And the deeper you go, the more excessive load will be transmitted. Therefore, after trying several times, everyone stared blankly and did not continue to explore the black fog area deep in the illusion space. Moreover, in this black fog area, even 2 heavenly strong men can feel a lot of load. It can be seen that it is dangerous and cannot be explored by ordinary strong men. In addition, there is a long corridor next to the illusion space. The length of this corridor actually extends thousands of kilometers underground, all the way to the northern ruins, and collapsed hundreds of meters at the opening, mostly due to the impact of the northern ruins detaching. Even so, it can be called a miracle. After all, only a few hundred meters collapsed after thousands of kilometers. After such a long time, it can still be so strong, which can be called the wonder of divine technology creation. Deep in the passage, there are many barrier devices like divine light bombs. The mechas encountered many dangers when exploring all the way. In the end, under the leadership of Mu Xianli, a strong man of the heavenly rank, they successfully suppressed various trap-type divine weapons and dismantled them one after another. Some were violently dismantled, and some were dismantled by Li Yi using the divine light bomb dismantling skills he had learned before. In the end, It took a lot of effort to clean up the corresponding divine weapons of various fixed defenses and prepare to take them back to the corresponding experts for research. These are not very common divine technology items, and the knowledge content is very high. It would be a good thing if some secrets of divine technology could be discovered through this. In total, it can also be considered a part of the profit. On this day, after the number of explorations of the spire was used up, the mechas went deep into the passage again, intending to dig and clean up the collapsed passage entrance of the northern ruins again to see if there were any fish that slipped through the net. Among them, a special divine item, at the collapsed position at the end, attracted Li Yi's attention. At this moment, the mechas were sweeping away the collapsed dust at the end of the passage. Li Yi in the cockpit felt a very familiar breath coming over. He moved slightly in his heart and controlled the Pluto Mecha to dig deeper to the side. Click, click. Seeing this, Liang Zhishan asked curiously, Li Yi, isn't that the direction outside the collapse? Why are you digging there? Li Yi said, just dig and try your luck. Okay, then I'll try my luck somewhere else. After digging for a while, a very small and tiny divine nucleus fragment suddenly appeared in the palm of the Pluto Mecha. The moment he saw this item, Li Yi's eyes were slightly straight. Fragment of the immortal nucleus? How come there is one here too? He did not alarm others, rubbed his fingers, and quietly covered the soil and rocks around the immortal nucleus fragment to cover up the divine radiation. Then, he sent the mud ball rubbed into the size of a basketball into the mouth of the Pluto Mecha. After placing it there, Li Yi in the cockpit could get this divine nucleus fragment through the conveyor belt hidden deep inside. He did not hesitate and continued to dig around. According to the concentration of the breath he just sensed, there should be 2 or 3 small fragments hidden around. Although he did not understand why the fragment of the longevity nucleus of the gourd man appeared here, it did not hinder his desire for this thing. This nucleus is definitely an S level, or even a powerful item above the S level. He only received a longevity divine gene generated by a small fragment, and it has such a powerful endurance enhancement effect. If he generated a few more, he felt that his lifespan would really increase a lot. Immediately, he followed a breath and dug deeper on the side of the passage. Because he was afraid of damaging the items with heavy hands, he moved very carefully throughout the process. After a while, he dug out a thick passage several dozen meters deep. Huh? In the cockpit, Li Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Here it comes, 1, 2, 3. This time he actually found 3 fragments in one go. Although the volume of a single fragment is not as large as the one found at the beginning, the combination of the 3 is enough to exceed the previous one. Li Yi followed the same method and put all these longevity nuclei into the cockpit. Then, he continued to try to dig deeper. According to his perception, he should have found what he should have found, but there might be some fish that slipped through the net, so he had to dig carefully again. He dug another 7 or 8 meters down, and felt that the efficiency was too low, so he immediately controlled the Pluto Mecha to gently shake the ground. Then, he put his palm close to the ground to feel the reverberation of the frequency. After a while, Li Yi was shocked. There was actually a hidden space under this collapsed passage? He didn't expect that. He almost didn't know what was going on. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Secret Book of Time. Since there is such a discovery, there is no need to hide it. Li Yi immediately called for help. After a while, the mechas gathered around. Mu Xianli pondered and said, "You mean, you found that there is a hidden space under the passage you dug?" Li Yi nodded and said, "Yes, from my passage, another 600 meters down, there should be a spacious place with an internal space no less than a medium-sized starship. This may be the branch area of the northern ruins, but the northern ruins can't take this thing away, so they can only collapse the distance of hundreds of meters around this passage before leaving to cover up the traces. In other words, there are still many residual items in the northern ruins that we can develop and excavate." Mu Xianli's eyes were a little weird. In addition to the passage dug by the Pluto Mecha, this underground space is at least thousands of meters above the ground. Li Yi can judge this? He asked, "How did you find out there was something underground?" Liang Zhishan explained, "Master Mu, You don't know that Li Yi is not only good at identifying traces, but also has a good understanding of the identification and profiling of material frequencies. He is an expert. When we were developing the Xianshu ruins before, he relied on this technique to easily overcome the limitations of those special alloys and determine the various entrances and exits inside the ruins. Zhang Pengting also said, "Yes, I have also seen a lot of Li Yi's methods. Master Mu, some geniuses cannot be judged by common sense," Mu Xianli said. "I was also a genius praised by everyone in the past. Why can't I be judged by common sense? Any genius has traces to follow. Don't deify the word genius. Aren't all of you here geniuses? Although not that talented, I have no opinion on Li Yi's ability, but I have opinions on the rest of you. You should learn from the wise and learn from the stronger ones, instead of being salted fish." 666 Here, everyone was suddenly criticized by Mu Xianli, and they were all a little puzzled. How could this be salted fish? 666. Mu Xianli scolded, "I mean your mentality of clinging to someone's thigh. There's nothing wrong with clinging to someone's thigh. The weak should cling to the thigh of the strong. It's not shameful, but you must not think that you can't be a golden thigh in the future. Don't think that you are just an ordinary person. You are not ordinary. I always think that people must firmly believe that they can do it in order to achieve certain results. Try to touch your own limits and then break through. Don't set limits for yourself." Okay, let's just say it briefly. I don't like preaching. Just mention it and you know it. If it can be changed, then change it. If it can't be changed, I won't force it. Now let's dig and see what is in this underground space. Everyone had different thoughts for a while. Li Yu was regarded as a typical example and stayed out of it. It felt quite strange. A distance of 600 meters, if it is an archaeological digging method, I don't know when it will be dug. But Li Yi has repeatedly confirmed with frequency oscillation that there are no special items. In the end, everyone decided to use the divine energy cannon to open the way. The Vulcan sequence includes Zhou Fuli, Tan Haode, and Zhang Pengting, and the freezing ability includes Li Yi and Zhou Bingying. Ice and fire blended all the way, repeatedly melting through. And a distance of 600 meters was done with a flick of the finger. After all, this is not a special alloy layer, but just an ordinary ground, with at most some small ores, and the gravity is not strong, and the internal pressure is not great. Only near the location of the underground space, there is a layer of special alloy 7 or 8 meters thick. Everyone held back and shot through it easily. If it were not for the fear of damaging the items inside the ruins, a strong man like Zhou Fuli would adjust the divine energy cannon to condensed type and reduce its divergent force, and it would also be able to penetrate it in one fell swoop. After a while, except for Lin Wendong and Xia Zhuang who were responsible for guarding the outer circle of the ruins, as well as Su Weilu and Hu Yin who were recuperating, all the divine mechas present entered the passage one after another after slightly exploring the internal situation. In a huge dark and gloomy open space, more than a dozen divine mechas entered one after another. When landing, the flame behind him flashed slightly, and then landed lightly. There is almost no light here, but this does not affect the information detection system of the mechas, and it is easy to scan the surrounding scenes of this space. The capacity of the entire space is indeed, as Li Yi said, about the same as a medium-sized starship, equivalent to about 1/5 of the number 18 cabin of the Yaoqi ship. However, because there is no object inside this space, except for a building about 30 meters high in the center, the rest of the place is a dry soil surface with old dust, which makes the surrounding area seem empty. The soil is solid and the footprints are not deep. There must be some hard and solid hard stone layer under the soil. When Li Yi saw the building in front of him, he knew that this trip was right. This is a gourd-shaped building that is exactly the same as the Gourd Man laboratory found in the Xianshu ruins. The moment Liang Zhishan saw it, he couldn't hide his shock on his face. Isn't this the Gourd Man's previous laboratory? Why is there one here? Although Zhang Pengting, Teng Zhili, Lin Xiaohu and others did not come into contact with the Gourd Man laboratory when exploring the ruins, they also read the corresponding data reports and naturally knew the general situation. Mu Xianli listened to everyone's explanation, then said thoughtfully, a terrifying creature that is suspected to have lived for hundreds of thousands of years or even longer? This is quite interesting, Lin Xiaohu asked. Commander Mu, how long can one live above the heavenly rank? Can it live for 10,000 years? Upon hearing this, Mu Xianli was speechless. How is it possible to live for 10,000 years? At most, it can be more than 1,000 years. Although those above the heavenly rank are strong, they are not invincible. Everyone was immediately disappointed. Zhang Pengting said regretfully, the heavenly rank can live for about 400 years, and those above the heavenly rank can live for more than 1,000 years. Although it is reasonable, it always feels not enough. The Dinghe Shenzhen of our human race can only protect humans for 1,000 years. Isn't this too little? A gourd man can only live for a minimum of 100,000 years, Mu Xianlei said with a smile. It's amazing to be able to live for 1,000 years. Our human civilization has only been around for a few thousand years since it truly possessed language and writing. Compared to the vast universe, we are like little babies. It is a miracle that a strong person can reach this level. Moreover, above the heavenly rank is only the limit of our current cognitive strength. You are all still young, and you may not be able to surpass your predecessors and achieve greater success in the future. The responsibility of protecting mankind in the future will fall into the hands of you. Li Yi smiled and said, Commander Mu is the next pillar of mankind, and we are still far behind. Mu Xianlei said speechlessly, stop talking nonsense and stop flattering me. The air test below failed. Let's go down in protective clothing. Tan Haod and Zhou Fuli, you two stay here to guard the area. Everyone else, put on protective clothing and helmets and go down to the laboratory to explore. The combat suits that everyone wore when driving the mechas themselves have special environmental protection functions, so it is appropriate to call them protective clothing. To explore outside the cabin, you need to put on a sealed helmet, confirm that all the sealed buckles are locked, and then adjust the air pressure before you can go out of the cabin. These are standard procedures. Everyone is a senior mecha master and is familiar with these operations. Soon, more than a dozen insertion cabins popped out, and everyone jumped to the ground one after another and gathered forward. On this side, Zhou Fuli and Tan Haod also activated the lighting function of the divine mecha, shooting down in front of everyone, forming a fan-shaped light domain, dividing the dark environment. The dust was floating slowly under the light. Wearing the close-fitting driving suits produced by each ship and wearing mechanical sealed helmets, everyone moved forward slowly. Li Yi first looked at the location of the deformation button next to the laboratory. It was still there. It is in exactly the same position and shape as the previous two labs, with no difference at all. If this lab is also seized and the dust on the exterior is cleaned, I'm afraid no one will be able to tell which of the three labs is which. Liang Zhishan and Li Yi walked in front, waiting skillfully for the automatic door at the door to open. Seeing this scene, Mu Xianlei and others were a little surprised. This old thing can still operate normally. When they entered the first floor hall in front, the front suddenly became bright, mostly with automatic sensor lights. Li Yi and others had experienced it before, so they didn't think it was strange. The overall floor is much cleaner than the previous two labs, and there are no conspicuous footprints. Compared with the previous two times, the difference is not small. However, the interior is still empty, and it looks like it has been emptied of items. Li Yi looked around the surroundings. Although he saw a lot of tiny traces that could not be detected by the naked eye, they were nothing. They were not much different from those he had seen before. It only proved that the gourd man had indeed lived inside. Continue to walk to the second floor. The second floor is a little different here. There are no culture dishes, nutrient tubes and other items that have been seen before. Instead, there was a sand table that covered an area equivalent to 2 ping-pong tables put together. The plate was filled with pearls in the shape of pigeon eggs of different colors, which were spread out on the ground like a densely arranged galaxy. On the sand table, there were many miniature spires, which seemed to be the corresponding layout of the southern and northern ruins. Zhang Pengting curiously reached out to touch the sand table, and a spire fell down with a click. Liang Zhishan stretched out his hand to straighten the spire, frowned and said, Old Zhang, why are you fiddling with these things like a child? It would be inappropriate if you destroyed some traces and affected Li Yi's judgment. Zhang Pengting wanted to say it back, but when he thought about it, it was indeed the case, so he spread his hands and said, Okay, I'm just curious to see what these models are like and what the texture is like. I won't do it next time. Lin Guotao who walked over and asked curiously, What's the result? Instructor Zhang, what's the texture? Zhang Pengting said, It's very ordinary, no different from human plastic models, not heavy. And when I first saw the color, I thought it was made of some special metal. Li Yi observed for a long time, reached out and grabbed the beads under the sand tray, weighed them, felt them for a while, and said, These beads are all waste divine essence cores, the kind that have consumed all their divine radiation. As for the materials, they are mostly taken from divine creatures of level B or above. Each one is carved from different divine essence cores. As for those spire models, they should be carved from the dried skin of divine creatures. Although they are light, they are probably quite hard. Everyone was slightly surprised when they heard this. Such a large number of divine essence cores? And each one is made from a different divine creature, so they are the same? Mu Xianli frowned and said, "Isn't this gourd man said to have ordinary strength? He is just a character who has lived for a long time but has ordinary combat power." Li Yu shook his head and said, "The combat power of the gourd man itself should not be strong, but he can also control the divine mecha and has the technology to control divine creatures. It is not difficult to accomplish these," Tengjili said. "Li Yi, how do you judge whether this thing comes from different divine nuclei and levels?" Li Yu said, "Divine nuclei of different levels have different internal densities. You can find it by observing it a few more times. As for how to confirm that it comes from different divine nuclei, it is also very simple. The vein texture inside this divine nucleus is of different thickness and winding. The vein texture of different nuclei is completely different, which is easy to judge. This thing is like a human fingerprint. No one is exactly the same. Even if it is reduced and worn into the appearance of this crystal pearl, you can still tell the difference." Everyone suddenly felt that they had learned something new. After all, this kind of knowledge is not taught in textbooks, and it cannot be seen without careful observation in daily life. Zhou Bingying pondered, "But what's the point of setting up this sand table?" Li Yu walked around the sand table and said thoughtfully, "This sand table is a treasure map. The divine nuclei on the ground hide a code that indicates which of these spires hides the gourd man's secret treasure." Everyone was dumbfounded. This idea was too jumpy. How could you tell that this was a treasure map? How did you figure out the code? Zhang Pengting was shocked and said, "Just by looking at this sand table, can you tell that this is a treasure map?" Li Yu pointed to the small lines of gourd characters in front of the sand table and said, "It is clearly written in gourd characters here that the treasure map is in the sand table. Cracking the sand table code will give you 2 secret treasures hidden in the spire of the ruins. One secret treasure is called the secret fruit of longevity. It is located in the northern ruins of Fizhao. You need to get through a spire to get it. It can increase the lifespan of any creature by tens of thousands of years." The other secret treasure is called the secret book of years. It is located in the southern ruins. You also need to get through a spire. As for its efficacy, it's a pity that this line of words has been erased, and if you want to know which spire these 2 secret treasures are in, you need to crack the sand table code below. Then, Li Yu continued to point to the divine nuclei neatly placed in front of the sand table and said, "Each divine nucleus is arranged in an octal system. One color represents a number, but it is not clear which color represents that number. As for where the code book corresponding to these numbers is, the text does not explain it in detail." After hearing Li Yu's words, everyone could barely accept it. It's okay to just understand the text. If you can tell that it is a treasure map by just looking at a sand table, then you are no longer a human, but a god who can trace the origin of all things at will. Mu Xianli stroked his short beard and thought, "The secret book of time and the secret fruit of longevity, it seems to be very high-end." Li Yu said, "This is just my translation to increase the level. In the Gour text, the secret fruit of longevity means the fruit of increasing longevity. The secret book of time is basically a faithful, accurate and elegant translation." Mu Xianli sweated and said, "Anyway, this sand table will remain unchanged for now. Let's keep the photos and records, and then explore other places." Unfortunately, there was no discovery next. Li Yu also failed to find similar experimental notes or gourd man diaries, which was a pity. In this regard, Mu Xianli said, "It's time to break into the spire. The cooling time should be enough. Even if we explore the laboratory of the gourd man, we should not waste these tower breaks. Let's go back first, leave 2 people here to take turns to guard, and then take turns to break into the tower. After the tower break, come here to search carefully, so that nothing will be delayed." Everyone had no objection and set off to return one after another. In the end, it was Zhou Fuli and Han Haode who stayed behind. Anyway, they would take turns, so it was not a big deal. Li Yu had already memorized all the details of the sand table. Although he didn't know why the gourd man left the items there, it didn't prevent Li Yu from being interested in the things left by the gourd man. The time here is not like the Xianxu ruins, where there will be material changes and reductions. Therefore, Liu can still tell from the traces that the time when this third laboratory appeared in the empty underground space will probably not exceed 3,000 years. In other words, compared with the gourd man in the Xianshu ruins, the gourd man at this time should live longer and have stronger abilities. However, this was inconsistent with Liu's previous judgment of the giant clam parasite. Is the giant clam parasite under the Xianshu ruins a gourd man? But the handwriting seen here is obviously consistent with the handwriting in the experimental notes. Liu was full of doubts. While constantly thinking, he had unknowingly flown back to the southern ruins. In the past 7 days, Liu's gains from the tower can only be considered acceptable, and not as huge as the first time he broke through the tower. First, it was the 7th level of the characteristic spire. Even if he broke through the defense of the 2 fat and thin armored men, there were still 2 armored men riding beast spears below to surround him. Although he had been strengthened by the spiral spire and his physique had increased a lot, he still needed to rely on the distance rush speed to stack kinetic energy to break the defense of these 2 armored men riding beast spears. But once the distance was pulled away, it was inevitable that he would leave the middle vertical line, thus triggering the attack of other armored men. Then, he was trapped in a situation where a bunch of armored men were besieged and had to lose. As for the spiral spire, I'm afraid that before his strength like flowing water realm is improved, the 11th level is the limit. As for the vision spire, he gained a lot. He broke through to the 9th level with great momentum, but got stuck there. Among them, the first 3 levels of the vision spire are just as Liang Zhishan described, and need to see through the deception of the armored man guarding the gate. And the 4th level requires cracking the deceptive fighting style of the armored man guarding the gate. This is not difficult for Li Yi, so he quickly broke through. As for the gains, they are some conventional deception techniques that he has mastered long ago, which is nothing. Until the 7th level, the content of the vision spire and the fighting skills of the slender armored man in the characteristic spire are very similar, and there is no surprise for Li Yi. From the 8th level, Li Yi learns some very advanced divine deception techniques, which is quite interesting. It's a pity that this level is not easy. He has been stuck at the 9th level for the past few days and has not figured it out. The infinite spire has a very high requirement for the total amount of divinity. Li Yi only learned the simplest divine breathing method, but unfortunately he was stuck at the 2nd level and did not break through. The other few, including other basic subjects, and even the soul spire, were also stuck at the 1st level, which was indeed a rare batch. After all, Li Yi is not omnipotent. Facing these piled-up problems, he also couldn't break through quickly. Fortunately, after returning this time, the characteristic spire should be able to condense the 17th divine gene. By then, the power will soon reach the critical point, and it should not be a problem to break through the 7th level of the characteristic spire. It's a pity that the step-by-step basic spire in the northern ruins has been taken away by the mysterious thoughts. I hope that those strong people above the heavenly position can capture it as soon as possible, otherwise, it will be difficult for me to crack these various knowledge spire. Li Yi sighed, controlled the Pluto Mecha to land, and then ejected the insertion cabin. Next, it's time to break into the characteristics tower and try to condense the 17th divine gene to see if there's a chance to strengthen the transformation characteristic to the strength of a heavenly characteristic. Chapter 184 New Features. Entering the characteristic spire again, Li Yi appeared directly on the huge black and white chessboard of the 7th level. This is also a benefit, the tower can be saved. Of course, according to everyone's test, you must continue to enter the tower to save. As long as you interrupt for 1 day, you must start again. Therefore, in the past 7 days, Li Yi has been entering the characteristic spire every day. Based on this, the rich high-intensity battles also made his 17th divine gene fatally show signs of generation. The next game should be about the same. Looking at the opponent's pawn in front of him, Li Yi directly adjusted his breathing and launched the 1.5 version of the burst skill. After a while, under the effects of deformation, super elasticity, microelectricity, growth, and toughness, his blood began to expand and flow rapidly, and his physical condition quickly rose. Snap! 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 He directly launched the 13 thunder punches with a magnetic explosion characteristics, accompanied by thunder and purple-blue electric light, punching a knife-wielding armored man, and quickly swept through the 5 pawns. After many battles, he already knew these pawns well, and it didn't take any effort at all. Soon, 10 minutes later, he successively solved a pair of heavy axe-armored men, as well as slender and sturdy armored men, and came to the beast-riding armored man who was stuck before. At this time, he activated the 3.0 version of the burst skill, and his state soared to the limit. Then, holding a pair of heavy axes, wearing the heavy armor from the sturdy armored man, he was fully armed. This heavy armor looked very round at first glance, and there were folding tough metals at all the movable joints to facilitate telescopic rotation. Because the visor was smashed by him, he replaced it with the visor of the slender armored man. The facial features were covered except for the eyes, and the oblique eye sockets revealed his bright eyes that seemed to be hanging. The heavy axe was much longer than the one in the 6th level. The axe was sharp at the top and thick at the bottom. It could be stabbed from the top and chopped from the bottom. Except for the length, it was slightly shorter than the machete by more than 30 centimeters. It had basically no disadvantages. Facing this ferocious beast riding, one axe would make it scream. The first few times he tried using a machete, bare hands, and a heavy axe, but they all failed for more or less reasons. It was basically a problem of difficulty in breaking the defense. Although he had undergone physical enhancement, it was almost enough to break through the fat and thin combination. After all, the strength of the fat and thin combination was enough to exceed the combination of the first stage of the heavenly rank, and was faintly approaching the second stage of the heavenly rank. The strength of the beast riding combination exceeded the second stage of the heavenly rank and was approaching the third stage of the heavenly rank. Of course, the several stages of the heavenly rank here are the physical combat strengths that Li Yi deduced based on several strong men he had met before. If they superimposed their own heavenly rank characteristics and various unique techniques, it would be another level, which was not within Li Yi's consideration for the time being. After all, humans are not dead things. With the improvement of their realm, their knowledge and experience, mental and physical strength, and various skills will definitely improve, and it is not surprising that there are various means of amplification. Among them, in Li Yi's estimation, Tan Yaran should be the first stage of the heavenly rank, Mo Chenlong is the second stage of the heavenly rank, Mu Xianli is the fourth stage of the heavenly rank, and Lin Wenduang is the fifth stage of the heavenly rank. There should be an overall error, but most of the time it will not exceed one stage. And Li Yi is now fully armed, with the assistance of the heavy axe, and with a full burst. He does not necessarily need to be stronger than the Beast Rider combination in terms of hard power to have a chance to win. Dada. The two armored men riding beasts with long spears let go of the reins, shook their legs, pushed the rhino beast's hard flank with steel boots, and rushed forward with spears. The black and white chessboard was rumbling. The sharp spears, like two silver stars, pierced through the darkness and pierced through suddenly. Swish! Li Yi also launched the tenfold leaping step to accelerate forward. Although the distance was short, his arms were spinning like a windmill, constantly accumulating kinetic energy, and then perfectly integrating the huge momentum from the heavy armor with the force of flowing water. He gathered unprecedented power, and in the nearly flying ground-skimming rush, his body moved leisurely, as if he had foresight to avoid a long spear on the left, and his body suddenly jumped forward. Heavy axes, both chopped down. Clang. Crack. The two axes, one in front and one behind, hit the head of the rhino beast wearing heavy armor one after another. The first one directly shattered the rhino beast's head armor, and the second one shattered the rhino beast's skull. Immediately, the rhino beast fell forward. Li Yi kept moving, and activated the mastery-level throwing skill of his left hand, spinning the heavy axe out. The axe was very fast, tearing through the air, and while spinning, it hit the spear shaft of the spear-armored man, shaking his body off balance and his fingers unstable. Then, Li Yi threw another axe. Swoosh! This axe was extremely swift, and the sharp blade split the shoulder of the spearman in armor and penetrated 3 inches into the flesh. Then, Li Yi leaped up, turned his body, reached out to grab the spear, turned over again, kicked sideways with one leg, and kicked the spearman in armor right in the neck, kicking him out. After landing, he shook the spear in his hand, opened the spear that was piercing from the next side to the side, and then leaned forward, stabbing the spear tip from bottom to top. Ling. The spearman in armor hastily shook his spear to defend himself, and the spear blades collided with each other, rubbing several sparks. Li Yi continued to pierce. His technique was extremely fast. Since he had already killed the other spearman in armor who attacked with the advantage of the first move, it would be much easier to fight one alone now, and the pressure would be reduced suddenly. Although it would take a lot of effort, there was no need to accelerate to break the defense. All he had to do was keep stabbing with his spear. After many times, he would be able to break the defense. In a blink of an eye, Li Yu had fought with a remaining spear-armored man for more than 60 rounds. Li Yu fought steadily, and one of every 4 or 5 spears hit the spear-armored man's chest. After accumulating several times like this, finally, swish, puff, the spear in his hand swept past an invisible shadow, carrying a surging explosive spiral force, and suddenly stabbed the spear-armored man's chest, like a hot knife into frozen oil. The spear tip penetrated several inches and pierced through his back. Hula la, green blood dripped from the spear tip to the ground. At the same time, there was also an extremely fierce spiral explosion force, which exploded in the spear-armored man's chest, and after piercing through, it completely exploded his chest armor and flew out in all directions. Clang. Li Yu put away his spear and smashed it to the ground. The spear-armored man lost his support, swayed, and then fell backwards. Huh? Li Yu let out a long breath, adjusted his breathing, and retracted this explosive skill that used almost all of his characteristics. Although this explosive skill is very powerful, it still consumes a lot of energy. If it is activated frequently, he may have to drink more nutrients to replenish it. Fortunately, his mental loss can be supplemented by memory fragments, otherwise, he will not be able to activate this 3.0 version of the explosive skill frequently. Li Yu's eyebrows moved slightly, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Yes, the 17th divine gene was generated. He felt it carefully and found that this divine gene actually came from the divine core fragments seized from the previous breakthrough of the characteristic spire. In the past 7 days, not counting today, when he broke into the characteristic spire, he successively harvested 9 divine core fragments, which came from the heavy axe armored man, slender armored man, spear armored man, generals and guards in the 6th level, and a pair of heavy axe armored men and fat and thin armored men in the 7th level. After judging, these 9 pieces all came from the same divine creature or the same divine mecha. When combined, they were about the size of a goose egg, and the quality was good. However, he had never been able to determine what divine sequence this belonged to. But he did not expect that a new divine gene could be generated in just 7 days? Is it because these 9 pieces all came from S-level divine creatures? Li Yu's heart moved slightly. The fragments of the immortal nucleus were also of high quality, but it took him almost a month from the time he got them to the time he generated them. Yes, after all, the amount is very different. This immortal nucleus is only the size of a little fingernail. Even if I get 3 new ones, the total is only slightly larger than a quail egg, and these 8 pieces, when added together, are equivalent to goose eggs, so naturally the efficiency is higher. In this way, if I have a bunch of S-level divine nuclei to radiate, the efficiency of condensing divine genes will probably be quite considerable. Although the A-level ones are also very powerful, they are far inferior to those above S-level. Of course, Li Yu is not the time to dislike the A-level nuclei. After all, he only had 3 A-level divine cores, 1 from the slime creature, and the other 2 were recently seized from the disposable pilot of the mysterious thought. As for the hundreds of divine mechas found in the divine mecha warehouse, there were more than 10 A-level ones, intact, but it was impossible to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs and only take the divine cores. After all, the total number of divine mechas owned by humans is still very small. This part can only be used to convert into military merits in exchange for suitable items. After a simple attempt, Li Yu finally figured out the characteristics and effects of this divine gene. His face was slightly strange. It's actually the toughness characteristic. No, it's much stronger than the ordinary toughness characteristic. Maybe it should be called extremely hard. No wonder these armored people have generally high defense. It turns out that this divine core fragment has the effect. This name of extremely hard cannot encompass its effect. Its effect should be extremely hard and tough. It can directly give an object very high strength and toughness, so that ordinary plastic swords can also have the effect of cutting gold and splitting stone. Compared to his previous toughness, which required him to concentrate his hardness to be effective, this is much more convenient. If he could manipulate this characteristic to the same degree as the toughness, his physical defense breaking power would also reach an extremely fierce level. Unfortunately, the longevity characteristic he had obtained before seemed to be a passive effect. Although it lasted and had a strong effect, it could not be activated actively, which was a pity. After digesting the harvest, Li Yu threw away some heavy-duty armor and got rid of some of the load. Before, He had to pile up his weight in order to superimpose kinetic energy to achieve a defense-breaking effect on the spear-armored man. But this would inevitably reduce his mobility, otherwise, it would not take him 60 or 70 rounds to solve another spear-armored man. Now that he has the advantage of the spear and his basic strength and speed have broken through again, he can fight the final boss in a different way. Even if it doesn't work this time, he can change to heavy armor next time. The boss guard in the level ahead is the boss. He looks similar to the boss in the 6th level. He is wearing heavy armor and his eyes are as lively as a living person, but he has no emotion and is cold. He also rests his hands on the ground-piercing sword, sits on the huge silver throne, and stares at Liu leisurely. Beside this big sword-armored man, there are also guards holding umbrellas and guards holding trays. However, these people in front of him all give Liu a strong sense of oppression, which is completely different from the boss in the 6th level. Liu activates this newly acquired extreme hardness feature to strengthen the spear in his hand, infuse it with divinity, and then strengthen the spear to the limit by means of divinity entangled and sharpened. He holds the spear upside down, and the tip of the spear drags on the ground to tear out sparks, and moves forward. The initial speed is very slow, and the 3.0 version burst skill is reactivated step by step. At the same time, the deformation and extreme hardness features are used to strengthen the leg muscles and bones to the current limit. Then, he took 10 steps in the air, and suddenly rushed forward. His body turned into a white line, as fast as lightning. At this time, the man in the big sword armor also took a big step forward, waving the big sword in his hand, and slashed at the long spear that was shaking and stabbing with a humming sound. Ling. Amid the sound of metal clashing, the tip of the big sword jumped as fast as pearls and jade, leaving one image after another, and collided with Liu's long spear at a high frequency. Originally, Liu came with a terrifying momentum, but he didn't expect that the big sword armor man's sword attack power was so fierce. He easily resolved the momentum by slashing the sword at high speed. Moreover, he frequently seized the gap between the swinging of the spear tip and pierced Liu's tiny gap. For a time, Liu fell into an absolute disadvantage and could only barely parry. He had expected that the strength of this gatekeeper boss would definitely have a huge leap compared to the long spear armor man in front, but he didn't expect it to increase so sharply. Now, even if he faced 4 armored men with spears on beasts, he would not feel that much pressure. Moreover, the impact force from the great sword was extremely fierce. Every time Liu fought, there was a huge force on his tiger's mouth, forcing him to shake his body to dissipate the terrifying impact. The guards beside him did not intervene yet, but just held the treasure umbrella, constantly opening and closing it, and turning the umbrella cover. For a while, the gems inlaid on the umbrella cover shone brightly, constantly shaking Liu's eyes at critical moments, which was also a big interference. The speed of this great sword-armored man was only equivalent to the 3rd stage of human physical combat level, but his strength was quite terrifying, as if there was some extra skill or equipment that added strength, suppressing Liu with extraordinary strength. Therefore, even if Liu had the advantage of prediction, he could not play too much in the face of this almost upright frontal attack. In a blink of an eye, Liu had already resisted more than 30 moves. Snap! The great sword blade suddenly refracted the light of the treasure umbrella, and the hot light suddenly burned Liu's eyes. Feeling the unusually high temperature, Liu decisively closed his eyes and dodged several slashes from the great sword by relying on his ability to identify the position by listening to the sound. He then stepped back a few steps and began to walk away. This damn guard is here to die again, Liu's mind moved, and he reached back with his left hand. The magnetic explosion characteristic was activated, and the huge suction force suddenly sucked a heavy axe inserted into the heavy armor into his palm. Then, he dodged the slash of the great sword armor man again, jumped up, went around the side of the great sword armor man, and suddenly reached out to throw the heavy axe. Whoosh! The heavy axe spun and flew towards the guard. Seeing this, the guard quickly opened the treasure umbrella to block the front. Bang! The heavy axe blade hit the guard's treasure umbrella directly, cutting it in half and creating a huge crack. Immediately afterwards, Liu seized the opportunity to jump over, and a spear was like an antelope hanging its horns, a leaf falling in the forest, passing through the crack of the knife naturally, and pierced through the chest of the guard with the spear, passing through from behind him. Behind him, the big sword had also chopped down, with a fierce scream, and was about to hit Liu's shoulder. Snap! At the critical moment, Liu's body was like the slender armored man, changing his shape and flashing behind the treasure umbrella. The big sword chopped the treasure umbrella, directly cutting the crack of the treasure umbrella, and directly split it in half. For a while, countless gems were ejected by the huge force, splashing everywhere, and dripping to the ground. Liu took a breath and grabbed the other half of the treasure umbrella that was split in half, rolling on the ground, avoiding several dense slashes from the big sword armored man in succession. At the 7th time, he seized the opportunity again to dodge and jump up, and a fish jump rushed to the side and suddenly opened up a huge distance. In this way, he held the treasure umbrella in one hand and the spear in the other, and got a little gap. There is still a chance to win, even if the difference in power and speed is too big. I have gradually become familiar with the attack mode of the Great Sword Armor Man. This is not an absolute loss. Hold on. Liu continued to clear his mind and tried to enter a higher state of mind than absolute emptiness. At the moment, he could not get close, could not use the penetrating ice fist, and could only barely resist with a gun. After the 3.0 burst skills could not work, he was at his wit's end. Only the flow state was left to see if it could be improved. For a long time, thanks to his natural ability to enter and exit the dream plane at any time, he naturally had a high degree of concentration and could enter the state of absolute emptiness at any time. Thanks to this, he could easily stimulate the generation of divine genes after each battle. But after he learned the knowledge of soul studies, he knew that absolute emptiness was just a certain level of control over the soul superego. Above this, there is another level, which is a state that can only be achieved when the self-control of the self reaches a certain level. He named it the self-consciousness, which can achieve a higher combat increase and learning concentration. But before Liu could take a break for too long, the big sword armored man had already rushed in front of Liu with a sword in hand and slashed down with a fierce sword. Pa! Liu simply threw the treasure umbrella forward, and it unexpectedly hit the big sword armored man in the face, slowing down his attack. Chapter 185 Inventory. Taking advantage of his opponent's slowdown, Liu immediately exerted his strength and directly made another tenfold leap in this gap, and his body shot forward like an arrow from a bow. The spear in his hand, with various characteristics strengthened, was straight and stiff, accompanied by a spiral, and fiercely pierced the chest of the great sword armored man. Ling. Sparks flew, leaving a shallow burnt mark. Even though this great sword armored man, who was nearly 3 meters tall, was powerful, he was still pierced by the spear and had to retreat to dissipate the momentum. Liu was in a dominant position and did not spare others. Although he did not enter the flow state of the ego's mind, how could he not continue his violent storm attack when he seized the opportunity to win? Only by constantly attacking could he avoid being suppressed by the terrifying power of the great sword armored man. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Liu seized the opportunity and fired 3 more shots, each with a higher power than the last, constantly detonating the explosive spiral force. After these 3 shots, the black mark on the chest of the great sword armor man was already quite conspicuous, with a thin dent. I believe that with a dozen more shots, the defense can be broken. At this moment, the great sword armor man recovered from the 3-shot fast attack, threw away the half-broken treasure umbrella hanging on his body, stretched out one hand suddenly, and grabbed the tip of the gun with his thick joints. Chi-chi-chi. In an instant, the Mars tore a fierce spark in the palm of the great sword armor man, and hundreds of sparks jumped out. In the end, the tip of the gun could not pierce any further, and the kinetic energy was exhausted, and it was firmly grasped by the pair of thick hands like iron pliers. The great sword armor man had a strange smile in his cold eyes, and looked at Li Yi. The great sword in his hand did not stop, and he swung it violently, slashing horizontally. Liu made a prompt decision, abandoned the gun and walked away, rolling his body to the side to pull away, and at the same time, the magnetic explosion characteristics in his palm were activated, sucking the other gun into his palm. The big sword armored man stood up and chased after him, aiming his big sword at Liu's neck and piercing it suddenly. Bang! Liu did not resist, and predicted in place, avoiding the sword in advance, and stabbed the big sword armored man again. As time passed, he was already quite familiar with the big sword armored man's attack pattern, and the predictive power that had to weaken the effect of the opponent's huge force was also recovering. Although Liu did not enter the flow state of the ego's mind, he gradually stabilized his position. I can do it, he kept circling the spear in his hand, constantly unloading the force, and occasionally counterattacked 1 or 2 shots, and fought steadily with the big sword armored man again. In a blink of an eye, The two sides had fought for countless rounds at a high frequency. The time limit of the 3.0 burst skill was about to come, and there was only half a minute left. During this period, Li Yu seized the opportunity and stabbed the big sword armored man in the chest several times, leaving only 4 or 5 shots to break the defense. He gritted his teeth and decided to do his best before the final time limit came, and succeed in this one move. Boom! With the help of the opponent's great sword, he flew back more than 10 squares, ignoring the fact that the spear-armored men and cannon-armored men around him were stimulated by his cross-distance activities, and applied this extremely hard characteristic to the blood vessels, heart, muscles and other parts of the body to strengthen his body again. Breathe, breathe. Between the mouth and nose, more and more thick white gas rolled out like a steam engine. The 3.1 version of the explosive skill that integrated all the characteristics was stimulated by Li Yi with all his strength. The spear in his hand was also constantly circling, adding kinetic energy. 11 steps in the air began to brew. The leg muscles continued to swell, and even the extremely tough protective suit was almost stretched. Then, before the spear was thrown into the air and stabbed, before the greatsword armored man rushed to kill, bang! The surging air waves exploded and scattered in all directions. The extremely hard black chess grid under his feet exploded directly. This figure instantly turned into a white line that was almost invisible to the naked eye. During the shooting process, the wind and fire divinity and repulsion characteristics erupted again, making his acceleration even better. Swish! The tip of the spear turned sideways from bottom to top, and with a rotation of Li Yi's wrist, it avoided the obstruction of the greatsword in advance and suddenly pierced the chest of the greatsword armored man. The stabbing position was exactly the same black mark point that had been hit by countless counterattacks before. The explosive spiral force was launched, completely piercing the point that originally required 4 or 5 shots to pierce in one breath, carrying huge force, penetrating 3 inches into the flesh, bringing out green blood, and sizzling to the ground. Unfortunately, the power also ended here, and failed to completely penetrate the greatsword armored man. With a snap, Li Yu sat down completely exhausted, and his waist collapsed backwards. He was exhausted. He couldn't even use an inch of strength. Not only the strength, but also the divinity was exhausted, without a drop left. If I don't rest well, I'm afraid I won't be able to recover. Have you won? Li Yu barely moved his eyes and found that the big sword armored man had not completely lost his movement. He grabbed the big sword in his hand and barely reached out to him. Damn, Li Yu sighed. He didn't expect that his efforts would fail. Just as he was thinking this, with a clang, the big sword fell to the ground, and the big sword armored man's armor fell to the ground as if it had fallen apart. Seeing this, Li Yu was completely relieved and finally fainted with peace of mind. Although he could enter and exit the dream plane freely and get out of the coma. But now his body is basically in a state of forced shutdown. Even if he wakes up, he can't hold on for long. Therefore, he didn't wake up immediately, but just kept replenishing memory fragments in the dream plane, digesting and absorbing, and restoring the lost spirit. As for the lost energy, he had to find nutrient solution to replenish it after going out. It's just a pity that the divine core fragments of this boss and the guard can't be touched. This time, I can only be regarded as earning 2 divine core fragments of the beast-riding spear-armored man. I hope I can get it back next time. In a trance, Li Yu felt a strange force surge into his body. Except for the ice prison characteristic, all the other 17 divine genes were without exception. Even the immortal divine gene, which had no active characteristics, received the amplification power. His whole body seemed to be soaked in a hot spring, and he almost cried out in comfort. The proportion of all enhancements this time should be around 260%. Not bad. Li Yu estimated that among the many characteristics just used, the deformation and extreme hardness characteristics were naturally the first. Even the absolute 0-degree characteristic was not used that much because he needed to cool down in a relatively stable situation. In general, the deformation characteristic was enhanced by 80% again, the extreme hardness characteristic was enhanced by 70%, and the remaining characteristics were basically evenly distributed 110%, each with its own enhancement. This time, I can't really rely on the deformation characteristic to perfectly transform my appearance into another species, right? Li Yu imagined with some pride. Although each characteristic is limited by the number of divine genes, the total amount of divinity corresponding to a single characteristic is insufficient, and the power used is not too strong. But he combined the use of power and was good at micro-manipulation, so his overall strength was much stronger than those evolvers who took a single route. If it were someone from another sequence, such as Tan Heod from the Vulcan sequence, he would have to control the divine mecha to unleash the terrifying power of the explosive characteristics, so that it could collapse medium-sized starships and destroy meteorites. If it were launched by the physical body, at best it would be equivalent to the power of an ordinary bomb. The limit of the launch ability at one time would be to blow down a building of more than 10 floors, which would be amazing. As for blowing it up, it would definitely not be possible. This power is actually not bad, but it is naturally not as good as various modern weapons. After all, the total amount of divinity is too different from the divine mecha. If you really want to have the strength to dismantle the mecha with your physical body, you must be at the high level of the heavenly rank, like He Guangzi. Moreover, according to He Guangzi, the divine mecha he can dismantle is only 30 meters in level. To break the 100-meter level with your physical body, you have to be a strong person above the heavenly rank to do it. Li Yi himself knew that although his physical combat power could be comparable to those of the lower-level heavenly ranks, if they used the powerful heavenly rank characteristics and attacked directly with the characteristics, he would probably not be able to withstand it. He could only rely on high dodge and absolute fluid protection to close the distance and decide the outcome. And if the characteristics of those masters had a high increase in close combat, or were hard to overcome close combat, then he would have no advantage. On the contrary, in mecha battles, he would be more likely to defeat the strong with the weak. After coming out of the characteristic spire, Li Yi lay in the nutrition cabin for 2 hours before he fully replenished his body's consumption. Moreover, the Xingyu No. 3 nutrient solution he had previously stored was completely used up, and he had to return to the Yaoqi ship to replenish it. Or go to the main base of the border star to exchange for part of it. Because the nutrient solution here was not specially formulated for his physique, it had some side effects. Li Yi still planned to return to the Yaoqi ship to replenish a sum of consumption after finishing this matter. As for now, he could only use the corresponding supplies carried on the starship as a substitute. As a participant in the Mecha Master competition, he has a certain amount of reimbursement, but if he exceeds the limit, he still needs to pay for it himself. Fortunately, he still has a few 100 million star coins left from his previous earnings, and tens of thousands of military merits, so he is not short of this money. In the past few days, because Li Yi always returns exhausted after breaking into the characteristic spire, he can't help but come to this medical cabin to lie down for a while. After a while, he has become more and more familiar with the medical soldier Tang Huxi. Today, Tang Huxi took the opportunity when Li Yi sat up from the medical cabin and boldly asked him for some fighting and self-cultivation skills. Li Yi felt that he had failed to try to enter the flow stage of the self-consciousness today. He shared with Tang Huxi some experiences on how to enter the state of absolute emptiness, and also completed his self-summary by the way, using teaching to strengthen his in-depth understanding of this theory. He told Tang Huxi the corresponding entry techniques, and adjusted Tang Huxi's body posture hand in hand to make her physical and mental state more natural. Not to mention, Tang Huxi's little hands are quite slippery. Yes, adjust your breathing and follow my rhythm slowly, don't let your mind wander, get rid of distracting thoughts. Li Yi was originally in a somewhat careless state, but as he adjusted, he found that Tang Huxi had quickly entered the state. Although it was still a long way from the wonderful state of absolute emptiness, looking at the rhythm of Tang Huxi's breath, it was clear that she had successfully entered the door. Li Yi's eyes slightly raised. Could this guy be a genius with extremely high self-control? Although this performance was much worse than his, it was already very strong compared to his teammates who had shared their experience before. After a while, Li Yi left a note, asking Tang Huxi to grasp this feeling and practice diligently, and he left quietly. Although Tang Huxi did have some talent, it was not his duty, Li Yi, to discover talents, so it was enough to leave some good karma. According to the normal trajectory, Tang Huxi would naturally participate in the Mecha Division assessment of the Border Star. As long as she performed well, she would be selected. Then she would grow slowly step by step. If she could become a teammate on the battlefield in the future, it would not be bad. As for now, Li Yi could not care so much. After coming out of the starship, I happened to meet everyone who was summarizing their experience as usual. Li Yi still had 2 chances, and he was going to try the Infinite Spire and the Conversion Spire. When he saw everyone, he stopped and listened to whether there was any new information. This is also the routine situation in the past few days. After completing the tower and daily practice, either they held a meeting to summarize and share experiences, or went to explore various places in the ruins. At this time, Liang Zhishan smiled and said, "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. I just completed the 5th level of the Vision Spire and gained some deception tactics." Li Yu was surprised. He didn't expect Liang Zhishan to be quite talented in the field of Vision Spire. Although his progress could not be compared with his, he was indeed the strongest among the people present. Even Mu Xianli stopped at the 5th level. It can be seen that there is a lot of room for development in the deception style. The 2 slender armored men he encountered before were also shaken several times by various fake moves. Thanks to these many actual combats, he also mastered the unique skills of the slender armored man in the 7th level, changing his shape and shadow. This move is essentially one of the top skills of the fraudulent style. When he just fought with a big sword armor man, he relied on this move to win a breather and seize the opportunity to turn the tables. If he didn't have this skill, it would be difficult to get this increase. It can be seen that even if his fighting skills have reached perfection, impeccable, and powerful, there are still many strange skills from various civilizations that need to be seen and learned. Li Yu smiled and said, "It seems that Instructor Liang has gained a lot in the Vision Spire." Liang Zhishan smiled reservedly, No, far inferior to you, just a few levels stronger than Lao Zhang." Zhang Pengting was speechless and said, Okay, you force it." He really had nothing to say, because he only got to the 2nd level of the Vision Spire and got stuck there. Among the crowd, his progress in the Vision Spire was the last. It is worth mentioning that Zhang Pengting was still lost when he broke through the characteristic spire later, and he could not get through the 1st level. Among the people present, 4 of Zhou Fuli's 6-member team cleared the 1st level of the characteristic spire, namely Zhou Fuli, Zhou Bingying, Li Taran and Zhao Jian. As for Li Yu's team, only Zhang Chaoquan, Su Weilu, Tan Haode, Liang Zhishan and Teng Zhuli cleared it. Among them, Zhou Fuli and Zhang Chaoquan broke through the 5th level and got stuck on the super long distance and super tortuous path of the 5th level, where it is easy to hit the wall, and the test of flying skills and spatial thinking is very high. I believe that these 2 will be able to reach the 6th level one after another after a few more times. Next are Zhou Bingying, Li Taran, Su Weilu, and Tan Haode, who are stuck in the 4th level. This level also tests flying skills and spatial thinking. Everyone is also stacking experience to try to get through. The rest of the people are either stuck in the 3rd or 2nd level. Like Hu Yidan, Lin Xiaohu or the other few people in the 6-member team, basically their spatial thinking or luck is worse, and they are also confused by various seas of clouds. In the end, they missed the time and needed time to get through. As for the 2 heavenly rank masters, they had naturally cleared the first 5 levels by relying on their strength. However, starting from the 6th level, the opponents they encountered were different. Even the pawns were several levels stronger than them. So Li Yu understood that starting from the 6th level, the difficulty of this characteristic spire would increase with strength, and it was necessary to defeat the strong with the weak in order to obtain more characteristic enhancement rewards. Li Yi, hurry up and finish the remaining 2 towers. Everyone is waiting for you to finish them before exploring the underground space under the northern ruins. Liang Zhishan saw that Li Yi was still listening to the conversation of the people, and hurriedly urged him. Li Yi laughed dumbly. It was rare for him to take the time to fish for a while, but he was urged. Okay, I'll go right away. He was about to leave. At this time, Zhou Bingying also finished the tower and walked over slowly. When she saw Li Yi, she immediately patted his shoulder with a smile and said, I should be promoted to heavenly rank in the next few days. Congratulate me. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. Isn't Zhou Fuli closer to the heavenly position? How come Zhou Bingying, the weakest of the 6, is 1 step ahead? Zhou Bingying laughed and said, Are you curious? Why am I so fast? Everyone was curious and asked immediately. Zhou Bingying smiled and said, It's very simple. To be promoted to the heavenly rank, one must first look at the divine gene, secondly the soul, and thirdly the physique. The 3 must be coordinated as one, which is also called the 3-in-1. Only when this condition is met can the promotion be successful. For example, I have been accumulating for 5 years at the top of the upper rank, and I have also adjusted for 5 years. Although my overall strength is not as good as my brother, I have adjusted more coordinatedly. This time, I broke through to the 6th level of the spiral spire, And this unknown strange power actually helped me coordinate the three elements. Now, I just need to slowly complete the final error, and then I can be promoted to the heavenly rank naturally. As for my brother and the others, although they have also reached the 6th level, due to the insufficient coordination of the three elements, they may have to break through 2 or 3 more levels before they can complete the 3 in 1. But looking at them like this, I'm afraid they will have to break through 2 or 3 more levels, which will delay them for more than half a year, and they may even get stuck there. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. The physique enhancement function of the spiral spire actually has this effect? Li Yu became curious and asked, Sister Bingying, Captain Zhou's 3 elements are not coordinated because the total amount of divine energy accumulated is too high? This leads to the imbalance of the 3 elements? If he is promoted to the heavenly position in this situation, will he be stronger? Zhou Bingying said, No, the coordination of the 3 elements is not mainly a matter of quantity, but a matter of fit. Although quantity has an impact, the fit is the most important. As for when to be promoted to the heavenly rank, if you can ensure the promotion, the later the better, so that you can accumulate enough total divinity and spiritual physique, so that the condensed divine nucleus is innately strong, and the subsequent improvement will be twice the result with half the effort. But, if you are not sure, it is better to do it as soon as possible, because this fit is dynamic, and you may fail if you delay for a while. People like me who are sure of promotion will choose to be promoted immediately. In this way, even if the subsequent growth is slower, it is only a matter of the early stage. When the accumulation is sufficient, it will be just as strong, of course, if you can choose. It is indeed better to accumulate enough before upgrading, so that the physique has not been strengthened and it is still easy to accept various divine radiations. When you reach the heavenly rank, even the divine radiation of B level and C level is no different from ordinary light, Li Yu said thoughtfully. So, after the upper evolver reaches 27 divine genes, can he choose to start coordinating the 3 elements? Zhou Bingying shook her head and said, No, we must first integrate all the divine genes and complete the coordination of genes before we can participate in the coordination of body and soul. This is why we are better than you upper evolutionists, because the divine genes in our bodies have been integrated, and the total amount of divinity, quality, and even characteristics are higher than those of ordinary upper evolutionists. The other people also had their own understandings. After all, in Li Yu's group, only Zhang Chaoquan has truly reached the top, and the others are basically hovering around 24, 25, and 26, and have not yet reached the top. Li Yu himself has a lofty goal, and 27 is naturally not the top. He can now exert such a good combat power with only 17 of them, so he pays more attention to the consolidation of the foundation. When it comes to the competition of high-level ranks, whoever has a more solid foundation will definitely have more advantages. Li Yu said, Then Sister Bingying, do you know about the cultivation after the heavenly rank? For example, after becoming a heavenly rank, how can you obtain the heavenly rank characteristics? Chapter 186 Ascension. Zhou Bingying said, After the 3 elements merge into one, the divine nucleus will be cultivated to a certain degree, and it will naturally contain the corresponding heavenly characteristics. Moreover, at this stage, the divine nucleus will also affect the ordinary genes in the body, making the physique more suitable for activating such heavenly characteristics. At this stage, the body has the real characteristic changes, and the power of the characteristics can be mobilized at will. So you see those low-level heavenly strong men, who are generally sharp and have obvious temperament characteristics. On the contrary, Chief Mu and Captain Lin have been able to gradually converge their physical signs, and not much can be seen. Everyone immediately felt that they had gained a lot. After all, they have not started the heavenly practice yet, so they all have their own ideas. Everyone asked a lot of questions, which made Zhou Bingying feel a headache. Some of them she couldn't answer, and finally fled. Li Yu also smiled, walked towards the Wulian spire, and started to break through the tower. The infinite spire is also quite interesting, but it requires a very high total amount of divinity. The lower the total amount, no matter how high the skills are, you can't pass the level. At most you can be a little faster than others. And it just so happens that Li Yu's biggest shortcoming at the moment is this. His physique, soul, and skills are all top-notch, and only the accumulation of the total amount of divinity needs to be endured. The first level is very simple. You only need to learn a breathing method that uses the divinity to breathe and penetrate in the body to pass the level. However, this breathing method is not very suitable for humans. Because the meridians corresponding to this breathing method are mostly those of divine civilized people, and humans are obviously inconsistent with them. However, even so, it has produced a considerable effect, allowing Li Yi to store the excess divinity naturally generated in the daily divine gene in various parts of the body. Although the storage rate is only 3% more, it can also increase his endurance in battle. From the second level, it is necessary to test how much the total amount of divinity can burst out at one time. Before, Li Yi was still a little short, but now that he has one more divine gene, I believe he should be able to pass this level. The second level of the infinite spire is a narrow place. An invisible force of suppression will be generated here, and the divinity must be released without any skills to offset this force of suppression. According to the information here, once the release of divinity is interrupted for more than 1 second, the suppression force will surge instantly and kick the challenger out of the tower. Li Yi has also tried the combination of absolute fluid and spin character skills to see if it works. Unexpectedly, he was kicked out in an instant. After that, he tried many ways, but basically all failed. This time he has increased the total amount of divinity a lot, and I believe he can pass this second level. He stood in the tower, feeling the invisible force suppressing him, and at the same time, he was quickly releasing the invisible and colorless divinity, adjusting his breathing at the same time, and maintaining his physical condition according to the rhythm of this infinite breathing method. These divinities are like free gas, forming a circle outside his body, slowly offsetting the heavy and slow power of the invisible force. In this way, every minute, the invisible force will be strengthened once. The total amount of divinity that Li Yi needs to release must also be increased accordingly to expand the range of the circle. Moreover, with each expansion, the invisible force that needs to be offset also increases exponentially. Just like that, 10 minutes later, before Li Yi reached his limit, the invisible force completely disappeared. Huh? Li Yi let out a long breath, and dense sweat seeped out from his forehead. He felt the changes in his body a little bit, and was a little surprised. This invisible force suppression can actually increase the reserves of divinity in my body. Just now, it has increased by about 1%. It seems that even if the human body and the divine civilization are not highly compatible, under this invisible force, it seems that the breathing method and the body can become more compatible. It's interesting. Is this the operation of the divine civilization to improve the compatibility of breathing methods and physique? I can also benefit from it. This experience was unknown to other people who entered the tower. Because they did not have the realm of Li Yi's power, any subtle changes in the body were easy to detect. Therefore, even if they slightly increased the reserves of divinity in their bodies, they still did not notice it. At the same time as the invisible force disappeared. Buzz! The thought stamp pierced into the head as always. Li Yi ignored it and decided to wait until he got out to remove the possible mysterious thoughts. In the past 7 days, they have formed a streamlined process and extracted about 40 mysterious thoughts in total. It is estimated that if a period of time passes, the clones will not be able to store these mysterious thoughts. The third level of the infinite spire is still the same rhythm. According to those who have entered the tower before, the third level requires a total of 24 divinities to pass. Li Yi naturally has no hope of passing, but it does not prevent him from increasing the total divinity reserves. Soon, after 5 minutes, he reached his limit and was kicked out of the infinite spire. The suppression force of this level is even greater. In 5 minutes, he actually increased his body's divinity reserves by 0.8%, which is quite good. Next is the vision spire. He has been stuck for a long time in the 9th level of the vision spire. This time, he didn't waste too much time and was kicked out in half an hour. Starting from the 9th level, it is not just as simple as cracking various fraudulent attacks, but searching for real objects in a huge illusion space with high simulation. Li Yi rushed to the 9th level the next day. For the next 6 days, he was stuck at the 9th level. He was kicked out every time he dragged it to the end of the half-hour time limit. Because no one gave him a reference, he could only explore on his own. He still hasn't figured out what the key to this level is. Because he didn't understand what the key was, the memory fragments that were refreshed were somewhat insignificant and did not involve the core. Li Yi estimated that at this pace, it would take a long time to refresh the corresponding memory fragments to help him pass the level. Moreover, although everyone named this the Vision Spire, it is not highly relevant to the knowledge of virtual reality after all. He estimated that he might have to break into a higher level to get access to related knowledge. in a temporary rest tent area built by everyone outside the spire. Liang Zhishan was surprised and said, "Li Yi, you have been weak these days. Except for the characteristic spire, the other towers are all out in half an hour." Li Yi shrugged and said, "I can't help it. I am only good at the towers I am good at." Although Li Yi's progress in most spire towers is several levels higher than everyone else, the time Li Yi spends in each spire has been declining every day in the past few days, which means that Li Yi has reached his limit. Everyone was originally full of expectations for him, but now they also have some feelings. Even a genius like Li Yi will encounter many difficulties to challenge the inheritance spire left by the ancient divine civilization. It can be seen that the divine civilization is indeed profound. For a moment, he felt a little more relieved for his low progress in the tower. The corners of Li Yi's mouth twitched slightly. Seeing this, Liang Zhishan immediately smiled and said, "Li Yi, you can wait until I surpass your progress in the Vision Spire." Su Weilu said, "In the Infinite Spire, I will firmly suppress your Captain Li." Tan Hao also showed a rare smile and said, "Captain Li hasn't had much time to break through the Conversion Spire these days. I'll wait for you in the 5th level." Zheng Chaoquan said, "Captain Li, then you wait for me to surpass you in the Characteristic Spire." Li Yi laughed and said, "Let's go, let's leave it alone. Let's continue to explore the ruins of the Calabash Man." In a blink of an eye, 1.5 months have passed in the exploration of the heritage ruins. There are only about 10 days left before the competition ends. The Calabash Man's laboratory did not find anything else. Li Yi dug deep into the ground, but he couldn't find the codebook or the record files related to the notebook. It was a pity. He used the 2 notebooks he found before as codebooks to try to decipher them. The result was disappointing. Both books were useless. Finally, everyone could only transform the Gourd Man's laboratory into a C-class divine mecha and take it back. Because this was something Li Yi discovered independently, if he exchanged for military merits and deducted the management fee, he could personally take all the military merits corresponding to this divine mecha. It was not bad. As for the password on the sand table and the various spire models, they were naturally taken back together. Although they didn't know what the use of those model spires was, everyone naturally froze all these things and kept them as they were to prevent the positions from moving and changing due to the activities of the starship, causing incorrect changes in information. Over the past month, Li Yi has fought many times in the characteristic spire. Although he has been stuck in the next 8th level, his personal strength has improved quite well. Through many high-intensity battles, he successfully condensed 3 divine genes, reaching the level of 20. When he reached 19, it was natural to advance to the upper level of evolution, and his physique was also transformed. He estimated that his physique had steadily reached the level of the 1st stage of the heavenly position, and even approached the level of the 2nd stage, which was quite good. There was no obvious change in the appearance of the body during this transformation. Although it also consumed a lot of Starship nutrient solution reserves, exceeding many personal quotas, there was indeed no visible change. Only he could feel it. That was the feeling of stronger internal organs, tougher body, and more durable. Adding the burst skills of version 3.1, pure physical combat, most likely he could wrestle with Mu Xian Li. Of course, all this was Li Yi's estimation. He had never actually fought, and there was no such opportunity. The strength gap between each level of the heavenly rank was also very large. He estimated that it would take 24 divine genes to condense the physical body to completely reach the strength of the 2nd level of the heavenly rank. But Li Yi was already quite satisfied. The strength of the evolver was also exponentially magnified. The strength gap between the 1st level of the heavenly rank and the top level was greater than the gap between the top level and ordinary people. Basically, without a strong enough foundation, the higher the strength, the easier it is to wipe out the previous advantages. Just like for an ordinary family, saving a few thousand yuan a month is already quite good, and life is rich enough. But if it is a wealthy family, it is normal for the daily expenditure to be the total income of an ordinary family for several years. The same is true for the generation of divine genes. There are shortcuts. For example, if you get a lot of A-level and S-level divine core fragments, families with conditions should not let their offspring be exposed to radiation when they are young, so as not to be unable to bear it. When they can withstand high-level divine radiation at a certain stage, it is naturally easier for people with ordinary backgrounds to become upper-level evolvers at a young age. Only when you reach the stage of heaven, you need to truly integrate the 3 elements into one, and test your talent, skills and mentality. This gives geniuses from ordinary families the opportunity to catch up. As for Li Yi's other spire, they have also made progress, but the comprehensive benefits are not as high as those brought by the characteristic spire. For example, the conversion spire learns the skills of converting the nature of divine energy, which is actually not bad. But Li Yi's previous focus has always been on the three towers of characteristics, infinity, and spiral. Sometimes it is the soul, sometimes other knowledge-based spire, and he often cannot spare the number of towers to convert the spire. After all, in the long run, the three towers of characteristics, infinity, and spiral are definitely more valuable in the long run. Each of them improved their characteristics, total amount of divinity, skills and physique, and the benefits were very good. As for the conversion tower, it was just to learn the skills of transforming the nature of divine energy, which could be arranged later. The only thing worth mentioning about the various knowledge towers was that he had some clues on deciphering the soul tower. As for the other towers, although many details of the challenges were recorded, many of them did not involve language, and it was difficult for him to decipher them. When he had time to perfect the deciphering skills that had been abandoned during this period, he would probably be able to decipher the most basic part of the soul secrets. In any case, the comprehensive benefits during this period can be said to be quite rich. One day, after everyone finished the tower challenge, they held a meeting as usual to exchange and share experiences. Suddenly, Xia Ozhuang reminded, "We have received intelligence from the front. During the harassment operation launched by the aliens half a month ago, it has been determined that some alien starships have flowed into our surrounding star fields. Please be alert. In addition to exploring the spire, if you find any alarm, please immediately activate the divine mecha and be ready for battle at any time." Zhang Pengting said, "Is it common to see aliens like this? Why do you all look unsurprised?" Captain Zhou Fueli smiled and said, "This is neither common nor rare. Basically, every few years, a group of alien slaves will flow over to search for heritage relics. These people are basically no different from the suicide soldiers. They come here to die. Of course, it is not ruled out that one or two big fish have sneaked in, or a mecha master with real alien blood. Aliens like this are truly strong, with rich equipment, strong total divinity, skilled use of characteristics, and great lethality. Moreover, they often have extremely high survival and lurking skills, and it is very likely that they will bypass the defense line and infiltrate the mainstream planets in our human territory, so, we will not show mercy to these roving gangs. We will definitely hunt them down with heavy troops and will not let them sneak in easily," Zhou Bingying also said with great pride. "That's right, even if they can kill us, so what? We already have 3 heavenly ranks here, just kill them without leaving a single piece of armor." Seeing Zhou Bingying's arrogance, everyone couldn't help laughing. A month ago, Zhou Bingying successfully promoted to heavenly rank, and she was eager to try and find someone to test her hand. Even though her divine mecha has not been upgraded, since she has the physique and total divinity of heavenly rank, even if she controls a B-level mecha, she can naturally exert a powerful strength that suppresses other B-levels, and she is naturally very proud. Fortunately, Zhou Bingying suppressed this impulse, otherwise, except for the 2 heavenly ranks in Li Yi, no one present would be her opponent. As for Zhou Fueli, he can probably hold on for a while longer. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed, and there are still 7 or 8 days before the end of the competition. Li Yi also decided that in the remaining time, he would no longer break through the spiral spire that had been stuck for a long time, but try the conversion spire that he had never tried before. After this wave of tower breaking, it is time to set off back to the border star to get the ranking of this competition and the quota of the Earth ruins. After that, it is natural to wait for the next time when the strength has a leap, or when the human side gets the flying northern ruins, and then choose an opportunity to explore and learn all kinds of divine scientific and technological knowledge. When you find clues to decipher the sand table code, you can also find an opportunity to get the so-called secret book of time. Judging from the simple description of the text, the secret book of time should be quite effective. It is also the only thing that Li Yi has come into contact with related to time and space characteristics so far. Coincidentally, both are related to the gourd man. At this moment, Li Yi stood in front of the conversion spire, using clever strength to offset the section of the door frame, and walked slowly. Click! Li Yi stepped in, and the metal door suddenly closed. A dark space suddenly burst into a burst of flames on the ground in the center. Li Yu's slender and muscular body slowly walked from the darkness into the light area generated by the flames. According to other people's experience in breaking through the tower, isn't the environment of the first level a bright water area? Why is mine so different? Li Yu frowned slightly. At this moment, a strange voice came to Li Yu's mind. The sound fluctuations were very special, somewhat like the pronunciation of the ant-fly man, but also slightly different. In the fuzzy, Li Yu relied on his translation skills and half-guessed, "You are finally here, the younger generation who got my Yuan core fragment." For a moment, Li Yu was shocked. Yuan core fragments? Could it be the Gourd Man? Could it be that the Gourd Man's secret book of years is hidden in the conversion spire? Or because he carried 4 immortal divine Yuan cores on his body, he triggered the Gourd Man's other arrangements? Immediately, he hurriedly translated other sound information. Chapter 187 Map. Congratulations, from the moment you get the fragment of the immortal nucleus, you will have the opportunity to obtain true immortality like me. The universe is vast, and only the immortal nucleus can touch immortality. All sequenced divinities are just the foil of the immortal divinity, and are all ants crawling at the feet of eternity. This is the basis of fighting. Since you have triggered this image of mine, it means that you have obtained at least 4 fragments. Now, I will leave you a small test, a puzzle that is neither big nor small. As long as you can solve it, you can get the star map of the specific location of my remaining immortal nucleus fragments. While Li Yu was half-guessing the language of the ant-fly people with greatly changed accents. The color of the flame in front gradually changed from fiery red to purple-white, and then a series of pictures appeared. On the screen, a series of images with unclear meanings flashed. There were mountains and rivers, as well as galaxies. The perspective changed intricately, and the page switching was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of images flashed by, and each one was completely different, just like a fast-forwarded movie projection. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of images flashed by. Then, the flame in front of Li Yu gradually shrank and then went out. It would have been fine if these images were displayed so quickly, but they were only displayed once. Li Yu raised his eyebrows. Thanks to his gift of holographic memory, he could view them at any time in the dream plane, otherwise he would have to use a high-frequency ultra-clear camera to capture them all. He shook his head and checked each image in his memory in order. The first page was a picture of a beautiful mountain and water from an upward angle, with clear flowing water, fish swimming under the flowing water, pebbles next to the fish, the sky reflected on the pebbles, and the green mountains under the sky, forming a beautiful and harmonious natural scene. This page made Li Yu particularly suspicious that it was taken from the Earth hundreds of years ago. Because in his huge memory bank, only the Earth hundreds of years ago had such scenery. The second page was a horizontal shot of an unfamiliar galaxy, like a flat funnel, densely covered with stars, very spectacular. The third page was probably an enlarged picture of a microorganism, which looked very strange, with sparse and short tentacles, a square body, and many fine red dots around it. Li Yu flipped through them one by one, but was confused for a moment. Is it that the image itself has no meaning, but the information pattern behind the image hides the star map? One image hides a star map, including detailed coordinate information, or is it that my ability is limited, and the picture I see is actually incomplete, and I can't see the complete information displayed by higher intensity creatures? Has this Gourd Man lived too long and is too bored, so he likes to solve so many puzzles? While guessing, the scene in front of Li Yu had changed, forming a clear water area like a mirror. This water area was exactly the scene of the first level of the transformation spire that everyone had explained before. At this point, Li Yu decided to put aside his speculation about these pictures for the time being and start learning the techniques of divine energy conversion. In this first level, what needs to be done is not to involve the process of converting divinity into energy and then adjusting the energy into multiple properties. Instead, the free key of divinity is first converted into a state that is light but can support the body, so that people can stand on this low-density water for 10 minutes. This is not difficult. A basic beginner mecha master with sufficient divinity operation skills and a certain balance can complete this level. Immediately, a layer of invisible and colorless divinity appeared under Li Yu's feet, lifting him up a few centimeters off the ground. He stepped forward. Wow! The water wave spread lightly and spread to the surroundings. Li Yu nodded slightly. It was indeed very easy. Soon, he stood waiting for the time to come, while closing his eyes to check the puzzle image given by the Gourd Man in his memory. When he saw page 3182, his face moved slightly. He had seen this picture in his parallel memory. Moreover, it should be on Earth. Although it was only the Earth in a parallel world, not the Earth of today, it was a cave, a natural scene, and most likely there were such caves on this Earth. Interesting. Could it be that these so-called puzzles are just simple physical object recognition, and we need to find the area according to the pictures on the scene? However, this would conflict with the so-called star map of the gourd man. Did I misunderstand the translation, or is there another meaning? While thinking, Li Yu also reached 10 minutes and successfully passed the level. Then, buzz! The thought stamp was inserted into his mind as usual, and Li Yu ignored it and excluded the perception hidden in the stamp, waiting to remove the mysterious thoughts. The scene of the second level was also different. It was a sea of fire. It was necessary to transform the divinity into some kind of high-intensity flowing airflow to blow away the sea of fire. This step was not difficult. As long as the total amount of divinity reached the upper level, it could be completed. Li Yu naturally completed it very easily. The scene of the third level was an area of lightning and thunder. This level also began to involve transforming the divinity into uncontrollable energy to offset the lightning that kept striking. If you use other skills such as Divine Shield, you will be kicked out and can only operate according to the requirements of the information prompt. At the beginning, Tan Hao had also mastered the method of transforming unstable energy in this level, successfully exerted his explosive characteristics to a higher level, and his combat power increased a lot. The difficulty of this level began to increase. Fortunately, Li Yu was thinking about it day and night and pondering it all the time with various tower-breaking activities during this period, and he could often brush out various memory fragments of divine control skills. Although it is not closely related to the nature transformation, it is essentially the skill category of divine control. Therefore, the divine control skills that he had reached proficiency before are gradually moving towards mastery. It is estimated that if it continues for a while, this entire skill category can be brushed into a mastery level skill. At that time, the combat power will be slightly raised. Therefore, with so many jades from other mountains, his divine energy transformation in the third level was also a little bit of a try, and it was soon successful. At this moment, under the dark clouds of lightning and thunder, one after another, invisible divinities floated out of Li Yu's body and slowly transformed into unstable divine energy, showing a faint blue color. Suddenly, boom! The first lightning began to strike down. In the dark clouds, the thumb-thick snake snaked down and suddenly touched the free divine energy more than 10 meters above Li Yu's head. Bang! With a loud bang, the lightning and the unstable divine energy touched each other and suddenly exploded, making a violent shock sound. Although this sound cannot be compared with the terrifying thunder of the mysterious thought appearing in the world, it is also slightly more powerful. However, Li Yu knew that this level also needed to persist for 10 minutes, which was not easy. He immediately stepped up to release the divinity, and the divinity was constantly squeezed and rubbed through the information prompts of the spire, and transformed into a series of faint blue gas masses, suspended more than 10 meters above. Any higher would be beyond his limit. If the divinity has not been transformed into energy, with his current out-of-body control skills and soul strength, he can freely control it 15 or 16 meters away from the body. But if it is converted into energy, it will basically be out of control and not belong to him. Therefore, he cannot create too much of this unstable energy at one time. If he creates too much, it will also touch each other and cause an explosion. If there is lightning in the gap between the explosions, then he's out. When Li Yu created a large group of free energy, another lightning also struck. Crack! Boom! Boom! In the area, lightning flashed frequently, illuminating everything. Finally, Li Yu barely made it to the end of the third level and let out a long breath. Not bad, this thundering sound. If it were another evolver, his eardrum would be blown up. No wonder most of you didn't make it through the third level. Only 2 people in the heavenly position and a few people in the Thunder God and Fire God sequence passed this level. To convert divinity into unstable energy, the divinity of the Fire God and Thunder God sequence is extremely easy to succeed. The Ice God and Wind God sequence are relatively stable, and it is not easy to successfully convert them through squeezing and friction. It can be seen that the difficulty of converting divine energy also depends on the characteristics of the divinity itself. The scene of the 4th level is still a scene of thunder and lightning. However, the intensity of lightning has to be much stronger. Li Yu must create a larger unstable divine energy group to complete the detonation of lightning. If the intensity is not enough, the lightning will have a surplus to shoot directly through. Therefore, even if it is blocked for a moment, as long as it leaks through, it will still be eliminated. And this level also stuck everyone except Mu Xianli. Even Lin Wendong did not pass this level, and the unstable divine energy group he created was still not strong enough. It can be seen that although the total amount of divinity of the heavenly strong is much stronger than that of the upper evolutionary, the quality of divinity is not far behind. Of course, it may also be because the divinity of the celestial god sequence is stable enough, but it is not easy to rub it into unstable energy. Lin Wendong's strength has hindered his continued clearance. And Mu Xianli can successfully pass this level because this is his family sequence, and playing with the characteristics of lightning is his basic skill. Even if he did not learn the corresponding transformation skills here, he has mastered a lot of tricks through many practices. Now with the help of this spire, it is naturally like fire meeting dry wood, and it is very fierce. Li Yishan is now gradually entering the proficient stage of divine control skills, and there are many kinds of divine powers in his body, so there are many ways to play. However, the total amount of divine powers of his single characteristic is insufficient, and he needs to consider the adaptability of different divine powers when micro-manipulating, which is also a trouble. Therefore, he persisted until the 7th minute of the 4th level, but was missed by a flash of lightning, and fell directly to the street, leaving the conversion spire regretfully. However, he was not dissatisfied with this. After getting familiar with the rhythm, he could still pass the 4th level. In the last few days, he basically decided to soak in these spire towers and brush the spire to his own limit. At present, the exploration progress of his various spire towers is the 11th level of the spiral spire, the 9th level of the vision spire, the 8th level of the characteristic spire, the 4th level of the infinite spire, and the 4th level of the conversion spire. The other knowledge spire towers, except for the soul spire tower, which is sure to pass the 1st level before leaving, only record the corresponding knowledge information or information mode. After the relevant basic knowledge is improved, or as time goes by, enough subject knowledge is brushed, it should be possible to apply it to other things. Of course, if the decryption skill is perfected, it should also improve the clearance rate of the knowledge-based spire. As for the people in the group, several of them have also explored more or less and sorted out a lot of knowledge. I believe that this knowledge can bring them a lot of points and help them enter the top 10. However, in general, the ones who have a better chance of entering the top 10 are basically only Zhang Chaoquan, Su Weilu, Tan Haode, Liang Zhishan, and Hu Yiden. They either performed well in exploring the spire and gained different knowledge, or they made great contributions in the battle and gained a lot when facing the mecha interception of the mysterious idea before. Or both. Some other people are limited by their strength, and the exploration height of each spire is indeed not high. The points are estimated to be not many, and the hope of entering the top 10 is much lower. After all, it is impossible for other groups to gain nothing in 2 months. As long as the captains are not too unlucky, as long as they find 1 or 2 mining stars that are not recorded, I believe it will be enough to enter the top 10. As for Lin Huai, the injured number, naturally there is no chance at all. Fortunately, those who fell behind naturally did not give up, and tried to find ways to break through in other knowledge towers to obtain the first batch of insight knowledge. Bang! Li Yu was ejected from the conversion tower. Liang Zhishan seemed to have been waiting for him here. Seeing him ejected, he immediately said, "How is it? Judging from your time, you should have reached the 3rd or 4th level, right?" Li Yu shook his head and said, "The 4th level, why are the others?" Liang Zhishan said, "Something happened. There are aliens wandering outside. They are very powerful. Commander Mu and Captain Lin went to meet them." Li Yu was surprised and said, "Then why don't you enter the divine mecha?" He looked and found no trace of the divine mecha. Liang Zhishan said, "Because the wandering area is not on our planet 33, the activity range of the wandering aliens outside is on the nearby planet 29. The aliens have mastered the means to detect free divinity. If we activate it, this position is likely to be detected remotely." 2 commanders, we all used small starships to deliver them to the vicinity of planet 31, and then activated them to kill them. Li Yu suddenly realized, in order to prevent our southern ruins from being remotely observed by them and pass on the message, have our divine mechas been stored in a starship? Liang Zhishan nodded and said, "That's right, let's go to the starship first." The starship is now setting up a large virtual projection to cover the entire overturned dome of the ruins. After the coverage is completed, our group will set out to support After all, if we leave here without arranging anything, once it is detected remotely, it will be troublesome. Once the message is passed back, the defense pressure on the border star will definitely increase greatly. Li Yu nodded immediately, and he and Liang Zhishan quickly leaped forward and climbed up the wall. Since the divine mechas have been put back into storage by the starship, they can only crawl out to leave here. Of course, it's not that they can't fly. It's hard to detect remotely when their divine mechas are activated. But since things have come to this point, there's no need to make things complicated. Inside the ship, everyone stayed in the cockpit, watching Xia Zhuang remotely command the robots to set up virtual projection equipment. Li Yu already had enough knowledge of virtual reality at this moment, and he quickly understood Xia Zhuang's operation logic. So that's it. 8 projection devices and a small computing machine jointly constructed a small hill with a high degree of simulation. Xia Zhuang turned to look at Li Yi and said in surprise, "You can do it, Li Yi. Can you understand the calculation code of my hillside virtual image?" Li Yi said, "Not bad, I have studied it a little." Xia Zhuang said, "Very good. If you are not too talented, I would like to suggest that you switch from a mecha master to specializing in virtual reality. It is basically easy to switch from an evolver to other fields. After all, the basic brain power is much stronger than other non-evolvers." Li Yu said, "Then I will definitely refuse." Xia Zhuang smiled and said, "Of course, you should refuse. Your talent should be used in a higher-end field." As he was talking, the virtual projection in front had been set up. Xia Zhuang confirmed that it was complete and pressed the key to start. Then, the overturned ruins dome instantly returned to its original state in front of everyone, as if it had never been overturned. The traces on the ground were all in line with the scene next door. But soon, Xia Zhuang frowned. Li Yu also discovered the problem and said, "There are too many traces of the ground around here being bombarded by divine energy cannons. Various shock waves have swept through it, and it is very different from this oil surface farther away. If the aliens are more careful, wouldn't they also discover the abnormality?" Xia Zhuang said, "Indeed, Captain Lin has caused me a big trouble. We had a great time fighting at that time, but there are so many traces around." Li Yu thought for a moment and said, "How about we set up a larger one? I'll assist you." Xia Zhuang sighed and said, "Okay, that's the only way." "Wait, you assist?" Li Yu nodded and said, "It just so happens that I learned the information you gave me before, and I have some experience." Xia Zhuang said in disbelief, "Haha, don't lie to me. It took me many years to master it back then." "You have experience in just 2 months, Li Yu said, "then just tell me whether you need assistance or not. Time waits for no one. If the aliens really discover the abnormality here, the subsequent pressure on the border star will be great." Xia Zhuang was immediately entangled. Li Yu shouted, "Hurry up and assign the tasks to me. Are you still an upper-level evolver? Why are you so fussy? As long as it's not too difficult, even if it's a hardware problem, I can handle it. Please do it as soon as possible." Xia Zhuang was stunned and nodded immediately. "Okay." He immediately started to operate on the keyboard. Not to mention Xia Zhuang, everyone in the group, Zhou Fuli's group of 6, etc., were also stunned by Li Yi. After all, since they met Li Yi, Li Yi has always been very gentle and considerate of others' emotions. Moreover, in just 2 months, was he really so cruel that he found time to learn this complicated virtual reality knowledge? Chapter 188 Potential. The deployment tasks that Li Yi received were to command the robot to deploy the projection equipment in the fan-shaped area west of the southern ruins, as well as to debug the hardware and software. The specific calculation code AI auxiliary tool has been run out, and he only needs to adjust the details, compare the real scenes around, and adjust the parameters. It sounds simple, but it is still the same sentence. It is not difficult for those who know, but it is difficult for those who don't. Although Li Yi has stagnated in his study of virtual reality for the past 2 months, due to the special knowledge of virtual reality, the quality of the memory fragments refreshed every day is very high. One is worth several. Therefore, even if he only absorbs some occasionally during this period, he has reached a level close to mastery. After this operation, the hands are crackling on the virtual keyboard without pausing, which makes everyone stunned. Half an hour later, the area west of the ruins was debugged by Li Yi and started. Buzz! The light of the holographic projection quickly covered the surrounding area, and the various huge scratches caused by the terrifying shock wave quickly disappeared. turning into a picture that was exactly the same as before the battle. Seeing this, Liang Zhishan compared the pictures that Xia Zhuang had already finished for a moment, and said in a daze, Li Yu's pictures are actually more realistic. Everyone looked over and found that although the holographic projection style of Xia Zhuang was also realistic, there was always a sense of disharmony. Although this disharmony was very slight, it was almost invisible without close observation. But it does exist. Su Weilu said, it seems that although Xia Zhuang's technology is still temporarily superior to Li Yi, his art foundation is weaker than Li Yi. The things that Li Yi adjusted probably took into account a lot of factors such as light refraction and material reflection differences. Everyone thought about it and it was true. On the other side, after Li Yi completed the layout of the western area, he also began to assist Xia Zhuang in the final layout of the northern area. Soon, after another 20 minutes, the surrounding area was finally completely covered. And this time, more than a dozen projection equipment were used, and they had to be stationed here. This ultra-high-definition virtual projection equipment can cover a large area of several kilometers for lossless projection. The material cost is high, and one unit costs hundreds of millions of star coins. The subsequent maintenance and installation of power assembly equipment is also very expensive. It is estimated that at least 2 billion star coins will be spent on comprehensive maintenance costs every year, which is a lot of money. After completing all this, Xia Zhuang looked at everything that Li Yi helped to debug, looked at him in disbelief, and shook his head and said, it seems that your initial brain power is very high. After evolution, your wisdom has been further magnified. Therefore, even if you are both upper-level evolvers, there is a huge gap in brain power. Li Yi did not respond. Whenever faced with such feelings, he would choose to change the subject or simply let the other party continue to make up the reason. Liang Zhishan said, okay, Liaison Officer Zhuang, don't be shocked, let's set off quickly to support the two commanders. Xia Zhuang said, no hurry. The two commanders probably haven't arrived at the target location yet. And the movement of the starship taking off will also be at risk of being detected remotely. I have released several small detection satellites to confirm the movements of the aliens in the surrounding area. When they leave our field of vision a little, we will take off immediately. Lin Guotao asked curiously, speaking of which, don't the aliens have similar means of automatic monitoring by robots? Xia Zhuang said, yes, but the characteristic of the aliens is that they are fully divine and technological, which is different from some of our human experts who insist on human technology as the main body. Therefore, their remote detection means are more based on small 30-meter class divine mechas, and those who control this type of 30-meter class divine mechas are basically brainwashed human slaves. Moreover, the aliens have a high degree of abuse of ideological stamps. According to experts' speculation, although they have mastered a lot of divine technology, they are also a very strict caste slave system due to the large difference in internal strength. Teng Zhili was surprised and asked, caste slavery? Xia Zhuang said, yes. They obtained the divine mecha much earlier than us. It is said that it was at least tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. It should have been primitive worship at first, and then evolved into a unique resource for the mecha master tribe. Then it is estimated that because they obtained a lot of thought steel nails, they began to produce slavery of thought control. The entire evolutionary history is very long. I just heard it from a few experts I know. After all, it is not a professional field, and I can't understand so many twists and turns, right? Everyone looked weird when they heard it. If the Quan clan of the human site evolves for a long time, will it gradually become two species, human and non-human? The descendants of ordinary evolvers are fine. It is estimated that after a few generations of genetic mutations, they will gradually return to normal. But the Cheyenne way is truly inhuman. This kind of gene stability is not low. Once it is inherited and evolved from generation to generation, it may not be impossible to avoid such changes. Lin Guotao asked, in that case, is it possible for us humans to have this kind of evolution in the future? For example, is the Cheyenne Quan clan very likely? Xia Zhuang said, I don't think so. The evolution of civilization is accidental. First of all, we humans and aliens are not the same species. What happens to them may not happen to us. The biggest problem is that the Cheyenne strong are reproductively isolated. If you want to have children, you can only have two Quan clans, or have one with an ordinary evolver before advancing, and as you can see, many descendants of the Quan clan are not necessarily powerful. which means that it must be passed down for a very long time to accumulate enough non-human genes. I estimate that it will take at least hundreds of generations, or even more, before an entire clan will be born extraordinary. In the past few hundred years, among the descendants of a Xianhui, there is a high probability that one or two genetically special geniuses will appear within 3 generations. That's considered a win. After listening, everyone thought it made sense. Liang Zhishan said, in fact, the future is a matter of the future. It is too early to worry about it now. We don't have the life of the gourd man who can live for tens of thousands of years, so there is no need to worry about things that may or may not happen in the future. Besides, isn't it good for humans to be stronger? Why do you think on the premise of being oppressed by the strong? Lin Guotao shrugged and said, okay, I just put forward an immature idea. After all, there are not many humans. If those people in the cult have stronger power and evolve from generation to generation, then wouldn't our human race be like a cancer tumor? This is indeed a controversial issue. After all, humans are not wholeheartedly united. Only when facing aliens can they be deeply united. Zhou Bingying slammed the table and said, that's enough. Each generation has its own mission. The mission of our generation is not only to defend the country from the enemy, but to become bigger and stronger and completely defeat the aliens. We only need to focus on our own affairs. Others, wait until you reach the corresponding height, then consider it. Don't worry about these things. When you become strong enough, won't the world turn according to your wishes? The only remaining Xianhui strongmen on the scene spoke, and everyone naturally stopped talking. This topic ends here. Li Yi smiled at the right time and said, everyone has their own reasons, but when facing a powerful enemy, the most taboo is to change your mind, otherwise it will harm others and yourself. Lin Guotao, you must concentrate when the battle starts later, don't be distracted by accident. Lin Guotao nodded and said, okay. Zhiao said, in fact, you don't have to worry that humans and aliens will take the same development path. I firmly believe that the path we humans take is correct. It's just that the road is long and there will be twists and turns from time to time. As he spoke, Zhiao had already started operating the starship. Li Yi said, have you found a gap? Zhiao nodded and said, yes, they just happened to fly to the back of planet 32. Let's take off quickly now. Everyone can take a break and get enough energy. The headquarters has also sent troops here. Let's fight a beautiful annihilation battle. Thinking about it, I haven't been on the battlefield in person for almost 10 years, which makes me excited. As he spoke, Zhiao's eyes sparkled, and it was obvious that he was looking forward to the upcoming battle. Li Yi's heart moved slightly, and he asked curiously, did Liaison Officer Zhuang not participate in the war for more than 10 years because he changed his job? Hearing this, the brilliance in Zhuang's eyes dimmed slightly. He glanced at Li Yi and said, let me tell you this, I was also a good player who reached a high position before the age of 30, but my root is the same as yours, a composite root, absorbing the divine radiation of 3 sequences. Currently, I have accumulated more than 30 divine genes, but it is a long way to go before I can become a heavenly position. Because I must accumulate 81 before I can start the 3-in-1. Of course, I can also settle for the second best and accumulate 18 or even 9 genes in one sequence, but in this way, the difficulty of the 3-in-1 will be greater, and the power will be weakened. It is really not cost-effective, and a lot of time has been wasted. Liang Zhishan was also puzzled, but even so, if you participate in battles frequently, can't you increase the speed of the cohesion of the divine genes? Zhiao shrugged and said, because my potential has reached the top. The 32nd gene has been stuck for 8 years, the 33rd gene has been stuck for nearly 12 years, and the 34th gene has been stuck for 18 years and has not moved since then. Don't look at me as young, I am actually over 70 years old, but I advanced to the upper level earlier, so I look young. By the way, after the number of divine genes exceeds 27, it is also somewhat useful for delaying aging, but it is a pity that divine genes are becoming more and more difficult to condense. Everyone was shocked. Although the upper evolutionary can live for more than 200 years, according to the proportion, more than 70 years old is equivalent to more than 30 years old in the 100-year-old era. But this is still too outrageous. Zhiao looks like this, with red lips and white teeth, ruddy complexion, and thin body. He is definitely a weak little boy. Liang Zhishan? I didn't expect you to be my grandfather. Liang Zhishan looks like a handsome man with a strong back and a strong body, but his face is well-groomed. At first glance, he pays great attention to personal skincare. But in this state, due to his swollen muscles, he looks like he is in his 40s, a little older than his actual age. Xiao Zhuang smiled shyly. Not really, almost like your father, Liang Zhishan. Everyone laughed at once. Li Yu understood that the so-called peak potential meant that Xiao Zhuang's soul strength had reached its limit. His divine gene capacity reached the limit at 34. Or there might be room, but the growth rate was obviously too slow. After thinking for a while, Li Yu sent a communication and asked in private, "Have you tried other means to improve your potential?" Xiao Zhuangzi glanced at the communication, moved his fingers slightly, and quickly replied, "I understand what you mean. I am also a participant in the God Mecha project, but I failed. I can't bear the load of the thought steel nail. Although I can strengthen my soul, it takes several months to strengthen it once, which is too inefficient, so I took the initiative to apply for a job transfer and become a developer of the third generation of virtual reality." Li Yu asked in the communication, "The so-called unbearable, does it mean that I can't resist a close-range influence of the thought steel nail, or?" Xiao Zhuang typed back, "Yes, maybe I haven't suffered much since I was a child, and my soul is not strong enough. This is what the soul expert said, but I don't think so. Let's chat privately if we have a chance." After all, it's inconvenient. Li Yu naturally had a lot of questions to ask a senior who participated in the God Mecha project. He immediately replied, "Then let's go to the lounge to talk after this war is over." As they talked, everyone gradually calmed down and found a place to rest and recuperate. It takes about an hour to fly there, and this time is definitely not enough for training. Rest is the best choice. About 1 hour and 10 minutes later, Xiao Zhuang woke everyone up. "It's almost done, everyone. We have arrived 3,000 kilometers outside the battle group of the two commanders. The rest of the distance should be flown by you. The starship is the base camp and cannot get close to your battlefield. Of course, at the critical moment, my long-range laser cannon will support you. Although it can't break the defense, it can still block the opponent." Naturally, everyone had no objection and quickly entered the divine mecha and started. Zhou Bingying said, "As for the command, Li Yi, your team will leave it to you to arrange. We will not intervene to avoid collisions." In the cockpit, Li Yu nodded slightly. Xiao Zhuang said, "Now I will report the combat power of the aliens. Please arrange the strategy and tactics in advance. There is one A-class combat force, cooperating with other mechas to fight with the two commanders, 8 B-class combat forces, all of which are over 120 meters. They are not weak and are also the focus of our attack this time. There are 14 C-class combat forces, mainly around 70 to 80 meters. Our number is slightly inferior, but our technical and tactical level is naturally far superior to those slave mecha divisions. They fight with only a burst of courage and there are very few masters. It is not difficult to defeat them. From this number, this group of wandering forces should be the largest force they can send in the near future. It is estimated that they also want to take advantage of our mecha division competition to kill some young mecha divisions and eliminate our manpower." Although everyone listened to Xiao Zhuang's understated description, they couldn't help but have a headache when they heard the number. After all, even if their individual combat power is high, it is difficult to perform well in the face of such a large number. Zhang Pengting was shocked and said, "They dare to die and can use so many powerful mechas. How rich are they?" Xiao Zhuang shrugged and said, "There is no way. They have developed for so many years and probably occupy the mainstream area where the divine civilization originated. What we regard as treasures, they may discard as old shoes." Teng Jili touched his chin and said, "We are equivalent to the barbarian civilization in the eyes of aliens. So the opponents are never very strong, because they never pay attention to us at all." Xiao Zhuang said, "The gap is not as big as you said. Of course, it is true that we are not valued. It is estimated that only some interest groups among aliens really value us," Zhou Fuli said. "Next, the 8B class machines will be handed over to our group. Li Yu, the remaining 14 C-class machines will be handed over to you to attack." Li Yu said, "Okay." As they spoke, everyone had already started the divine mechas and sent them out of the warehouse one after another. Outside the starship, flames began to flicker, carrying one divine mecha after another forward. In a blink of an eye, these divine mechas accelerated and left Xiao Zhuang's side of the control station. The naked eye could no longer see them, and only a little tail flame could be seen. Xiao Zhuang looked forward and said silently, "I wish you a triumphant return, A great victory, and a sure victory. Chapter 189 Drifting. 15 divine mechas were charging forward with tail flames spurting out from behind them. During the flight, the battle group ahead was in sight. Judging from the battle scene, although they were besieged by their opponents, Mu Xianli's Speed Thunder Mecha and Lin Wendong's Jupiter Mecha were still playing steadily and with ease. Among them, the opponent of the Jupiter Mecha was an orange-green mecha with 6 arms and wings, covered with rough leather and hard armor, thick fists, and a length of 174 meters. This 6-armed mecha was also very fierce, but under the hands of the Jupiter Mecha, gravity was constantly micro-manipulated, changing the trajectory of the 6-armed mecha, and then launching a meteorite sacrifice attack, which was violently beaten. In this way, the 6-armed mecha was stretched to the limit, quite dangerous, and in danger. If there were not a few B-class mechas around that broke through the defense line of the Speed Thunder Mecha and rescued it from time to time, the 6-armed mecha would have ended long ago. On the contrary, the Speed Thunder Mecha was under great pressure. After all the B-class and C-class were besieging him. Even this veteran Xianwei couldn't stand it. He kept bursting out lightning and shooting everywhere, breaking the encirclement. As for those B-class who were scattered, some of them went to support the 6-armed mecha, but because of the huge difference in size between them and the Jupiter Mecha, they naturally didn't dare to hold on for long and quickly swam back. In this way, the battlefield formed a relatively stalemate. Soon, 15 mechas quickly approached the battlefield. Everyone had a tacit understanding and fired divine energy cannons in unison. For a moment, various beams of light with different flames suddenly shot out and cut through the vacuum. Fast. Too fast. In a vacuum environment, the firing rate of the divine energy cannon was higher than usual, and soon they all shot at the attack line in front of the Speed Thunder Mecha. Immediately, these divine mechas quickly dispersed like locusts, and the pressure on the Speed Thunder Mecha dropped sharply. At the same time, several C-class divine mechas were unable to react in time or were blocked by teammates and were slightly slower in speed during this wave of uniform mass shooting. They could only activate their divine shields to withstand the attack. As the spherical shields of various colors flashed, one of them was soon broken by the powerful power of this wave of mass shooting and was directly submerged by the energy beam. A huge gap was directly pierced, revealing a huge broken biological fiber bundle and various inner tissues. For this wave of mass shooting, everyone had already planned in advance and arranged highly condensed divine energy cannons instead of highly divergent divine ones. Therefore, there were few explosions but they had high penetration power. Immediately afterwards, the 15 divine mechas turned together under the unified command of Zhou Fuli and continued to sweep the divine energy cannons of this wave of mass shooting towards the divine mechas that were dodging not far away. Soon, under this tactic, another divine mecha was unable to dodge and was directly shot through the shoulder. Several faster-moving B-class mechas had already made a big circle and rushed over here. At the same time, the upper and lower jaws opened and fired divine energy cannons to interrupt the encirclement of the mechas. Everyone had expected this. This was the effect of a surprise attack when they first appeared. Once the opponent reacted, they would be at a disadvantage with their number of concentrated fire. Therefore, everyone did not cling to the tactics of concentrated firing of divine energy cannons, and quickly dispersed forward. Zhou Fuli's group of 6 and Li Yi's group found their opponents and rushed forward suddenly. Each of them held a divine weapon, and the flames behind them flashed sharply, entering a state of rapid acceleration. Soon, the two sides entered the most dangerous stage of close combat. In an instant, countless flames and violent sparks bloomed at various points, detonating the battlefield. Li Yi's opponent was 2 divine mechas about 80 meters long. The two were just close to each other, so he didn't plan to bother, and quickly arranged his teammates and rushed up. This first wave of close combat did not pay much attention to command methods, but relied more on the personal operation of the Mecha Master. Therefore, he quickly observed and confirmed the weaknesses of each divine Mecha, and quickly arranged the opponent's selection of his teammates, and then he didn't care about it anymore. As long as the tactics have the power to counter each other, he can directly arrange it, and then see how his teammates perform. I believe that no matter how bad they are, they can do a good job of stalemate. Those who perform well can naturally kill the enemy. At this moment, the armor-breaking sword in the hands of the Pluto Mecha was waving vigorously, and sparks came out from the tip of the sword one after another. With the characteristics of burning and burning, it suddenly flashed violent flames and quickly blocked the vision of the two opponents in front. Immediately afterwards, maintaining the original fierce acceleration, the body shuttled between the two divine mechas like a line of fire. Cut. In the dark vacuum, the knife light suddenly drew a beautiful oblique arc. Immediately afterwards, the two sea mechas, one from the shoulder to the waist, and the other from the waist to the lower hip, were directly chopped by a knife, and directly divided into two parts diagonally up and down. With just two moves, these two divine mechas that are quite close to be level were chopped down in front. After the Pluto mecha flew over, it did not stop, and made a sharp spin in front, shooting towards another opponent. Li Yi did not hold back at this moment, and directly opened fire with full power, launching the 3.0 burst skill to the extreme, making the small Pluto mecha exert the control strength comparable to that of a strong man of the heavenly rank, and the speed was as fast as lightning. One-on-one, even a strong man Lightning Fi was not his opponent in a few rounds a month and a half ago. What's more, he is now a match for these 70-meter-long slaves whose operators are still wild slaves. In the blink of an eye, Lin Guotao, Teng Zhili, Zhang Pengting and others were robbed of monsters several times by Li Yi's back and forth skills. In this way, the Pluto mecha went up and down, interspersed with several battle groups, and soon killed those C-class mechas to only 10, without much advantage in numbers. Soon, under the flashing flames, the Pluto mecha performed more and more smoothly. At this time, an 83-meter C-class blue-red mecha seized the opportunity with a single blow, and fired a divine energy cannon from the side, intending to kill the Pluto mecha, a troublemaker on the battlefield. A dark blue fluid suddenly flowed through the body of the Pluto mecha. Then, the light column and the fluid met, and were quickly offset by the absolute fluid. Another divine mecha also knew that something was wrong, and shot from the other side. Several surrounding divine mechas that saw the threat of the Pluto mecha also took the time to shoot divine energy cannons while resisting the opponent's attack. They also completely ignored the opponent's attack, as if they had a tacit understanding, and shot divine energy cannons at the Pluto mecha. Seeing this, Li Yi knew that he could not resist it, so he controlled the flames behind the Pluto mecha to flash, and suddenly increased the power of the gravity thruster. In an instant, the Pluto mecha turned into a flash of lightning, directly avoiding the 6 divine energy cannons that were chasing it. These 6 divine energy cannons were like the beams of searchlights swaying in the night sky, tacitly blocking the paths of the Pluto mechas. However, this did not bother Li Yi, who had outstanding spatial thinking. The Pluto mecha drew one wonderful and incredible arc after another at high speed in the vacuum, and in a short time, it completely avoided these divine energy cannons. During this period, the opponents of these divine mechas naturally seized the fighters brought by Li Yi, slashed the opponents frantically, and pierced the opponents' divine shields. For a time, several more divine mechas were cut down by the opponents because they were too distracted. In the vacuum, flames and explosions continued. On the other side, the Speed Thunder mecha also vacated space because the C-level and B-level opponents were taken away, and quickly killed the 6-armed mecha. Under the siege of these 2 A-level mechas, the 6-armed mecha was naturally more stretched and had to launch a big move in advance. However, the 2 experienced heavenly ranks were already far superior to their opponents, so how could they tolerate such an outburst from their opponents? For a moment, the lightning flashed to the extreme, and the Speed Thunder mech directly activated the heavenly rank characteristics, spewing out a red lightning more than 20 meters thick from its mouth, instantly hitting the opponent. Only 10 minutes after everyone joined the battle soon became one-sided. The Pluto mech chopped and slashed all the way, and combined with the friends in the group, it didn't take much effort to quickly kill the C-level opponent. On the B-level side, with Zhou Bingying, a master of the heavenly rank threshold, the combat power they exerted was naturally extraordinary. Even if the number of opponents was higher than theirs, with Zhou Bingying's maneuvering, they were naturally not weak. After the battle lasted for more than half an hour, the space charge battle quickly evolved into an annihilation battle. In the silent space, except for the flickering of light and flames, nothing seemed to happen. Not long after, these divine mechas were either directly shattered or had huge gaps, floating slowly around the battle group like floating corpses in space. Countless broken biological fiber bundles, organ-like parts, and shattered armor pieces were scattered everywhere and floated quietly. Finally, when the last B-class divine mecha was decapitated by the Pluto mecha that rushed to help, the battle was completely over. The two heavenly powers joined forces to face an opponent who was weaker than them. Naturally, it was not difficult for them to quickly take down the opponent and capture him. Then, they watched the remaining B-class battlefield. As for the heavenly alien, he was extraordinary in strength, so he naturally had to be careful. He immediately let Zhou Bingying's freezing wave freeze the head of the A-class mecha where the heavenly power was. The interrogation session can be arranged later. On the public channel, Mu Xianlei frowned and said, "Did you guys find their starship on the way here?" Everyone answered no. Mu Xianlei said, "We must find their starship as soon as possible. If they are intercepted so quickly while they are here, it may arouse suspicion among the people who are left behind, and then they may find clues of the heritage ruins. Everyone act quickly, 2 people in a group, search the surrounding area, and destroy the enemy starship as soon as you find it. Don't give them enough time to send back enough information." Everyone agreed, and they formed 2 groups and set off quickly. As a master, Li Yu naturally wanted to lead the weak with the strong, so he chose Teng Zhuli as his search teammate and flew to the direction of Planet 28. Halfway through, Teng Zhuli said, "Captain Li, have you noticed that Lao Lin has been acting a little strange these days?" Li Yu said, "What do you mean?" Teng Zhuli said, "When he was fighting just now, he seemed distracted and didn't put in much effort." Li Yu said, "I can see that. It's probably because of the arguments in the cockpit before. He has some influence on him." Although he couldn't say much on that occasion, he seemed to be a little shaken, and his will to fight has become unsteady. Teng Zhuli said, "Then what should we do? Lao Lin may just be unable to get over it for a while." Li Yu shook his head and said, "Let's wait and see. It's nothing to slack off in a battle for a while. Our battle seemed dangerous, but it was actually very stable. Maybe he just had the monster robbed by me and knew that he couldn't play a role for the time being." Teng Zhuli said ashamedly, "Maybe it's my fault. It's my fault that I told him before that we found the heritage ruins and basically the whole team can enter the top 10, but no one expected such a big change. There are mysterious thoughts hidden in the ruins, and the most basic northern ruins have been taken away." Li Yu said, "Things are hard to predict. We were the first to discover the heritage ruins and have explored safely for 2 months, which is not bad. If he can't even make it into the top 10, it can only be said that he is not strong enough. Let him go back and train well. According to what I heard before, exploring the ruins of the earth is not that safe. Even if he can go in this state, he will definitely achieve nothing and even be in danger of his life." Teng Zhuli said, "Hey, Lao Lin only has 2 sessions left. With his strength, I'm afraid he will never be closer to the top 10 than this time." Li Yu said slowly, "There's nothing we can do. We can't let our teammates do everything. Our teammates are not our fathers, nor are they our superiors. I think everyone has done their best. And now the final result is not out, so he doesn't have to worry about it if he still slacks off in subsequent battles. I'm afraid even if he can make it into the top 10 and win a spot on the ruins of the earth, I won't team up with him." You can warn him not to slack off too much in combat. That's a real activity that can kill people. Don't treat it like a game of house. But you don't have to tell him my decision, because teaming up is my personal choice, not a tool to blackmail him." Teng Zhuli nodded upon hearing this. Although his hope of entering the top 10 was slim, he was more open-minded after all. He still had several more sessions to prepare, so he still had a chance. The conversation with Teng Zhuli was just a small episode. Along the way, Li Yu's mind was more focused on searching for traces of thrusters in the surrounding area. Although it was a vacuum here and would not produce air disturbances in the ground environment, the jet of flames was itself a reaction of divine energy. As long as he paid a little attention, with his microscopic analysis ability, he might not fail to discover the flight trajectory of the starship. He flew all the way to the back of Planet 28, but still didn't notice it. Teng Zhuli said, "I have already focused on scanning Planet 28, but I didn't find it." Li Yu pondered and said, "According to their activity trajectory, it is very likely that they came from Planet 27/28, but why didn't they find any traces of the Divine Mecha's thrusters along the way? Is it really not here? Or do they have other delivery equipment?" Teng Zhuli saw that Li Yu had entered the thinking mode, so he didn't say much. After a while, Li Yu said, "Let's go back. I may have paid too much attention to the traces of flames and ignored other things." Immediately, the 2 mechas turned back and returned to the original route. After flying for about 5 minutes, suddenly, Li Yu found a mechanical creation floating in the distance from his far side detection perspective. "Got it," Li Yu's eyes lit up slightly, and he controlled the Pluto Mecha to fly over first. Teng Jili also controlled the Raging Wave Mecha to follow closely. Soon, they arrived in front of the mechanical creation, which turned out to be a square box of 100 meters in size. Teng Jili's eyes moved slightly. I've never seen this thing before. Look at the complicated patterns on the outside of the square box. Could this style be something from the aliens? Li Yu nodded and said, I guess it's correct. This should be a delivery box or something like that. Now I know why they can go so deep. Most likely, they rely on this delivery box to secretly drift the divine mecha along the gravity of the planet. Teng Jili was a little surprised and said, do you mean that these aliens don't take the path of the boundary star, but drift directly from the opposite stardust corridor? How long will it take? There is no stargate here. It will take decades or even hundreds of years to get here by drifting by the gravity of the planet, right? The reason why the stardust corridor is difficult to break through is that the internal gravity has formed a special vortex, which affects each other and is very complicated. If a starship wants to cross the entire stardust corridor, it is difficult to increase the acceleration because it needs to turn at any time. And turning requires deceleration. The reason why everyone came here so quickly was because this area was the territory of the human side, the hinterland of the border star. And the gravitational vortex had been explored and understood long ago. And if the aliens really wanted to force their way across, it was basically impossible. A starship that was too big could not directly cross, and the probability of collision was too high. A starship that was too small could not resist a complicated gravitational vortex, and could not carry many troops. If this delivery box could penetrate into such a hinterland, it would definitely mark the corresponding gravitational vortex map, and then send the corresponding message back. Although the marked gravitational vortex does not mean that it will succeed every time in the future, no matter what, the safety of the stardust corridor will be more or less discounted. Li Yu pondered and said, maybe the situation is even worse. Is it hundreds of years? We can confirm it by interrogating the captives. Now let's look for it again. Maybe the number of this drifting army is far more than we imagined. When the first cockroach was found in the room, the whole house might have been full of cockroaches. Soon, after searching, the two found more than a dozen other delivery boxes on the ground of Planet 29. Based on the size and internal traces, the two quickly confirmed that the main body of this batch of delivery boxes was C-class Divine Mecha. On the sandy ground of Planet 29, two Divine Mechas looked at the 15 delivery boxes hidden under the ground and were silent for a while. Li Yu observed for a moment and frowned. This batch of delivery boxes may have been around here for 7 or 8 days. Teng Jili was shocked. Could it be that the first batch was C-class Divine Mechas, and one of them was the first to confirm that it had arrived in the hinterland, and then gradually guided the teammates to fly here? The batch we saw was actually just the first wave of their advanced team that was led here? Did they just happen to be caught by us, and the battle on the border star half a month ago, and the batch that was reported, were actually just a double cover for their smuggling? Are they the real smuggling targets? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, talking about ancient times. In response to Teng Jili's question, Li Yu said, it may not be impossible, because from the traces, there are no B-class Mecha delivery boxes around. Li Yu has already determined that the delivery boxes they just found in space are loaded with B-class mechas. Teng Jili pondered, then, where are the remaining A-class and B-class delivery boxes? Li Yu said, this part may be broken down into small pieces, and there are in all directions. It seems that we need the garrison corps to strengthen the patrol around here. Teng Jili felt a headache and said, but such a large area, can the cruise ship defend it? Li Yu said, let's go, quickly report the intelligence to the two commanders and see what they decide. In any case, even if the aliens have noticed that there is something abnormal in the surrounding star field, they probably won't come immediately. Don't panic. As they said, the two of them each carried a delivery box and prepared to take it over. As for the delivery boxes floating in space and other delivery boxes under the ground, Li Yu had frozen them with freezing waves to prevent any signal-sending devices hidden inside, and continue to guide more alien drifting delivery boxes over. Although they found these delivery boxes, they could arrange a siege and attack tactics to continuously lure the stragglers to come and kill them. but there is a risk of exposing Planet 33, and it is also very likely that they will find out the law of gravitational vortex and find a more suitable and faster entry route. In short, even if there are better tactics, these delivery boxes should be sealed first, and those senior generals who know more strategic information should make decisions. Mu Xianlai and Lin Wenzhong, who received Li Yi's message, also felt that the situation was quite serious and should not be underestimated. Not long after, everyone in the search process also received the corresponding news report, and concentrated on searching for other possible scattered delivery boxes. 3 hours later, around the 29th Planetary Regiment, more than a dozen mechas returned and assembled one after another. Everyone quickly reported and found that except for the A-class delivery box, all other B-class delivery boxes were found. Mu Xianlai frowned and said, "Li Yi, please confirm whether the flame traces in the surrounding area are from the six-armed mecha." Li Yi shook his head and said, "No. If it is true as Li Yi judged that there are no flame traces of the A-class mecha in the surrounding area, it means that the six-armed mecha also arrived in the surrounding area by a delivery box or similar items, and then began to move around. Therefore, Li Yi's judgment is very critical." Everyone immediately pondered, what exactly was missed? Zhang Pengting said, "Could it be that the light is dark again?" In fact, the movement of leaving the northern ruins was also observed over there, but because of fear of the two celestial commanders, the other party did not land directly on Planet 33, but on the northern ruins, which is the back of our planet. Li Yi shook his head and said, "Liaison Officer Zhuang has already arranged a monitoring system for the entire planet, and it is impossible not to monitor these movements." Liang Zheshan said, "Is there a possibility that this A-class mecha did not rely on the delivery box and drifted here by itself? Or did it simply drift over from the border star? It just happened to receive the guidance signal from the drifting box and came here alone." Li Yi pondered and said, "It is indeed possible that there is no delivery box. The highest of these B-class ones is only 132 meters, however, the possibility of coming from the border star is not great. It takes half a month for an A-class mecha to fly over, but if it just relies on drifting, it will definitely not work. First collect the parts of this A-class and check it a little. Maybe we can judge when it can come here," Liang Zheshan said in surprise. "You can tell that," Li Yi said, "I'm not sure. After all, the recovery rate of the A-class mecha is very high. I'm not sure if I can tell from the slight wear and tear on the surface. I can only try. So it's better to be prepared. 2 officers, prepare for the interrogation." "I'll translate," Mu Xianlai couldn't help but say. "No, do you know the alien language?" Li Yi said, "I haven't learned it, but I remember reading some related alien language analysis materials. I can learn it temporarily later. If the mecha master of the day is a real alien, maybe I can get some more detailed information about the aliens from him." Mu Xianlai said, "Okay, although it feels outrageous emotionally, my reason tells me that I should listen to your advice now." Soon, some people cleaned up the battlefield, collected the damaged parts of the divine mechas, and compared them one by one. The other part interrogated them one by one. There were robots to help clean up the battlefield, but after all, they couldn't handle so many big things, so each mecha master had to do it himself. As for interrogation, although AI also has auxiliary functions, their starship is only a medium-sized starship, and there is no internal resource to equip such a large AI mother machine, so the intelligence of AI can only be said to be relatively ordinary, and can only be used as an auxiliary tool for lie detection. Li Yi's focus is interrogation and translation. The human side naturally translated a lot of alien languages, and also has a lot of detailed language databases and translation AI, which is convenient for interrogation after capture. However, due to the problem of intelligence, the translation AI will also have a lot of translation errors, which will naturally affect the interrogation effect. At this moment, it is just right for Li Yi, who is proficient in various skills, to do this. The first person to be interrogated cannot be the alien of the heavenly rank. Because when the situation is unclear, it is easy for the strong to see through many secrets by the high-ranking strong, which is not easy to interrogate. You should start with the soldiers first, get enough information, and then deal with the alien of the heavenly rank. At this moment, Li Yi and Liang Zheshan are partners, and Zhou Fuli and Zhou Bingying are partners. The two groups of people are interrogating the drivers of the B-level and C-level divine mechas respectively. These drivers are human, but their identities are slaves of aliens. Li Yi observed the group of B-level and C-level human slaves for a while and picked the calmest one. Since the other party was so calm, it meant that he knew a lot. Although he planned to start from the weak ones, he didn't plan to really start from the weakest one by one, which would waste too much time. It would be better to pick someone who seemed to know more from the miscellaneous fish. The first human slave had obviously been naturalized for a long time, and his appearance was somewhat different from that of normal humans. Slightly thick lips, pointed eyes, and hanging eyebrows, which were ugly facial features in the normal human aesthetics. But looking at this person, he had fair skin and slender fingers, but he looked well-fed. Li Yi observed for a moment and estimated in his heart that this person should be a human slave who was doing well. After all, he was a pilot of a B-level mecha. Even if he was a suicide squad, he would probably be well-fed so that he could exert sufficient combat power. Liang Zhishan had already understood Li Yi's routine, and immediately said, "Tell me about your situation, your name, which region you are from, and which fleet you belong to." Then, the intelligent translation AI on the side began to speak. Li Yi checked the alien language data he had just obtained in his mind, and quickly learned it. With his translation skills that are about to be perfected, coupled with his powerful language skills, it is naturally easy to learn a new language. Even if he does not need to brush memory fragments, he is confident that he can quickly master the basics of conversation. However, for him, mastering the basics of conversation is naturally not enough. To achieve a good interrogation effect, you naturally have to be proficient in their language. This human slave did not resist being asked questions, but cooperated very well. With the help of the translation AI, Li Yi soon learned about the situation of this human slave. The name is transliterated as Katusi, and according to the alien language, it should be Zhang San Li Si. What surprised the two was that this Katusi was not implanted with a thought stamp. The two repeatedly asked many questions about this, but none of them triggered any effect of the thought stamp. Effects including forced language avoidance, forced dementia, and forced nerve disorder did not appear. At this time, Li Yi, after getting familiar with the situation and having collected enough corpus information, began to communicate with Katusi. A strange voice came out of his mouth. Liang Zhishan saw this and simply connected the headset to listen to the voice translation for himself, so as not to interrupt Li Yi's interrogation. Li Yi said, "You have not received the thought stamp. Why are you willing to take such a big risk to go deep into the human territory? In addition, do you remember when you set off and how long you hibernated in the cockpit?" Katusi said, "I will answer your last question first. I drifted here, and the hibernation cabin has recorded time, which should be 57 Imperial Standard Years." Li Yi understood that 57 Imperial Standard Years is the time calculation method of aliens. After conversion, it is exactly equal to twice the Earth Standard Time, that is, 114 Earth years. Katusi continued, "Then let me answer your first question. Because we have escaped from slavery, removed the ideological stamp, and become free citizens of the Empire, as you can see, all of us are warriors who voluntarily come here to open up new land and contribute to the Empire." Li Yi and Liang Zhishan looked at each other, both feeling a little incredible. Humans who escaped from slavery more than 100 years ago. Katusi smiled slightly when he saw this. "We are all human beings, aren't we? In this case, why don't you consider joining the Empire and becoming a part of the Empire? With your scale, you can more or less interfere with the political operation of the Empire. At that time, can't you legally abolish the slavery of humans? Then, won't all human slaves in the Empire be liberated? In this way, you will be heroes of all mankind, right? After that, won't the Empire be eroded by us humans and then slowly controlled? Isn't this route easier for humans to get a better situation?" Liang Zhishan's face changed slightly. At the back of the interrogation room, Mu Xianli and Lin Wenzhong, who had been listening to the interrogation of the two groups, also noticed that Li Yi seemed to have picked up a big fish. The news brought by Katusi was really heavy. But how true was it? Li Yi said in a low voice, "What you said is simple. Please introduce us to the detailed situation inside the Empire first." "It won't work if you talk nonsense," Katusi smiled and said, "Simple, really simple. As long as your Xingyu Federation is willing to submit to the Empire, everything will be simple. Inside the Empire, there are 3 supremas, 8 golds, 32 silvers, 64 bronzes, and the only god race, which constitute a total of 108 ruling races. Below this, There are several thousand civilian races and 100,000 slave races, which constitute the lower racial groups. Inside the empire, the nobility and inferiority of races are not determined by nature. As long as you have the strength to win the ethnic war, you can naturally replace the status of the tribe and enslave it in turn. This system, the law of the jungle, follows the laws of nature. Isn't it truly in line with the ultimate truth of the universe? I heard that the human federation is large in number. It only needs to obtain enough giant god soldiers from the empire to breed silver powerhouses. Then, it can become one of the bronze races in one fell swoop. Isn't this simple? Liu knew that the so-called silver warriors mentioned by the aliens were high-level heavenly ranks, and the gold warriors should be above heavenly ranks. So he asked, only a race with silver warriors can become a bronze race? Then, the standard for a silver race is to have gold warriors. Katusi nodded and said, yes, that's right. The Golden family needs at least 10 gold warriors and 1 demigod warrior to be respected as the Golden family. Of course, if you can defeat the strong with the weak and win the clan war, you can also replace them. However, if you don't have enough warriors, you will definitely be targeted by other low-level races soon. By then, you will be overwhelmed and die. The so-called clan war naturally requires strong warriors from a strong enough race to have the confidence to initiate a clan war, and you, although you don't have silver warriors, you have more of them. I believe that with our support, the secret methods, resources, and giant soldiers will continue to flow, and you will definitely be able to give birth to strong warriors at high heavenly ranks. As soon as these words came out, Liu and Liang Zishan became more and more confused. Humans don't have silver masters. How long has it been since then? Even if it was 100 years ago, those above the heavenly rank would have been born long ago, right? How could they not do this homework before drifting here? Moreover, there are many discrepancies between the internal forces of the aliens introduced by Katusi and the alien materials that the two learned in their daily studies. For example, according to the data they know now, there are 5 golden races of aliens. As for the Protoss, they are unheard of. Most likely, something happened more than 200 years ago, and they may have disappeared. However, Liu judged from his meticulous observation that Katusi might have lied and cheated, but he clearly did not lie when introducing the situation of the aliens. Touching his chin, Liu asked Liang Zishan to continue asking, and he walked out of the interrogation room. When Mu Xianli saw Li Yi, he was not surprised and said, "You find it very strange, right?" Liu nodded. "Commander Mu, when did our silver strong man, that is, the high stage of the heavenly rank, appear?" Mu Xianli pondered and said, "We first had the above heavenly rank, and then we deduced the path to the high stage of the heavenly rank. There is indeed a time difference, but the first above heavenly rank was born about 200 years ago, and the high stage of the heavenly rank was almost 20 years later, about 250 years ago, that is, in 1952 of the Yuan calendar. The aliens first discovered the narrow entrance of the boundary star and entered our human territory on a large scale. However, when the aliens entered, they found a wasteland. There was no life around the boundary star. They could only see an eternal stargate, so, at that time, the aliens only mined minerals in the surrounding area and did not develop it on a large scale. At that time, humans had just entered the interstellar age and began to excavate divine relics in large quantities. Only a small number of strong people with enough opportunities could set foot outside the solar system. Until the year 2001 of the Yuan calendar, humans discovered more and more divine mechas and more stargates. Their footprints and territories were also expanding. There was even a dark history of using test tubes on a large scale to occupy and transform various planets. Then, humans finally had their first conflict with aliens on the border star. Subsequently, it attracted a larger number of aliens, who tried to enslave more humans, which in turn triggered a high-intensity war between humans and aliens. After 10 years of bloody battles and stalemate, the first strong man above the heavenly position was finally born, and the invading aliens were completely repelled. Listening to Mu Xianli's narration, Liu was still confused. He said, "Commander Mu, if the first large-scale contact between aliens and humans was 250 years ago, then when did so many human slaves begin to be captured?" Mu Xianli shook his head and said, "I don't know about that. According to experts, perhaps in an earlier era, perhaps thousands of years ago, aliens visited the Earth. It is also possible that the first warriors were captured more than 200 years ago. They may have been implanted with ideological imprints, and then reproduced, or even subjected to test tube breeding, Li Yu understood that this was probably a confusing account that could not be settled. After pondering for a moment, Li Yu said, however, if our human records are correct, then Katusi's situation is suspicious. Perhaps he has actually been drifting for longer than he thought. It is very likely that they were sent in large numbers before the birth of our Xianwei strongmen. Mu Xianlei pondered, this is indeed possible, but what does it mean? Li Yu smiled and said, Sir, this is a promising thing. These people have not been implanted with ideological stamps, and they are completely different from the slaves we captured before. The possibility of getting more information is very high. Chapter 191 Star Clan. Mu Xianlei pondered and said, although they don't have ideological stamps, they are also brainwashed. What you can apply is just what he thinks is right, Li Yu said, it's okay. By comparing multiple sources, we can always restore the real situation. Besides, it is also quite interesting why these people were able to escape from slavery. Perhaps more than 200 years ago, there really were peace advocates among the aliens, Mu Xianlei said. Even if there are peace advocates, they must be a small number, otherwise there would not have been such a long conflict and war. No, sir, what I mean is that no matter what the other party's purpose is, as long as the aliens are not united, then we may be able to use this to obtain more detailed information about the aliens, Li Yu said. Within my authority, I have also read all the alien information I can see. I might as well say shamelessly that our understanding of the aliens is still only a relatively superficial level, as the saying goes, attack first and conquer the enemy first, and fight in the temple. I think that at the very least, we can pull one faction and fight another, so that we can get enough time to develop. Mu Xianlei nodded and said, that's right. We humans may have proposed similar strategies, but we are restricted by many conditions and it is difficult to implement them. If there is such an opportunity, it is not a bad idea. But, how do you plan to do it? Li Yu said, with my level of authority, how can it be my turn to do it? To promote this matter, it takes people of your level, Chief Mu, to mobilize enough resources and manpower, right? Now, at best, I am just proposing a hypothesis. At most, I will do more research and get more information later. Mu Xianlei laughed dumbly, patted his head and said, it's my fault for this. I almost thought of you as a heavenly rank. You have made rapid progress recently. You have just become an upper-level evolver, but you give me the feeling that you are at the same level as a heavenly rank. Well, I will apply to mobilize a group of experts specializing in alien civilizations from all over the territory to gather together, and try to profile a more comprehensive picture of the alien civilization inside, and then determine what follow-up actions to take. You only need to be responsible for getting enough information now. Li Yu nodded and suggested that he would not be willing to jump into these things so early if you were to execute them. After all, there are more suitable people than him, and his goal now is to become stronger, to get rid of the aftermath of the Mecha Master competition as soon as possible, to go to the Earth ruins, to expand and supplement enough divine sequences. Only by becoming strong enough can he be safe and worry-free, gain enough voice, and make things run according to his ideas. The battlefield has been basically sorted out. During the interrogation, Li Yu took the time to check those divine mechas to see when the specific drifting time was. And what was the situation with the A-class mecha? This will also be of sufficient help to the subsequent interrogation. At this moment, Li Yu stepped into a huge storage room. Su Weilu was checking the items. When she saw Li Yi, she smiled and asked, how is it? How is the interrogation going? Did you get any useful information? Li Yu nodded. We may have picked up a treasure. This group of drifting mecha troops were most likely sent here more than 200 years ago. Su Weilu was surprised. More than 200 years ago? They have been dormant for more than 200 years, Li Yu said. Yes, and they probably encountered some kind of items that can affect the timing equipment and misjudged the time. This shows that on the path they took to enter this place, there may be a special environment, which may be a relic related to the characteristics of time and space. Now, I am here to verify this speculation, Su Weilu exclaimed. They are amazing to be able to hibernate for more than 200 years at a time. The alien's hibernation capsule can actually support human hibernation for more than 200 years, Li Yu said. Don't mention aliens, we humans can support it for thousands of years. It's just that to support it for thousands of years, at least the best of the best, or even stronger people can afford it. If it exceeds the time, I'm afraid the life support system will fail. After all, If it is just to freeze a person, it is simple, but to freeze him/her for decades and then revive him/her safely is extremely difficult and involves many technical problems, Su Weilu said. I see. I am ignorant, that's not the case. I guess only those who pay attention to the most cutting-edge scientific and technological achievements will understand the situation in this regard. As he spoke, Li Yu had already walked to the assembled A-class mecha and started to observe. After watching for a while, he jumped up, and the divinity on the shoulder blades left his body and turned into hard, translucent, and semi-dark blue wings. Under his control, they kept stirring the air and floated up. This time, he did not flap his wings with his hands, but purely used the divinity's out-of-body control skills to vibrate his wings. In a moment, he was like a big bird flapping its wings and floating, observing the surroundings of the A-class mecha. With his current total amount of divinity, it is not impossible to directly use the wind and fire characteristics to detonate the airflow and let himself fly up directly. But this will consume a lot more. It is better to flap the wings, which is handsome, labor-saving, and quiet enough. By the way, 2 of the 3 divine genes he condensed before were generated before. They are absolute 0 degrees and super elastic characteristics. One is because he often controls the Pluto mecha and can generate it continuously, which is indeed reasonable. The super elastic characteristic is because the A-class divine nucleus of the slime creature has been obtained the longest, and the effect is naturally better. In total, there are 3 divine genes obtained from the slime creatures. And there are more at absolute 0, 6. A newly generated divine gene comes from another A-class mecha captured from the mysterious thought Vulcan sequence. The characteristic is erosion. So his Vulcan sequence also has 3 divine genes. Li Yu is very efficient. Not long after, he circled the 6-armed mecha and completed the inspection. Then, he flew to other locations and carefully inspected other B-class and C-class mechas to confirm the traces of those delivery boxes. When he finished all this and landed lightly, Su Weilu came up to him, with stars in her eyes, and said, "Your flying skills are very good, light and free. Where did you learn it?" It seems that Su Weilu likes this flapping wing flying skill very much. Li Yu smiled and said, "When I broke into the characteristic spire, I had an idea and did it like this. I was wondering how you flew over." Su Weilu said, "I directly pushed the divinity and glided continuously, so I could only reach the 3rd level in the end. After all, it is not possible to fly without sufficient ability." Li Yu nodded slightly. It seems that the total amount of divinity of a pure upper-level leader, relying on divinity pushing, may not be able to pass the first 4 levels. Su Weilu has experienced a great war, and it has only recently increased from 26 to 27, barely reaching the upper limit. It will probably take a long time to start the 3-element integration. Su Weilu said, "This technique is not bad. Only you and I have passed the puppet spire. We have learned a lot of divinity separation techniques. I guess I can try it. By the way, did you gain anything just now?" Li Yu said, "From the wear recovery rate, there is not much to see. After all, it has been placed in the delivery box for so long, and the battle was so sudden. There is a lack of comparison items. We can only judge that it has not been in battle for a long time, but we can't judge how long it has been." Su Weilu frowned and said, "What about the 6-armed mecha? Didn't you say that this one doesn't have a delivery box?" Li Yu shook his head and said, "The recovery rate of Class A is faster, and the traces of the battle just now are too large, many of which have covered the original traces. Even if we can determine the remaining traces, we can't determine the specific time." Su Weilu said, "Well, that is to say, these things here can confirm the words of those prisoners." Li Yu shrugged and said, "That's not bad. I originally wanted to use this to see if these divine mechas have any traces of going to other planets. Unfortunately, there are no traces. But this is not too bad news. If there are no traces of other planets at all, it means that these divine mechas have only landed on planet 29 at most. As for our concern about the suspicious news, we can put it aside for the time being. I even estimate that after drifting for more than 200 years, their internal timing equipment will have errors, and the coordinates and data will definitely be wrong accordingly. In this case, even if they get the news, it is probably the wrong location information." Su Weilu clapped her hands, eyes lit up with joy, and said, "That makes sense. Time and space are dynamic, the entire universe is constantly changing, and the coordinate time and space information is a matter of a millimeter, which can lead to a huge difference. If their timing equipment is wrong, it means that their coordinate information is also wrong, plus such a long time has passed, the gravitational vortex may have changed a long time ago. So even if they receive the coordinate information, it would probably be a waste of effort, and these things have been drifting for more than 200 years, and the people who first supported this plan may have forgotten them long ago. Liu smiled and said, of course, if they know what the source of the space-time disturbance is, they can calculate the law and reversely deduce our correct position, but the possibility is extremely low. After all, if they really knew, they would not pin their hopes on 200 years later. Su Weilu nodded immediately. In other words, as long as they don't know about this 200 years of error, at least our hinterland is still safe? Liu said, that's right, as long as the news of this error is not spread out. The interrogation of those human slaves has come to an end for the time being. Basically, Liu and the other people in charge of the interrogation have also confirmed Katusi's status in this group of B level and C level. That guy is actually one of the initiators of this drift. His teammates were basically selected by Katusi from a bunch of slaves, and they were given resources and divine nuclei and cultivated one by one. They are one of the team members who made Katusi rise. This guy did a good job as a human slave before. As for the slave owners who controlled Katusi before, they were bronze races, Clan, a race that enjoyed slaughtering. They raised hundreds of slave races with fighting talents and controlled at least 5% of the arena industry in the empire. After Katusi rose, they joined another silver race, the Star Clan, which is said to be an intelligent species born from the surface of a star. They are born extraordinary and are also the strongest race with the closest strength to the gold race. They control at least 30% of the low-end mining and transportation industries in the empire. These two ruling races are also one of the races that border the most human territory. Of course, this was the situation more than 200 years ago. After more than 200 years, due to the limitation of thought steel stamp, human beings actually do not have a deep understanding of the details of the aliens. Because the strong will not go deep into the enemy area, and it is not easy to be captured, and the weak are also controlled by the thought steel stamp. The only time humans have a chance to significantly refresh their understanding of aliens was the Xianheng Star War more than 10 years ago. On the other hand, once the thought steel stamp is successfully planted, it is difficult to break. There are only a few situations that can be exempted or cleared later. One is that the soul is strengthened to a certain degree and automatically dissolves. The second is to remove the corresponding thought steel nails that have been planted. Because the thought steel nails are very targeted, the thought steel stamp can easily become the main means of controlling slaves and aliens. After all, if you want to remove the thought steel stamp, you must have the thought steel nails that were originally planted in your hands. Therefore, many experts have a lot of errors in what they get from the captives. Therefore, the group of people without thought steel nails they caught this time is so rare. According to the information verified by Li Yi from Mu Xianli, the Two tribe was the main opponent of humans in the border star. The Xianheng Star War was a war with the Star Clan. Basically, although the opponents were all aliens, they were all different races of the alien empire. In addition, it was under the arrangement of a strong man of the Star Clan that the Katusi people decided to launch a drifting operation, using the dual identities of the Empire and humans to go to the heartland of the human race to instigate more humans and recruit subordinates. However, they did not expect that this drifting would take so long. Originally, they estimated that they would be able to enter the heartland of humans in at most 20 to 30 years, but it took so long. They can be said to be a group of people lost in time. In this regard, when everyone came out to review and summarize, Zhou Fuli pondered, I still don't understand why they can have no ideological stamp. Even if they can get out of slavery, their slave owners will still spend resources and energy to remove the ideological stamps for them one by one. Zhou Bingying said, is it possible that it is because this group of people has become stronger, and the thought stamps planted before were only for non-evolved people? Although they are weak, they are at least middle and upper evolutionists, right? Maybe they knew they could not be controlled, so they simply removed it. Liang Zhishan looked thoughtful and said, it is indeed possible. Maybe the Two tribe had fought with us repeatedly at that time, and their strength was weakened, so they let these people join the Star tribe. It is even possible that the Star tribe and the Two tribe conspired and deliberately designed and arranged this to let these human slaves take the initiative to enter the human territory and carry out the so-called recruitment and rebellion activities. Zhou Fuli shook his head and said, It's hard to say, because in the previous war between the aliens and us, we did capture prisoners. Even slaves with the power of the three elements also exist. They still have thought stamps. Why do these weaker ones break through the stamps? I think they must have means to strengthen the effect of the stamps. After Zhou Fuli said this, everyone also felt that this matter became suspicious. Li Yu said, I think there is no point in dwelling on this now, because it is an established fact that they do not have ideological stamps. It is impossible that there is a human traitor in the Star Clan who specially arranged for this intelligence spanning hundreds of years to come over. Everyone thought so too. No matter which possibility it was difficult to explain this situation satisfactorily. After the review, everyone prepared to interrogate the driver of the A-level 6-arm Mecha, the real alien. The chief judge this time naturally had to be replaced by Mu Xianli, who could calm the situation, while Li Yu served as an assistant translator, and Lin Wendong controlled the divine Mecha, alerting the opponent at any time. Facing a strong man of the heavenly level, you still have to be careful and not give them any chance to turn the tables. After catching the frozen heavenly alien, Mu Xianli began to take action, using the characteristics of lightning to melt the ice. This alien has white skin and no hair, red eyes and no eyebrows, and a flat-cut oblique head. The overall image is 30% similar to that of humans, with the same body proportions, limbs, facial features, and upper and lower 5 toes. But even so, it can still be clearly distinguished that they are not of the same race as humans. Because their skin is obviously extremely tough and scaly, as if they were born with armor. According to what he had learned from Katusi before, Li Yu already knew that this was a star tribe. At this moment, after the Star Clan locked by the special steel cable woke up, its red vertical pupils slightly split, and it glanced at the huge divine Mecha not far in front, then closed its eyes and said nothing. Mu Xianli knocked on the table and said, Tell me in detail, what's your name and where are you from? The translation AI quickly transmitted the voice synchronously. As Li Yu expected, the Star Clan did not answer. Mu Xianli waited for a while, and without hesitation, he punched him directly. Bang! The Star Clan's face was hit by this blow, and the body shook backwards, but there was no obvious scar. Mu Xianli shouted, still not talking. Do you want to try more tricks? While speaking, Li Yu noticed that Mu Xianli put his right hand behind his back as if inadvertently, and his fist was slightly red and swollen. Suddenly, he was shocked. The skin of this Star Clan was so tough that even the fist of the same heavenly position could be hurt. Chapter 192 Secret. The Star Clan member smiled slightly and said, I have nothing to say. It doesn't matter how you deal with me. Anyway, I'm not going back after coming here this time. After saying that, he shut up again, and even closed his eyes, as if he didn't take Mu Xianli's threat seriously at all. Listening to the voice of the translator in the headset, Mu Xianli didn't get angry, and said calmly, It's not like we haven't caught a heavenly level prisoner like you before, but in the end, they will definitely beg for mercy. Do you know why? The Star Clan member didn't say anything. Although Mu Xianli was talking in a cliché, he didn't hesitate to move. He stood up immediately, stretched out his hand to get close to the Star Clan member, and directly activated the lightning property. Zzzz. In an instant, countless purple-blue arcs flashed out, approached the Star Clan member, and merged into the other party's body. The Star Clan member's body trembled slightly, but didn't say a word, and still maintained a smiling state. Li Yu squinted his eyes, activated the microelectric property, and carefully sensed the activity of the Star Clan member's brain. Of course, the so-called induction is that he uses the microelectric characteristics to induce the subtle electrical signal activities of the brain and nerve signals of the Star Clan, and then judges the brain reaction of the Star Clan based on the control feedback of the characteristics. This series of processes is equivalent to using his current mastery of divine out-of-body control skills, as well as rich painting skills, brain science, and neurology knowledge to profile the other party's brain activity. Because he is too efficient and has eliminated too many unnecessary processes, he has combined these multiple knowledge and skills to form a new skill like microelectric induction. This is a refined development of microelectric characteristics, and it is also one of the skills he has achieved by the way after recently clearing many spires. Before, he had to judge whether the opponent was lying, mainly based on his familiarity with a human brain and the recognition of the smile muscles on the face. After a while, Mu Xianli put away the lightning characteristics in his hand, and looked at the Star Clan in front of him as if nothing had happened, and was also a little surprised. The physique of this Star Clan is so special that it can even resist his lightning characteristics? Although he did not use his full strength, if a normal Xianwei did not activate the Divine Shield, he would be injured, right? Or is he secretly activating the characteristic to offset it, but the physical signs are not obvious? Because humans have no means to seal the activation of the characteristics of the evolvers, so in addition to using special iron chains to temporarily seal his movements, they are now relying on the Jupiter Mecha next to them to deter this heavenly prisoner. Moreover, according to reason, the previous battle should have caused enough damage to this star race. Li Yu signaled to Mu Xianlei in turn to leave the interrogation room. Mu Xianlei understood, followed and closed the door. Why, what do you think? Li Yu pondered and said, Commander Mu, did you use your lightning characteristics to their full potential just now? Mu Xianlei said, probably about 30% to 40%. Li Yu said, Commander Mu, your lightning characteristics are effective, but this guy is thick-skinned and can't be seen. You can't look at this guy in the same way as you look at humans. Maybe except for smiling, other parts of their body can convey emotions. Mu Xianlei was slightly startled, then nodded and said, what you said makes some sense, but how do you judge whether he actually reacted or was just holding on? Li Yu said, he seems to be calm and fearless, and the subtle features of what parts of his body are resisting the microelectric characteristics. Commander Mu might as well recall it carefully. Moreover, he seems to be suppressing the idea of responding with his characteristics, hoping to give you the illusion that he is not afraid of any punishment. Mu Xianlei touched his chin, closed his eyes and recalled, and smiled after a while. Interesting, there are indeed some small moves that I almost missed, that is to say, I was almost fooled by this star tribe. It seems that this star tribe is actually very afraid of death. Just cheating us just now, Li Yu said, it is not certain whether they are afraid of death, but they must react to your microelectric characteristics. After all, no matter how extraordinary they are only at the heavenly level now, and they are weaker than you, otherwise they would not be able to control only a 170-meter-long divine mecha. As for the purpose, it depends on whether he wants to manipulate it and sell the information at a good price, or just want to get away with it. After all, he is different from those human slaves. He should know that he can't have an easy time in our hands. Sir, you can try your best later. If it doesn't work, you can control the divine mecha and do some micro-manipulation. Mu Xianlei smiled and said, you are insidious. I like it. Li Yu widened his eyes and said, is this called insidious? Not at all, sir. Mu Xianlei didn't respond, strode in, and began to release the microelectric characteristics with all his strength. Zizzy, crackle. For a moment, the interrogation room was full of electric lights. In fact, the two could have used normal power equipment, but the strong man of the Thunder God sequence was here, and using power equipment to electrocute the captives was really a bit of a slap in Mu Xianlei's face. Therefore, Li Yu did not mention this, and let Mu Xianlei play freely. After a while, Li Yu walked into the interrogation room leisurely and saw the Star Tribe whose vertical pupils were trembling continuously after finally failing to withstand the terrifying electric shock. On this basis, the Star Tribe finally confessed. Name. Where are you from? What is your purpose? All the situations, you know, tell the truth. Urukintito. This is a transliterated name. According to the language of the aliens, this should mean the brave man who bathes in the stars. It is probably Zhang San and Li Si of the human race. Although this is suspected of being a pseudonym, the two did not care. It was just a code name. When they know more about this guy, they can slowly break his psychological defenses and reveal all the information. After all, this is just the first stage of breaking the ice in the interrogation, so that the person under trial is willing to speak. After that, getting more information from them is the core. Tudo said calmly, yes, it was my master who planned this drifting operation, and I was the person in charge of the operation at that time. However, after the operation had been going on for several years, the messages they sent regularly became less and less, and they were intermittent, which put me at risk of being held accountable, so I decided to take a risk and control my exclusive giant god soldier, enter a dormant state, and follow the signal information they sent, and keep tracking them. At the same time, it was also set that as long as the distance is within 30 light seconds, the resurgence will be triggered. So, I just woke up in the past few days, I don't know anything, and there is nothing you want to ask. Why not kill me earlier? so that both you and I can save trouble. Isn't it a one-time thing?" When he heard the last sentence, Li Yi's eyes lit up slightly, and he finally grasped the real purpose of the Star Clan. Li Yi spoke directly in the alien language. "You want to die quickly, right? I can give you this quick death." Seeing Li Yi speak, Mu Xianli did not interrupt, and also wanted to see how Li Yi would perform. The Star Clan was surprised and said, "You can make this decision." Li Yi smiled and said, "Of course, but the premise is that I need to get the intelligence and information we need." The Star Clan sneered slightly, leaned back, and although he was still tied up and the electric shock marks were still there, he put on a leisurely state and said, "I want to die quickly? What kind of condition is that? Either just kill me directly, or negotiate the conditions." Mu Xianli grinned. "You've been timid for a while and you're arrogant again? Are you itching to try my lightning properties?" Li Yi stretched out his hand to stop Mu Xianli and said with a smile, "Commander Mu, I have something to say." "It's not too late to wait." Mu Xianli nodded and said, "Okay, see what you do." Li Yi stared into Tudo's eyes and smiled. "Your acting skills are very poor, Tudo. In fact, I already know your biggest secret. I think I know why you dared to drift here alone chasing the signal, because you have the biggest trump card. If you die here, it may not be real death, right? Besides, you can't commit suicide. If you do, we will find out, and once we find out, your resurrection in the Star Clan will most likely fail. You must seize the opportunity to give your resurrection enough time. Am I right?" Every time Li Yi said a word, Tudo's brain and nerve signals would become slightly active, and when Li Yi said the word resurrection, Tudo's brain instantly turned red and warm, and the reaction was very intense. At this point, Li Yi had basically confirmed his guess. The smile on his face became more unscrupulous, like a devil. "Your means of resurrection are really amazing. Is this the innate instinct of your star race, or does it come from divine technology?" "I guess it's divine technology, and it has little to do with the innate abilities of your star race. Your talents are probably natural armor, great strength, sharp facial features, and non-evolvers can be comparable to ordinary evolvers, right?" Mu Xianli, who was next to him, saw Li Yi arguing one sentence after another, as if he really overturned the foundation of this picture, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. "I understand. You are only a medium-level talent among the Star Clan. There are even stronger talents above you, and you are more suitable to control your so-called giant god soldier, right?" Tuo, who had been holding back his words after being asked by Li Yi, finally couldn't help it. He shouted, "Since you have the ability to read minds, why bother asking so many questions? Either kill me as soon as possible, or stop whispering in my ear. Get out quickly." As he spoke, he became excited and directly activated the restored divinity in his body, as if he was going to take action directly. On the other side, the Jupiter Mecha, which had been watching the interrogation room for a long time, swung the B-level Zanpakugan fiercely. The sword suddenly brought a huge gust of wind, from top to bottom, and the huge sword tip like a millstone suddenly stabbed out and stopped in front of Tuo. Whoosh! The moment it stopped, the air wave rolled, the tabletop was blown and trembled continuously, and the connecting screws below kept making a rattling sound. At this moment, Lin Wendong's precise sword skills were also demonstrated vividly. Tudo stopped moving in front of the sword tip without any surprise, and stood still as if he was frozen. The scene was suddenly quiet. Li Yi smiled and said, "Tudo, you didn't dare to flip the table and attack with all your strength because you were afraid that your body would be instantly destroyed by our divine Mecha, resulting in your failure to resurrect, right?" Tudo didn't say anything, but Li Yi knew that he had guessed right again. When he figured out the reaction of Tudo's brain, Tudo had no secrets in front of him. Of course, this does not mean that Li Yi has a high enough understanding of the brain of the star race. It is just that he has finally established a set of accurate recognition logic for Tudo after Mu Xianli's stimulation and the questioning and review just now. To do this, he used the rich life experience brought by the memory fragments, which also played a lot of role. Of course, the most important thing is the micro-manipulation of microelectric characteristics. Li Yi asked all the questions that could be asked, such as the internal power structure of the aliens, the purpose of drifting, and all kinds of questions that could be asked. Of course, his interrogation method must ask the right pain points and ask the right keywords to be more effective. If you ask questions that the other party is not interested in or does not care about, the other party may not respond at all, or forcibly block the information. Therefore, some questions that are too detailed cannot be asked. If you ask them, the character will collapse and you will not be able to trick more information. You can only confirm it from the mouths of those human slaves later. After squeezing out all the information from Tudo, the interrogation lasted more than 4 hours. After that, they knocked Tudo unconscious again and asked Zhou Bingying to come and freeze his whole body. Then put him in the hibernation capsule, keep a close eye on him throughout the process, and focus on blocking him, waiting to be transported to the border star for another group of experts to be responsible for the interrogation. After completing all this, several people in charge of the interrogation came again to review the situation. Mu Xianli said, Li Yi, you mean, the Star Clan used some kind of divine equipment to realize a function that can allow the death and resurrection of the heavenly rank strongmen? Li Yi nodded and said, almost. Some of them are my guesses based on Tudo's reaction. They may not be completely correct, but it should be like this in general. Of course, I don't know what the principle is. But what is certain is that the body damage must not be too serious after death, and the time limit should be within 5 minutes. As for the method, it may be a means of soul information transmission or something like that. I'm not sure, Mu Xianli said. In the question you just asked, didn't you say that suicide is also a restriction? Li Yu said, the main reason for suicide is that we may discover the secrets of the Star Clan, and even when he's resurrected, his body may show abnormalities, causing us to directly destroy his resurrection. That's why he didn't commit suicide directly when he saw Captain Lin driving the mecha ready for battle. In fact, he can commit suicide at any time, but he is worried that there will be mistakes in his resurrection after committing suicide. Zhou Bingying said, this is not right. Didn't he ask you to give him a quick death? Isn't your guess contradictory? Li Yu shook his head and said, no, because Tudo knows very well that if a powerful person like him commits suicide, we will definitely conduct a thorough physical examination to prevent him from faking his death. Therefore, he would never dare to commit suicide under our noses. He also knows very well that we will not really kill him before we really squeeze out all the information. Saying so much about wanting a quick death is just to give us a false impression that he has long wanted to die. After that, he only needs to wait until we are out of sight for too long, or even when he is in the gap of thawing, to complete the suicide. As long as he seizes this time difference, even if he really commits suicide, we will not have more doubts, or even destroy the body at the critical point of his resurrection. Moreover, it is more likely that we are completely delayed, and when we find that he has successfully committed suicide, he has already successfully resurrected in the Star Clan. Zhou Bingying was dumbfounded after hearing these words. Oh my god, it seems to make some sense, but isn't it too roundabout? Mu Xianli smiled and said, I understand, Tudo's repeated attempts to provoke me, including compromise, and the arrogance afterwards, are actually acting. He tried to provoke us in order to make his injury more reasonable, so that we can take him for treatment, especially when he is placed in the medical cabin. That will be his greatest chance, right? Li Yu nodded and said, that's more or less the case. In short, there are many opportunities, and you can find ways to create them. There are many ways. By the way, the reason why I can judge this is because I checked the situation of the Xianhui prisoners in the Xianheng Star War before coming to the interrogation. After all, the Xianheng Star War was more than 10 years ago, but the human side's understanding of aliens is still very superficial, which has caused me a lot of doubts, and I am worried that I will encounter the same difficulties in this interrogation. Mu Xianli suddenly rang. When you said this, I remembered that a total of 12 Xianhui masters of the Star Clan were captured in the Xianheng Star War. These people did not reveal any situation when facing interrogation. When they were detained later, they had already committed suicide quietly. So from that time on, we also gave up the original method of detention and switched to serious injury plus freezing. The matter of the drifting mecha core may seem like a trivial episode, but in fact, it has profoundly changed mankind's understanding of the internal situation of alien civilizations. Originally, mankind's understanding of alien civilizations mainly came from the Two tribe and a small number of the Star tribe, and each had its own omissions and deficiencies. Now with these captive groups without ideological stamps, the information that can be obtained is undoubtedly more accurate and richer. Although these sources of information come from more than 200 years ago, their reference value is obviously higher than the various sources obtained before. In this way, after completing the interrogation, Li Yu and his group returned to the southern ruins again to complete the last few days of exploration. And on the last day, they set off to return to the border star. Chapter 193 Return. The 10 starships sent out to explore the border star are flying back one after another. The starship of Li Yi's group did not return with the starships of Mu Xianlei and Lin Guotao. They still need to continue to guard and wait for new rotation personnel to arrive and continue to explore. On this day, outside the border star, within the range of the eternal glow of the Stargate, a small starship slowly sailed in. Not long after confirming the new version of the authority key, it immediately entered the range of the border star and soon entered the main base located underground in the highest mountain range of the border star. In a training ground in the starship, Li Yi was meditating slowly and receiving the divine radiation emitted by several newly acquired B-level divine nuclei. Of course, several of his private collections, A-level nuclei as big as small houses, were also placed on one side, slowly releasing various colors of radiation light. These B-level divine nuclei were naturally taken from those drifting mecha core. The fight was too fierce before, and several of them were damaged too thoroughly. Some parts disappeared completely, or the divine core was directly shattered and could not be restored to normal divine mecha. Therefore, Li Yi simply asked for them. When calculating the war merits in the future, these will naturally be counted as the scope of what has been received, and will not be counted again. Because of the conflict in the route and the mismatch in the sequence, everyone naturally did not fight with him. It's a pity that the A-level machine is intact, otherwise Li Yi would have brought it over and radiated it for a few days. In the last battle, he fought heartily and had some signs of generation. After 4 or 5 days, this divine gene is finally going to be generated. He began to drink the regular nutrient solution provided by the starship, drinking a lot. Although these nutrient solutions are not comparable to the ones without side effects he had before, it is not a big problem to drink them a few times temporarily with his strong physique. Not long after, under the stimulation of these nutrient solutions, the 21st divine gene in his body finally shone brightly. Li Yi felt the waves of comfort coming from deep in his body, and couldn't help but want to let out a long roar. However, thinking that this was just a small starship and that there were other teammates next door, he still endured it. He felt it slightly and found that the characteristics of this new one should be the ice prison characteristics. With this one, there are 7 Pluto divinities, and it is not far from the full 9. Unfortunately, there are still no gravity-related characteristics. Li Yi sighed slightly and was about to consolidate it. Suddenly, the pilot in front sent a message. It has landed at the main base of the border star, and all mecha masters can leave the ship. Everyone packed up and took the injured Lin Guotao off the ship. Suddenly, pa pa pa. Thunderous applause rang out in unison. A group of people gathered in front of the hangar, their eyes full of relief, touching, joy and many other emotions, staring closely at the people in Li Yi's group who came down from the ladder one after another. Everyone found that the leader of this group of people was actually the second admiral of the border star, He Guangzi, who had met before. At this moment, He Guangzi's majestic yet warm eyes met Li Yi's. Then he nodded slightly and smiled. It seems that you still don't know what kind of history you have created, and what kind of rich and colorful strokes you people will leave in history. Congratulations, congratulations to you, Li Yi. You led the team to discover the heritage relics that humans have longed for. Don't you plan to publish something? Li Yi was a little surprised. According to his understanding, even if they really found the heritage relics, they should have handled it in a low-key manner in the end, so as not to spread the news too widely and spread it to spies, causing the heritage relics to be targeted by aliens. But this is a big deal. He glanced over and found the auras of at least 7 Xianwei strong men. In addition, there are also many who are in the stage of 3-element integration and may complete the adjustment at any time and then be promoted to Xianwei. So many strong men gathered here, is there no need for defense, or what? However, since Li Guangzi had brought up the topic, he could not refuse to answer. After thinking for a while, he simply smiled and said, to be honest, I have no sense of creating history at all. After all, I have always believed that history is not about great moments, but about countless ordinary moments. It is because of the hard work of the soldiers on the border star who are stationed at the border day and night, and the bloody battles with aliens every day that we can safely explore the rear of the ruins. Without the help of the 2 Xianwei officers Mu and Lin, I believe we would not be able to accomplish this. It is the surging tide of mankind's desire for progress and strength that has pushed me to this heritage ruins. Thank you. Everyone did not expect such a statement. Several Xianwei strongmen nodded secretly. Many soldiers present also felt quite useful and smiled happily. In the corner, There were also disabled people who wiped their tears quietly. There were at least thousands of people gathered here, and it was unknown what Yi Guangzi's purpose was to bring so many people to this occasion. After Li Yi finished speaking, he didn't pay much attention. While everyone was still not able to react, he walked quickly to avoid the crowd. Others followed suit and wanted to leave the occasion quickly. Although they were happy to have such a moment of attention, since the captain Li Yi took the lead, there was naturally no hesitation and they just followed. However, Yi Guangzi didn't seem to intend to let Li Yi go. He flashed and stood in front of Li Yi, smiling and said, "Li Yi, you can't just leave like this. What you said just now was very good. It's worth it that I specially organized such a large number of people to support you. But it's not enough. Say something else." Li Yi had a headache. As the top powerhouse of the Border Star, was Yi Guangzi so idle? Did he have to speak? At this time, Yi Guangzi's voice transmission had quietly reached Li Yi's ears, and he only heard him say, "Don't be surprised, people are like this, they need some spiritual support from time to time. Before you, it was Zheng Shengfeng, and now, you can do it too." Li Yi thought about it, and simply replied in voice transmission, "General, what you mean is that the morale of the Border Star is not good, and we need an alien mecha division like me to cheer them up." These words were a bit heartbreaking, but Yi Guangzi still smiled in response, without moving his lips, and said in voice transmission, "Morale cannot be boosted when it is about to disappear, but it must be given better replenishment before it falls back to the middle. You may be wondering why such an important matter as the discovery of the heritage ruins cannot be handled low-key. After all, the aliens are always eyeing them. In fact, what the aliens were looking for was not the heritage ruins from the beginning to the end. The so-called aliens are eyeing the heritage ruins. In fact, it's just a propaganda." Hearing this, Li Yi was suddenly speechless. Indeed, since he came here, he has heard many people say that the real goal of the aliens is to find the heritage relics. But the problem is that humans and aliens have been fighting for a long time, and they have captured a lot of prisoners, but the useful intelligence they have obtained is actually very few. In this case, how can humans judge what the real goal of the aliens is? He subconsciously did not doubt the source of the information, so he did not notice this flaw. Thinking of this, Li Yi suddenly felt a little refreshed about Yi Guangzi. This old fox. As soon as he heard Yi Guangzi's voice transmission and looked at his expression, Li Yi knew that this so-called propaganda strategy must be the idea of the person in front of him. Immediately, Li Yi asked in a voice transmission, "So, General He, what is the purpose of such publicity? What is the real goal of the aliens?" Yi Guangzi smiled and continued in a voice transmission, "The purpose of the publicity is, first, to deceive the cult's internal contacts, and second, to hide what we have really dug up. Otherwise, think about it, the heritage ruins are important, but will we really put our hopes on you who are participating in the competition? Asking you to find the heritage ruins is just a cover, but we didn't expect it to be successful, and we got double the benefits. As for what the real goal is, I will tell you when you become a mid-level celestial being or above. Don't be unbalanced, you see, Mu Xianli, Lin Wendong and the others don't know either. I'm telling you so much because I see that you have a clear background and have made great contributions. I'm sure you can't be a cult spy. In short, let's do a full show and make the glory of your finding the heritage ruins this time even more enthusiastic and dazzling." Li Yi said in a voice transmission, "Commander, are you going to make us targets?" Yi Guangzi smiled and nodded and waved to the surroundings, and continued to transmit without moving his lips. "You are the champion, so why can't you make a big fuss about it? Moreover, since you have decided to take the first place and have taken the first place, there will naturally be corresponding eyes on you. This is inevitable, isn't it?" Li Yi didn't care about these cliches and continued to transmit. "Then, the commander didn't mean to make us the target, right?" Yi Guangzi transmitted in reply, "Don't worry, heroes like you, if we can't protect you well, wouldn't that be a slap in my face? Young man, don't worry too much, take the glory that belongs to you, and take it openly. Also, don't think that the heritage ruins are not important just because I said that the heritage ruins are a cover. In fact, this is the honor you have won, so stay and accept everyone's cheers for you. If you have any more questions, come to my office later." Since the words have come to this point, Li Yi really can't refuse anymore. So he stayed and opened his hands directly. This hand gesture was like a signal, and a group of people rushed up, but Yi Guangzi disappeared somewhere. Then, Li Yi was thrown into the air, caught, and thrown up again by the crowd like a tossed ball. For a while, the whole hangar was bustling. Not only Li Yi, but also the other people in the group could not escape this process. The whole serious war base was unusually lively, like a festival. Originally, Li Yi still found it difficult to understand why these people were so excited, but as he was tossed around, he suddenly understood. Yes, these people have been holding on here. In addition to resisting the attacks of aliens, their daily lives must be very boring except for training. After a long time, they will inevitably doubt the meaning of staying here. But when the goal that aliens and humans have been fighting for, which has been promoted, is found by humans first, that kind of excitement, that kind of joy, the pleasure of finally achieving a goal that may not be achieved after long-term hard work, there must be nothing more comforting than this. After realizing this, Li Yi slowly blended into the joyful atmosphere of the crowd and relaxed. While everyone was cheering, all kinds of delicious food were brought up by the food delivery robots. Before long, everyone began to enjoy the food. Zhang Pengting was infected by the atmosphere, and he actually shouted and jumped to a high place, singing military songs wantonly. For a while, there were crowds of responses. After the song was finished, someone took the lead and shouted Li Yi Li Yi. It seemed that they wanted Li Yi to sing. After an unknown period of time, the excitement gradually dissipated, and everyone in Li Yi's group finally quieted down. Suddenly, a group of people walked on the starship that had been parked for a long time on the other side. Everyone looked and saw that it was Ning Fiao's group. Ning Fiao walked over first, made a congratulatory gesture to Li Yi, and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Li Yi, now all over the border star. I'm afraid even the robots in the kitchen have heard of your name. It's also a coincidence that our ship arrived one step earlier than yours, but when we saw so many people outside, we knew they were waiting for you. What do you think? We are very sensible, of course. The last battle was a fair competition. I hope you don't mind." "Don't worry, if I really mind, I won't let you go on the spot." Li Yi patted the slightly wrinkled marks on his uniform due to being pushed, and replied with a smile, "You look so happy. It seems that there will be other discoveries after this." Ning Fiao nodded and said, "Yes, I might as well tell you this. We turned back to the Ice Dragon River on planet number 5 and explored deeper. Fortunately, there were no accidents, and we also found a valuable relic." Li Yi was surprised. Could it be true that, as rumored, the Stardust Corridor really hides many relics? Ning Fiao smiled and said, "Don't worry. Although it is valuable, it is not as valuable as your heritage relics. By the way, we also obtained a kind of language data, which should be different from the one obtained on the surface of Binglongchuan. If you are interested, I can give you this data as a thank you for letting us go last time." Li Yi came back to his senses and nodded. "That's the best. This kind of first-hand language data is exactly what I need." Immediately, Ning Fiao sent the data over the communication without saying anything. Li Yi turned on his personal communicator, looked at the data displayed on it, and nodded slightly. It is indeed a completely different language and writing from the surface relics of Binglongchuan, and the surface text is mostly engraved on the stone walls of the caves, which is a relatively primitive text. However, the text that Ning Fiao and his team found in the deep layer this time was recorded on a piece of special paper. This special material is somewhat similar to the experimental record paper that Li Yi obtained from the Guardman's notes before. From this, it can also be judged that the relics discovered by Ning Fiao and his team are indeed a divine civilization. So, if Li Yi judged that there was another time and space relic, then 3 relics were found in the Stardust Corridor. Adding the 4 that had been discovered according to previous data, there are a total of 7 relics related to divine civilization. Of course, the time and space relic may not be divine civilization, but there are still 6 at least. Li Yi thought, could it be that this Stardust Corridor was once the urban area of the divine civilization? There were still a few hours before the limited return time and the final results of the competition, so the group simply went to the training room where they stayed last time to rest. Originally, someone was enthusiastic about taking them to a better location, saying that the training equipment there was definitely better, but Li Yi and others refused. At this point, the quality of the equipment has little impact. Anyway, there will be no troublesome training in the next few hours. You can only practice fighting in a small area, or receive divine radiation, or take a rare break and chat. Lin Guotao, who was estimated to be out of the top 10, also let go of his awkwardness in the excitement just now. Yes, although the personal points are insufficient, He has witnessed and participated in history, and has made great contributions to the progress of human civilization. This honor is by no means surpassed by the quota to go to the Earth ruins. Not to mention, after the last hustle and bustle, now that he calms down, Li Yu feels that his soul is subtly touched, as if he has broken through a boundary that he has never noticed. He has a vague feeling that the matter arranged by He Guangxi has made their hearts seem to be cleansed. After all, people are social creatures. Under the attention of the public, feeling the gratitude and joy from everyone's heart is indeed beneficial to the upliftment of the soul. He closed his eyes and meditated for a while, and found that his efficiency in digesting redundant memories was much faster. In other words, if he absorbs the same memory fragments, his soul improvement speed will also increase accordingly. It's about 10% faster. Li Yu was happy. Although it's only a 10% increase, he digests it very quickly, and the base is not low. Even if it's just a little increase, it's a huge efficiency improvement. Although I haven't measured the soul capacity, after these 2 months, it should be able to accommodate 40 or 50, or even more divine genes, right? I must maintain a higher soul reserve, so that my divine genes can condense faster. It would be best to increase the average from 1 per week to 1 every 3 or 4 days, so I must get more S-level and A-level divine cores. While he was thinking, he realized that the time was almost up. Sure enough, when he opened his eyes, he found that the voice of AI reminding them to go to the venue is also ringing. Everyone, let's go, the final results are about to come out. Chapter 194 Settlement. The largest training ground inside the main base was used as the award ceremony venue. There were some arrangements at the venue, but the overall style was still mechanical and simple. At most, there were some virtual holographic projections to create the atmosphere of the entire ceremony. As one of the biggest events for the special profession of Mecha Masters, all deep space fleets, various ruins, and the garrison troops of various key mining stars and resource stars can simultaneously receive the online live broadcast of the award ceremony. Moreover, the fleets of the participating Mecha Masters who entered the top 100 in the second round also arranged holographic projections of the Mecha team captain and the captain to watch the ceremony on site. There are also some main ships in the surrounding activities, and all the Mecha Masters and quasi-Mecha Masters on the ship will come to watch the ceremony. Of course, there are also many interested auxiliary personnel and mechanics who will come. Of course, only fleets that hope to enter the top 10 will make such arrangements. If there is no hope of entering the top 10, at most representatives will be sent to watch the ceremony. After all, it would be embarrassing if too many people went but didn't get any awards. Anyway, there are not a lot of spectators on the scene. The rest personnel of the main body of the border star and the personnel of the surrounding main ships add up to more than 100,000 people, which is really a lot. After all, this is an era of large Mecha battles. Minus the Mecha division group, the total number of auxiliary personnel on rotation is enough. But it's no wonder. After all, this involves the deployment of the surrounding area of the entire planet. Without this number, it takes a lot of effort to maintain the equipment everywhere. After all, no matter how convenient a robot is, it is impossible to conquer the world, not to mention that in this environment, the effectiveness of the robot is infinitely weakened. When everyone arrived this time, the beautiful AI projection who is responsible for the award ceremony guided everyone to rearrange their seats. When sitting down, Li Yu found that everyone's seats were different. He was the number 1 seat on the Mecha division side, the number 2 seat was Yang Chaoquan, the number 3 seat was Ning Fiayu, the number 4 seat was Liang Zhishan, the number 5 seat was Su Weilu, the number 6 seat was Le Guanggai Ao of the Kunlun ship, the number 7 seat was Tan Haode, the number 8 seat was Lin Xiu of the Shura ship, the number 9 seat was Hu Yidan, and the number 10 seat was Long Jinshan of the Taishan ship. Seeing this, Li Yu didn't know which 10 people got the top 10. He didn't expect that the final result was almost the same as what he predicted, and Liang Zhishan's ranking was actually quite high. It seems that the corresponding knowledge obtained in the Vision Spire is of great value. Li Yu thought about it and understood it. Although he had passed through a higher number of floors in the Vision Spire, the corresponding knowledge insights given by the Vision Spire were different due to the large differences in the cracking methods of both parties. The corresponding knowledge obtained from other spires was not very complementary when they were summarized and sorted into corresponding knowledge manuals with Li Yi. However, even so, each person's individual experience in breaking through the tower and the knowledge obtained still helped these people win a lot of points. The other people in the top 10 were basically obtained by the top 5 in the second round. Because the top 10 in the second round also have basic points, and the higher the ranking, the higher the points, so as long as there is a little gain, it is easy to squeeze into the top 10 among the top 10 in the 3 rounds, except for Li Yi's group. Only Long Jinchen was not on the top 5 in the second round, but ranked 8th. It can be seen that what Long Jinchen won should also be quite valuable. Ning Feiyu was ranked 3rd in the 3rd round probably because of her high basic score in the second round, and the things she found in Bing Longchuan were really valuable ancient things. Li Yu listened to the chats of the people around him and roughly knew the strategies of others. They were basically looking for mining stars. They even fought for mining stars. Except for him and Ning Feiyu, all the others who squeezed into the top 10 found mining stars. Among them, Lin Guotao was the most thrilling. He searched around and found nothing. It was not until the last day when he passed by planet number 7 that he suddenly had an idea and went down to explore. He really found a rare mineral and almost didn't make it into the top 10. In addition, among these top 10, only Lin Guotao of Kunlun ship and Long Jinchen of Taishan ship came from the leading ships of the region. The other leading ships of the region, Changbei ship, Taihang ship, and Five Color ship, did not enter the top 10. This is also a relatively rare result in the past few years. After all, Li Yi's wave led 5 people in the group to ascend to the top 10 in one fell swoop, which is indeed rare. Outside the top 10, Teng Jili was 13th, Zhang Pengting 19th, and Lin Xiaohu 23rd. After all, they also had participation points for discovering the ruins and points for killing enemies, so their overall rankings were not low. Everyone was not surprised to see the seat arrangement, because the news that Li Yi's group had found the heritage ruins had spread everywhere in the past few hours, and anyone with a hearing ability could hear the news. Inside the Yaoqi ship, Chen Kaiongzi, who was doing extra training for the special class, suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "Okay, we have half a day off today, let's all go." The remaining few people were puzzled. "What's wrong with the instructor?" Xiaodong was shocked and said, "Fuck, aren't you guys paying attention to the news on the internal network? Li Yi from our class has entered the top 10 of the second round of the Youth Mecha Master competition. Today is the last day to announce the results. The instructor must go to watch the live broadcast." Everyone knows that Li Yi was taught by instructor Chen hand in hand. Tan Horan smiled and said, "You guys have the posture of a new generation of martial arts fanatics. Li Yi is a great master who ascended from our class. It would be unreasonable not to pay attention to it. Come on, stop practicing, and hurry up to watch the live broadcast. It should be starting soon." Zhang Zuyin stepped out from the 2 sisters, got close to pharmacist Wan, and winked at her. "Sister Wan, you haven't seen your brother Yi for almost 2.5 months, do you miss him?" Pharmacist Wan turned her head away and said, "You can think of it yourself, but I didn't think of it at all." As she said that, she quickly packed up her things, as if she was about to leave for something urgent. Zhang Zuyin grabbed Pharmacist Wan's wrist and said with a smile, "Sister Wan, I didn't expect that you would say one thing and mean another. Let's go watch the live broadcast together. It's so boring for you to watch it alone." Pharmacist Wan found that Zhang Zuyin was quite strong and couldn't break free for a while. Of course, she didn't want to force it, so she had to say, "Okay, then call everyone together, Zuo Ying, Xiaodong, Tan Horan. Well, call Zhang Zuqiang too." Zhang Zuyin's eyes curved and said, "Since your sister Wan has spoken, I don't think anyone would not come." Sun Zuxiu ran over from a distance and shouted, "Damn, you didn't call me when you had something good to say. Let's go, have you forgotten me, the big man's son, so quickly?" At the venue, the beautiful AI who called herself Xiaok began to speak the opening words of the ceremony. The third round of the 142nd Youth Mecha Master competition hosted by Boundary Star was completely completed half an hour ago. In this competition, the 10 teams have each gained something. Li Yi, the Mecha Master from Yaoqi ship, used his keen insight and accurate vision to quickly find the Zhang mining planet eroded by the ideological stamp in the past data, and cracked the Zhang chaos in one fell swoop, and for the first time discovered the key target for mankind, the heritage ruins. Moreover, he repeatedly led the team to kill powerful enemies, and even united the whole team to make a feat of counterattacking and killing A-level mechas. Excellent command throughout the whole process, accurate judgment. Worthy of being a model of young Mecha Masters in the new era. Now please welcome the Mecha Master of Yaoqi ship, Li Yi. Li Yu walked up to the rostrum with a slow smile. Since he felt the soul breakthrough brought by the unity of all people, his state of mind towards such things has also changed. Just now, he found that the audience had not participated in the carnival a few hours ago. He immediately understood that Guangxi's move also meant to let the rotating personnel experience this historic moment. Walking onto the stage, the beautiful and lovely Xiao Kai handed the microphone to Li Yu with a smile. Master Li, say a few words. Li Yu took it and glanced at the people in the audience. Suddenly, his mind recalled the memory of struggling to survive in the tree shed area on Mars when he was young, and relying on his adopted brothers and sisters. And with the help of Xiao's family, he gradually gained a foothold and awakened the talent of the dream plane. Unexpectedly, it has only been more than half a year to get to this point. But because he has experienced too much during this period, and the memory fragments he has absorbed are countless, he actually feels as if he is in another world. Under his eyes, the faces full of hope that pass by seem to overlap with the faces in his past years. There were also people who, although not at the scene, seemed to see those who came to watch the live broadcast in advance on the distant screen port. Thinking of this, Li Yu's expression softened. He said, to be able to stand in this position today, first of all, I would like to thank all the people who have helped me along the way. Among these people, there is Commander Lin Guotao, who gave me a place on the Yaoqi ship. He provided a lot of help and advice, which saved me a lot of detours. There is Instructor Chen Kai-ongzi, who laid the most solid foundation for me as a mecha master, and also allowed me to grow faster and see what a real mecha master should be like. There is Instructor Liang Zhishan, as my teammate. He has been stable and reliable all the way, thoughtful, and is a stabilizer in the team, making up for my incompleteness. These three are important figures who have been both teachers and friends to him in the past 6 months. As a rookie mecha master, he has too many things to be taught by these seniors. I also want to thank my teammates in the special class, the gentle and reliable Yao Shiwen, the strong and reliable Tan Oren, the brave and optimistic Sun Duxiu, the steady and solid Zhang Zuqiang, the smart and lovely Zhang Zuyin, the sharp and optimistic Zhuo Ying, and the entertaining Ke Xiaodong. I also want to thank my current teammates. They are in the audience. Their names should also be on the list later. I won't bother to think of various adjectives to introduce them too much. At this point, Li Yu smiled slightly, and the audience laughed kindly. There are many others I want to thank, such as the commanders Mo Chenlong, Mu Xianli, Lin Wendong, etc., who I met before, all of whom provided a lot of help, and my opponents, Ning Fiu, Yu Longhu. Li Yu read out the names that he remembered and had a good impression of one by one. As for Sao Yizhan, Fang Shilin, etc., who met on the Kunlun ship, they would naturally not be mentioned. After all, the impression was not good. Finally, I would like to thank all the soldiers present. I am one of you, and you have also made the future of mankind. I may not be able to call out your names, but I remember everyone's face. I hope that one day in the future, we can meet in the quiet and beautiful city streets, or the green and lush fields, or the vast and majestic planets and rivers, and we can smile at each other and share the peace and beauty of mankind. After saying this, Li Yu bowed and gave the microphone to Xiao Kui, and turned to leave the stage. Xiao Kui wanted to ask a few more questions, but she didn't expect Li Yu to run so fast and leave in a flash. She couldn't catch him, so she had to give up. There was a moment of silence, and thunderous applause rang out from the audience. On the Yaoqi ship, the 7 members of the group watched the live broadcast on the screen. On the page, Li Yu's close-up face appeared on the screen. Ke Xiaodong slapped his thigh. Damn, what do you mean by the entertaining Ke Xiaodong? Li Yu means that my only role is to be funny. Sun Juxi laughed so hard that he gasped, and said with his belly, Ke Xiaodong, Li Yu's evaluation of you is in line with your image, isn't it? Ke Xiaodong said angrily. Damn, I'm obviously a classic rough man on the planet Sutton. How could my main role be to be funny? How will the other girls in the class look at me now? Zhang Zuyin smiled and said, Brother Xiaodong, don't struggle. When you become a senior mecha master, you can get rid of this title. Pharmacist 1 looked at Zhang Zuyin, smiled and put her hand on Zhang Zuyin's shoulder, then her fingertips touched Zhang Zuyin's pink and delicate neck, poked it, with an unchanged expression. Sister Zuyin, I didn't expect Brother Yi's evaluation of you to be cute. Zhang Zuyin suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Yes, Sister 1's evaluation was gentle, and there was no other evaluation about appearance. The next ones to speak were Zhang Chaoquan and Ning Fiu. According to the convention, each of the top 10 people needs to answer some questions from Xiao Kui and make a speech. The whole speech will be very dry, so Xiao Kui will ask some jokes according to the situation to liven up the atmosphere. They didn't say much, and each of them said some words of thanks. Zhang Qiaoquan naturally emphasized thanking Li Yi. After all, although he is quite capable, he has no hope of entering the top 10 this time, so he can only wait for the next session. But this time he achieved his goal ahead of schedule, so he naturally expressed the highest gratitude. It is worth mentioning that Ning Fei also emphasized thanking Li Yi, and mentioned the last battle in the Heritage Ruins, and frankly admitted that he was defeated and let go by Li Yi. This also triggered a lot of applause from the audience. The applause was first to thank Ning Fei for boldly admitting this kind of victory and defeat that no one spread, and second to thank Li Yi, who is indeed the best in this competition. Whether it was reputation or results, he had the style of a general. For a while, there was another round of thunderous applause on the field. In conventional awards, the first prize is usually awarded last to keep the suspense until the end. But the Mecha Master competition is different, or rather, the Mecha Master group does not have this tradition. It has always been the first to take the first prize and the first to speak. The last person to speak on the stage was He Guangzi. This old fox flashed onto the stage from nowhere. He took the microphone and said with a smile, "This competition will be the most successful one in the past 140 or so competitions. It will also be the most colorful one in the future history of mankind. How many legendary chapters will be engraved in this year? I am very happy to witness this scene that changed the general trend of history with my own eyes. I also hope that all the warriors present will continue to maintain their determination to overcome all difficulties and welcome the future that is about to change." After the ceremony, Li Yi's military exploits and prizes have been distributed, waiting for him to collect them. The reward for the military exploits of the competition is 100,000, 1 B-level divine weapon of your choice, and 3 A-level divine cores of your choice. In addition, the matter of reporting the cult's hiding place 2 months ago has basically been concluded, and the war merits are given at the same time, a total of 30,000 war merits. If it was just a report, naturally there would not be so many war merits, at most 1 or 2,000. However, the hidden place reported had a lot of important materials, and it also led to the fact that some people in the Border Star Supervision Department were corrupted and transformed, which was a great achievement. It's not bad to earn 30,000 war merits just by talking. Liang Zhishan, who ran errands, also got 8,000 war merits, which is not bad. There is also a part, hundreds of divine mechas in the southern ruins, which are worth more than 6 million war merits. S-level divine mechas are worth 300,000 war merits. A-level divine mechas start at 100,000 war merits. B-level divine mechas start at 50,000 war merits. The price of a complete divine core is halved. The value of the divine core of a divine creature is halved again. If there is a divine weapon, the value will increase by 20% to 40%. Since Li Yi was the first discoverer, after deducting the fees of several heavenly positions, management fees, etc., and the share of teammates, he also earned 700,000 war merits, which is a huge sum. He was also the first to discover the truth about the drifting Mecha group, and he was also the first to find the delivery box, which avoided the continuous sending of messages. There are other combat miscellaneous items, etc. Although this kind of value is difficult to calculate, the main base is very generous. In addition, after the comprehensive battle, after deducting the A-level and B-level mecha cores that Li Yi got in advance, this part also divided into 40,000 war merits, which is not bad. As for the knowledge obtained from the previous exploration of the spire, it has been compiled into a knowledge manual as a basis for winning awards, and it will no longer be converted into war merits. In summary, this trip, he has a total of 870,000 war merits, a B-level divine weapon, 5 A-level divine cores, 2 captured in battle plus 3 rewards, and 6 B-level divine cores. The other members of the group also have their own gains. The overall comprehensive income is around 100,000 to 50,000, which is also a good income. Because the other members of the team did not have the right to discover the largest divine mecha warehouse, and it was also thanks to the Cheyenne Wei's move that they were able to successfully take it, so they did not get much from it. Among them, Zhang Qiaoquan had the highest income, 130,000. He had been the main force against strong opponents in the previous battles, and his exploration progress was also good. He did not get the divine color, so his comprehensive income was second only to Li Yi. According to Li Yi's subsequent chat with Ningfiu, her income was also okay, but it was not a heritage relic, so her gains were discounted, only 120,000 combat merits. At the end of the ceremony, He Guangzi seemed to have something else in his words. Not many people could hear the meaning of it, and Li Yi was one of them. He knew that in addition to the heritage relic, there was another thing that involved another secret excavation that He Guangzi had mentioned to him before. After the ceremony ended and the income was settled, Li Yi went to He Guangzi's office alone. The office was on the 8th floor of the command tower. Li Yi followed the guidance of the navigation AI and soon came to He Guangzi's office. Standing in front of the door, he stopped and thought about how to communicate with He Guangzi next. Chapter 195 Secret Talk. At this time, He Guangzi's voice came from inside the door. If you want to go in, just go in. Why are you standing at the door? Li Yi smiled, and without hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. A spacious and bright office appeared in front of him. In addition to this first impression, there were those strange-shaped plants behind the office, red and green, some with leaves as big as bananas, some with jagged edges, in various forms, but not common types. The roots of the plants all grew out of a light green nutrient solution tank, occupying the entire environment behind the office, like a miniature dense forest. He Guangzi sat casually on the sofa on the side and waved his hand. Find a place to sit by yourself. Li Yi keenly felt that those strange plants behind the office were all relying on the lightning characteristic slowly emitted by He Guangzi to survive. He Guangzi noticed Li Yi's eyes and said with a smile, "What did you see?" Li Yi said, "I saw that these plants flourished because of the general." He Guangzi praised, "Good eyesight, what else?" Li Yi said again, "I also saw that these plants grew to this extent in just one day." There was a little more surprise in He Guangzi's eyes. "Not bad, what else?" Li Yi smiled, "I also saw that these plants can only live for one day." He Guangzi was really surprised this time, but he was very good at nourishing his ki, and smiled. "Not bad, tell me in detail how you judged it." Li Yi said, "First, General He should have used the refined stimulation method of microelectric characteristics, 5 meters away from the body, to stimulate the growth of those plants and accelerate the absorption of nutrient solution. You only need to have similar characteristics to detect it. And it happens that I have this characteristic." The second point is that plant growth has its natural characteristics. If they grow normally, you can see the corresponding cortex at their roots, just like the annual rings of a tree. Each time they grow a circle, they don't grow directly larger, but instead they wrap around each other layer by layer. If they grow by forced growth, there will naturally be no such things as wrapping around each other. Therefore, as long as you observe the freshness of the traces on the surface of these plants, you can basically judge their survival time. The third point is, as for how to judge that they can only live for one day, it is because these plants cannot continue to grow under the microelectric characteristics of General He, which means that they have reached the limit of forced growth. As long as the nutrient solution in the roots is cut off, they will wither immediately. Even if the nutrient solution is replaced, I'm afraid the absorption rate will be reduced to a level that it can no longer be absorbed. And this time, I estimate, is about 24 standard hours. He Guangzi listened carefully to Li Yi's explanation and couldn't help applauding. "Great, you are indeed meticulous, observant, and knowledgeable." Li Yi asked curiously, "What I am more curious about is the purpose of General He doing this to train the characteristics of the heavenly rank?" He Guangzi nodded slightly. "Yes, the characteristics of the heavenly rank are the essence of the combat of the middle and high levels of the heavenly rank. If you are proficient in operation, your combat power will naturally be extraordinary, having the same number of heavenly rank characteristics, but due to different means of operation, will naturally bring completely different combat effects." Li Yi nodded. He Guangzi was indeed training micro-manipulation. He couldn't do the micro-manipulation that just now used microelectric characteristics to stimulate the growth of such a large range of plants. That requires stimulation that is so precise that it reaches the inside of the cells. His microelectric characteristics must probably be promoted to the heavenly rank and strengthened to the heavenly rank characteristics before he can do it. After all, the enhancement of his microelectric characteristics in the spire before only added up to 20 to 30%, which is not much. Now, he can only stimulate various organs, such as internal organs, blood vessels, muscle fibers, neural networks and other larger things. The divine network is the smallest organ in the body that he can stimulate. Including the brain, he could only sense the activities within the brain area, not the brain cells. Thinking of this, Li Yu said, General He, I have learned the skill of transforming the divinity into the divine energy cannon that you taught me last time. Do I need to show you a lesson and then learn the second stage you mentioned? He Guangzi narrowed his eyes. You have mastered it? Are you kidding me? Li Yu smiled and said, it is also a fluke. In the Heritage Ruins, I happened to learn a lot of skills of transforming the nature of divine energy, as well as the skills of divine separation. Combined with the last observation, I have more or less some experience now. Hearing about the Heritage Ruins, He Guangzi nodded immediately. Since it is a Heritage Ruins, it is indeed possible. Show me, let me see to what extent you have mastered it. When he mentioned this, he put what he was going to say behind. Li Yu nodded, stretched out his palm, and countless translucent divinities left his body, slowly showing the purple-blue color of lightning characteristics, and then constantly squeezed and rubbed. Immediately afterwards, the purple-blue color in his palm became thicker and thicker, as if it contained extremely powerful energy. With his current master-level divine control skills, it was already quite easy to complete these simple divine energy property transformations. However, to shoot the divine energy cannon with bare hands, it is far from enough to just do this step. The more critical thing is to shoot the divine energy at high speed. This step is also the core of this skill. Last time when He Guangzi demonstrated, he tried to shoot without firing several times. This method is called brilliant. And the core of the skill he actually demonstrated is actually this one. At that time, Li Yu, like everyone else, thought that the early energy storage was the key. But after he had a dream and understood the level of the transformation spire, he had refreshed his initial view. He Guangzi was demonstrating this core skill throughout the whole process, but everyone was attracted by the energy storage process and ignored the subsequent actions. This method of constantly circulating the divine energy in the palm, seemingly shooting but not shooting, and constantly accumulating kinetic energy inside is the focus of He Guangzi's teaching. This technique is also completely different from Yu Hengxing's star shock explosion technique. The former is to circulate internally and accumulate momentum. The latter is to use the divine mecha to compress vigorously to achieve its explosive effect. Both have their advantages. But in terms of the ingenuity of the technique, He Guangzi's is still better. At this moment, the purple-blue light is constantly condensing in the room. The divine energy that is constantly condensing in Li Yu's palm is constantly flowing at high speed, and increasing the compression force, so that the internal energy continues to expand. After a while, a fierce breath that is about to explode appeared in front of He Guangzi. This process takes about 3 minutes. Seeing this, He Guangzi narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, very good. You can maintain 3 minutes of force and speed. You have proved your operation skills for the first time. Now, you can try to shoot this cannon towards me. Li Yu was surprised and said, will it not accidentally damage the surrounding things? He estimated that the power of this cannon was several times that of a large caliber rocket launcher. It is estimated that it can directly knock down a building several tens of meters high. It should be no problem to blow open the shell of a man-made 20-meter class mecha with one shot. He Guangzi smiled lightly and said, you are still worrying about this when I am here? Hurry up and let me see how powerful your move is. Li Yu nodded immediately without any hesitation. After all, he is a high-level Xian Wei. Even if he does not activate the divine shield, he can probably withstand such an energy cannon with his body. He raised his palm straight forward and made a forehand gesture towards He Guangzi. His left hand grabbed the tip of his elbow to stabilize the output of his right palm. Then, boom. As his mind relaxed, the energy ball that was condensed like a water ball seemed to break a small hole. Then, accompanied by a huge squeezing force and the original accumulated momentum, the energy ball suddenly turned into a thin and long light wave and shot out. This energy ball was adjusted by him to be highly condensed. When it was shot out, it was as straight as a spear, cutting through a distance of 5 meters and instantly hitting He Guangzi's body. A few centimeters outside He Guangzi's body, a light-colored light shield appeared in response, blocking the energy wave at the moment of condensation. But it only held for a moment, and this extremely condensed energy cannon pierced through the divine shield like a long needle, hitting He Guangzi's shoulder, and finally became no longer condensed and exploded directly. Bang! In the huge explosion, the tempered glass behind the office instantly exploded with inch-by-inch cracks. At the same time, He Guangzi's continuous microelectric stimulation was also disconnected for a while, and the plants on the ground withered instantly. Seeing this, Li Yu couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Is this so powerful? After the smoke and dust filled the sky, He Guangzi was unharmed, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he walked out without saying a word. However, although he was unharmed, his body was more or less covered with a lot of dust. Li Yu immediately laughed secretly. It seemed that although He Guangzi was not injured, he probably didn't expect that the blow could penetrate his divine shield. Although the power was weakened after the piercing, and it did not cause any harm to He Guangzi, it still made He Guangzi lose some dignity and look a little embarrassed. When He Guangzi saw Li Yu's expression, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly and he said, "Your energy cannon is actually not the same version as mine." Li Yu immediately restrained his smile and said seriously, "Yes, I am not very good at learning, and I still need General He to guide me." He Guangzi choked for a while, and simply waved his arms, shaking his body slightly, and the dust that was stained was instantly shaken off by him. In a moment, he returned to his original bright and clean state. He coughed lightly. Although it is slightly different from my version, it is also self-contained. Yes, your highly condensed needle method is unexpected and has a strong defense-breaking power. It is indeed good. Li Yu stopped when he saw that it was going well, and immediately said, "I still have to thank General He for his guidance." He Guangzi said, "Since you have completed the learning of this technique within a year as promised, then I will teach you the second stage of the technique. Watch out." As he spoke, an invisible divinity condensed in He Guangzi's palm again, which quickly transformed into divine energy and continued to compress. Immediately afterwards, this divine energy group slowly shrank, slowly condensing from the size of a football to the size of a goose egg, and this was not over yet. It continued to compress and slowly turned into the size of a chicken egg, a pigeon egg, a quail egg, and then the size of a finger. Finally, it turned into the size of a grain of rice. As the light group continued to compress, the dangerous aura released by this energy was also constantly shrinking and becoming more and more ordinary. Until it was the size of a grain of rice, except for a slight glow, it was really no different from a grain of rice. The whole process took only a dozen seconds. After watching the whole process, Li Yu's eyes lit up and he was amazed. General He's unique skill is really turning decay into magic. No, it should be making magic more magical. He Guangzi's eyes moved slightly. Do you understand? Li Yu nodded. I understand. This skill is the continuous circulation of the same skill of accumulating power and speed, but the operation is getting more and more detailed, and it requires extremely high operating ability and total divinity. It seems to be a simple operation of more than 10 seconds, but in fact it has infused a huge amount of divine energy into it, and it will not break open, and it is self-contained. As long as there is a change in external force, it will produce a terrifying effect comparable to a tactical nuclear bomb. If General He infuses this with all his strength, perhaps even a 45-meter-high divine mecha can successfully break through the defense and create a huge gap. However, what I am more curious about is that this move seems difficult to release at a distance. If it is released at a close distance, I am afraid that even a flesh body at a high level of the heavenly position may not be able to survive this terrifying power. He Guangzi showed approval in his eyes and nodded. As expected, you are the best young mecha master of the time. Your eyesight and judgment are excellent. However, my skills naturally have a third stage. You should complete the second stage first, and then consider the third stage. As long as you can learn this trick within 5 years, you will be qualified. Now, let's talk about business. Although Li Yu is unable to replicate this move due to insufficient total divinity, he estimates that it is not difficult to master the skills. But before he could finish his words, He Guangzi talked about other things. In this case, Li Yu could not interrupt him and could only let He Guangzi continue. You don't need to ask about anything other than our target of the heritage ruins. When you have enough strength, I will tell you naturally. Don't worry, I have already treated you as my own. I will tell you everything I should say, even in advance. But for you, it is still not advisable to know this matter too early, as it may easily lead to other troubles. As for the fact that you have captured the heritage ruins this time, if it is spread so widely, then a group of cult members will definitely come to you and try to learn the location of the heritage ruins from your group, including the flight records of your small starship, the pilot, logistics personnel, teammates. Everyone will be targeted, but you can rest assured about this. We have arranged reliable personnel to be on guard in order to catch a group of hidden cult members. Of course, this is just a simple link. There are other annihilation operations under this. But this involves confidentiality. So you don't need to know too much, so as not to reveal your tracks. Li Yu touched his chin and asked, then won't the personnel in our entire small starship be restless for a long time? He Guangzi smiled and said, don't worry, we will do it on a larger scale this time. If we can achieve the highest goal, which is to destroy the fundamental evil sculpture, then everything will be fine. If we can achieve one more level, we can also destroy their manpower once, so that they will not be able to take sufficiently threatening actions for several years. After 3 to 5 years, when the knowledge of the heritage ruins has been acquired one after another, I believe they will not care about you as a source of information. Li Yu nodded. Okay, it's good that General He has detailed regulations. However, since you have told me such a large amount of information, I'm afraid you want me to do something, right? He Guangzi smiled and said, it's okay, but this is very simple. You just need to set off for the Earth ruins as soon as possible. The faster you leave, the bigger their actions will be, and the more flaws they will have. Li Yu frowned and said, are you going to be abated directly? What if we attract their heavenly rank powerhouses? He Guangzi smiled lightly and said, at that time, I will arrange a heavenly rank 5 powerhouse to protect your safety closely. Are you satisfied? At that time, you can explore the ruins together. This person has learned all my unique skills and his strength is not weak. At this point, Li Yu had nothing more to say, so he nodded and agreed. No matter what, with a strong man of the 5th stage of the heavenly rank escorting him, he still felt very safe. By the way, General He, the cult end that I reported last time was related to the supervision department. May I ask what the follow-up situation is at the supervision department? The captive I captured before died directly in the supervision department. How is the investigation of this matter going? Originally, Li Yu didn't want to ask He Guangzi such questions. After all, he didn't have the authority. Since he didn't get much information when calculating the military merits before, it meant that his authority was not enough to get enough information. But now it's different. Since he has been tied to the bait hook by He Guangzi, he has to get more information. Even if he doesn't have enough authority, he still wants to ask about this matter. He Guangzi stroked his beard. He was originally thinking of saying that you don't have enough authority, but when he saw Li Yu's determined eyes, he changed his mind and said, well, originally I can't disclose this to you casually, but since you need to take such a big risk, I will tell you a few important situations. In the supervision department, there are indeed people who have been corrupted and converted to the followers of the true Saint Church. There is no doubt about that, but this matter is really strange. I haven't figured it out completely yet. Chapter 196 Bodyguard. Strange? Li Yu frowned slightly. What else could be strange about this? He Guangzi nodded and said, yes, at that time, after I received the news from Lao Teng, I immediately checked the actions of the personnel within the supervision department. You also know that the Border Star has taken in so many disabled or retired old mecha divisions. The number is large, and the internal organization is like another powerful organization. Originally, Lao Lu and I naturally agreed to let them develop on their own. Supervision, monitoring changes and subtleties require a certain degree of independence, and cannot be easily interfered with or influenced by other personnel. And the contributions they originally made also made Lao Lu and I believe that they can do these things well. The fact is that before you reported this matter, their performance has always been good, and we have never had any major mistakes. Hearing this, Li Yu couldn't help but repeat the word mistakes. He Guangzi's expression did not change, and he said calmly, that's right. Originally, in my opinion, a little corruption is nothing. As long as it does not affect the overall situation and does not flow into the cult, the source is controllable, the direction is controllable, and everything is controllable. Hearing this, Li Yu immediately understood He Guangzi's character flaws, or rather, it should be the corresponding problems that are bound to arise under such a style of doing things. He Guangzi may know clearly what impact and consequences everything he does will have. But it is precisely because he knows too much that he has absolute confidence in himself. However, this kind of confidence often makes people blind. Li Yu himself is often self-vigilant, worried that he will overturn because of his overconfidence. Fortunately, He Guangzi's symptoms are not so obvious. The fear is that He Guangzi will not be self-alert at the critical moment and overturn. Li Yu's thoughts flashed quickly. He Guangzi continued to speak, and did not care about the slight strangeness in Li Yu's eyes. However, when I discovered the cult's lair, I did miscalculate, because I didn't expect that the person who was corrupted and transformed by the cult was actually my closed student. the director of the Border Star Supervision Department. Hearing this, Li Yu looked up suddenly. So this is what He Guangzi called strange? A person who is least likely to be corrupted? He Guangzi stared at Li Yu with deep eyes and continued, surprised, right? He is my third student and the only Xianwei in the supervision department. He has the strength of the fourth stage and his name is Zhang Junayan. Remember this name well. He is not dead yet. After the incident, he immediately drove the divine Mecha away from here. Sooner or later, he will come out to make trouble again. Li Yu felt something was strange. You want to ask why we didn't stop him, right? With Lao Lu and I's strength, it shouldn't be any pressure to stop a fourth-level heavenly rank person, right? As if seeing Li Yu's problem, He Guangzi took the lead and said, it's very simple, because when we found Zhang Junayan, half a month had passed since you reported it, and at this time, the aliens were also gathering their troops to march towards us. Li Yu suddenly realized, he knew he couldn't hide, so he was waiting for the opportunity for the aliens to attack. He Guangzi nodded and said, if you think of him from a worse perspective, even this wave of alien attacks may have been guided by the cult and deliberately launched by them in collusion. But there is no evidence for this, so it can only be regarded as a guess. Li Yu touched his chin and said, after all, he is the minister. It does take a lot of time to investigate him layer by layer, and this does give him time to escape safely. So General, what's the follow-up? Have you found out what Zhang Junayan committed during his time in the supervisory department? Is the impact serious? He Guangzi shook his head and said, in fact, the only thing we can find out now is collusion with cults to resell supplies. The rest has not been verified yet. Li Yu showed a suspicious look. He Guangzi said speechlessly, you kid, I'll tell you clearly, if you don't have the authority to know, I'll just say it straight. I told you that it hasn't been verified, and it really hasn't been verified. Li Yu said, maybe not, after all, it was previously promoted that the heritage ruins were the real target of the aliens, but it turned out to be a cover-up. He Guangzi said with a smile, you are stubborn, right? I haven't confirmed that you are one of us before, but now I have confirmed it, understand? Li Yu smiled and said, it's just a little joke to liven up the atmosphere. Of course, you know what the general means, and you understand it very well. He Guangzi laughed and said, you kid are good at arguing, let's just ignore it. Li Yu said, no, you haven't finished arguing. Since he's a heavenly powerhouse, there should be conclusive evidence to determine that he has been corrupted by a cult, right? What specific evidence was found at the time? Is there a possibility of misjudgment that led to his forced defection? A hint of sadness flashed across Li Guangzi's eyes, but he quickly restrained himself and said, unfortunately, this is not possible. Because the most powerful evidence is the video of him convening relevant personnel to hold a meeting and arrange the mobilization of materials. And we have checked repeatedly and ruled out the possibility of edited image information. Li Yu raised his hand and said, then, I have a small question. Was the evidence of conviction found before Zhang Junayan defected, or after he defected? He Guangzi looked at Li Yi, laughed and shook his head. Are you questioning the speed of our verification? Don't worry, it was naturally found before he defected, but it was a coincidence that after we found the evidence, he immediately launched it, which shows that there are still people inside who are tipping him off, or, he has mastered other means to monitor the progress of the investigators' investigation. Moreover, before he defected, he also detonated a material warehouse, causing a lot of internal unrest. Then, he took advantage of the gap when the strong were out on guard and successfully defected in one fell swoop. Li Yu said, no, General, you misunderstood. What I mean is, since Zhang Junayan defected at the same time as you found the evidence, it means that he must have had something important or a mission that delayed him and he didn't take it with him. For example, it must have taken more than a day or two for the aliens to gather in our side. There must have been a corresponding time difference for our strong men to leave and go to outer space for alert, presumably. The time when the heavenly strong men went out for alert should have been even earlier, right? This question also triggered Yi Guangzi's deep thought. He pondered and said, yes, this is indeed abnormal. At that time, he had at least 30 minutes of time difference to prepare calmly. Li Yu nodded and said, then the question is, why didn't Zhang Junayan defect earlier or later, but had to choose to defect when the evidence was conclusive, or after that? He definitely didn't do it because he was lucky and thought that he couldn't be found. After all, the dents have been uncovered. Such a large flow of materials is definitely not something that people in ordinary positions can mobilize. Therefore, Maybe he doesn't want to leave, but he can't leave, and the other evidence is what general he mentioned. He detonated a material warehouse, causing a corresponding commotion among the personnel, right? He Guangzi followed Li Yi's train of thought and said, interesting. You mean that the material warehouse is strictly guarded and the materials are checked every day. Therefore, if he wants to bury the means of remote detonation, he must bury it on the same day. However, this also proves Zhang Junayan's calmness in this defection, right? Li Yi nodded and said, yes, the material warehouse was chosen because this place is very important. But if you think about it from another perspective, he was able to place detonating items in such a heavily guarded and troublesome place. It can be seen that he was still very calm at the time and chose the most abundant defection plan. He Guangzi smiled and said, your argument is flawed. For example, since he can mobilize such a large flow of materials and transfer those materials to the cult's den, it means that the material warehouse is like entering and leaving his own backyard for him. Li Yi shook his head and said, no, that's impossible. Since it took you half a month to find him, it means that there must be several people involved in the process, which delayed your investigation. Therefore, Zhang Junayan would only make behind-the-scenes arrangements and would not show up. He would definitely not go to the material warehouse in person and leave any suspicious traces. After all, as a minister of the supervision department, frequent visits to the material warehouse would definitely arouse suspicion. If you found him the next day, I would not suspect that he had been to the material warehouse. He Guangzi was speechless, thought for a moment, and then said, your meticulousness is beyond my imagination. Indeed, we have never found any traces of him entering or leaving the war merit warehouse. If he exchanged items, he would often exchange them directly online without going there in person. Li Yi nodded and said, therefore, before he left, he must have made all the full and calm preparations, just waiting for the thing that delayed him, or the thing to be completed, so that he could fly away. However, in the end, the investigators from the main base got one step ahead of him and found the evidence, which made him completely lose hope of completing that thing or that matter. Then, he also carried out his long-prepared defection plan, so, I suggest investigating his actions before he left and checking the areas he had been in and out of recently. It would be best to profile his abnormal actions in the past few days. Maybe we can figure out what else he has hidden. Or what he did in the end. He Guangzi was convinced by Li Yi. He immediately arranged to send a communication, quickly communicated a few words, and then closed the communication. Your suggestion is very interesting. I have asked someone to do it. Maybe if I'm lucky, I'll get something today, Li Yi said, then wait for General He's good news. By the way, I also want to ask about the mysterious thoughts found in the heritage ruins. Have the experts found anything so far? The ancient creature we brought back before, the black ball about 30 meters long, have the experts determined its origin? What kind of creature is it? He Guangzi said helplessly, do you think I'm an encyclopedia? You've only been back for such a short time, how can you get something so quickly? We can't study the black ball here. It has been sent to BioStar. If you are interested in the future, you can contact the person in charge there. I can give you the communication method. As for the mysterious thoughts, we have properly contained them. You don't have to worry about this. Li Yi was speechless. He didn't worry about whether it was contained or not. He just wanted to know where the mysterious thoughts came from. After all, it was really strange that such a powerful existence was so weak, and it had divided into so many thoughts and stayed quietly in the thought stamp. As for the black ball, he was not very concerned about it, and asked about it casually. At that moment, he added the person in charge there and asked later. As he was talking, Li Yi felt that there was nothing he wanted to know, so he was ready to leave. Coincidentally, there was a knock at the door at this time. There was no sound, but the knocking sound was quite frequent. Seeing that there was no response, he did not stop knocking. Most of them were frequent customers here, and their relationship with He Guangzi should be not bad. He Guangzi smiled when he heard this voice and said, coincidentally, I just want to introduce you. This is the personal bodyguard I am going to arrange for you. Li Yi immediately became curious. After the door opened, a slender and beautiful woman stepped in. This woman has outstanding appearance and temperament, delicate facial features, charming face with heroic spirit, sword eyebrows and peach eyes like pearls, and a simple face. She looks like a strong woman who knows her own advantages. At first glance, this person gave Li Yi the feeling of Chen Kai-ongzi. But a closer look can find differences. Both of them have a good appearance, but Chen Kai-ongzi is determined to become stronger, And she is beautiful without knowing it. The one in front of him is beautiful and aware of it. Although her nature is also very strong, in fact, the charm of a mature woman is constantly released from the corners of her eyes. Especially her eyelashes, there is a natural and unrestrained beauty. Looking at her state, although she looks only about 30 years old, but judging from her strength of the 5th stage of the heavenly rank, who knows how old she is? General He, you called me. The woman is very tall. Li Yu looked over and found that he could only see her forehead. After more than half a year, Li Yu's height has grown to 188. He can barely see her forehead, which means that she is 1,834. He Guangzi smiled and said, "This is Li Yi. You should know that I will arrange a secret mission for you today. From today on, you will protect Li Yi closely. Until the matter of the inheritance ruins is completely over, understand?" He then said to Li Yi, "This is my granddaughter, He Qiangying, who is also the captain of my personal guard. You two should get to know each other." He Qiangying said in surprise, "General He, are you sure you want close protection?" She looked at Li Yi, smiled, and said, "You have a good figure and good looks. You are a good young man, but are you sure you can handle my close protection?" Li Yi, He Guangzi said speechlessly, "Shut up, don't flirt with any good-looking girl. Li Yi is a federal treasure now, don't lead him astray." He Qiangying said innocently, "I just like to talk nonsense, but I dare not take real action." He Guangzi chuckled and said, "If I didn't know you were only good at talking nonsense, I wouldn't dare to let you protect Li Yi." Li Yi understood. It turned out that He Qiangying's indifference to meat and vegetables was just a protective color. I just don't know why she chose this mode as her daily mask. But no matter what, as soon as he saw through He Qiangying's disguise, he knew how to deal with this kind of woman. There is no other way, just hit the ball straight. He immediately said, "Commander He, don't worry, I'm in good health and can handle it. I see that you have a strong breath and a strong physique. I'm sure you won't let me down." He Guangzi was stunned for a moment, and He Qiangying was also stunned for a moment. Then, He Qiangying chuckled and said, Okay, you are a good kid, let's practice some other day." Li Yu nodded and said seriously, "Okay, as long as Commander He is willing, it doesn't have to be in the training ground, I think we can practice in other places." He Qiangying's smile faded. He Guangzi laughed loudly, "That's right, Li Yi, you should take some time to teach my unruly captain of the personal guard. You can just get acquainted and then go your separate ways. We will meet again on the day of departure." Li Yu nodded, raised his eyebrows to He Qiangying as he passed by, and said, "I am always waiting for Chief He to come and guide my training posture." He Qiangying narrowed her eyes and was about to speak. But at this time, Li Yu dodged and left, and successfully ran away after firing the shot. Although he had no intention of revealing He Qiangying's true nature under the protective color, this was after all his bodyguard for a long time, and it was estimated that he could also be transformed into a training opponent, so he still had to understand the other party's situation clearly. The few minor offenses just now allowed him to accurately grasp He Qiangying's mentality. After Li Yu left, He Qiangying sighed and said, "Grandpa, why did you arrange such a cunning boy for me?" He Guangzi smiled and said, "Cunning? No, this young man is very decent. Look, he was very polite just now, wasn't he? Moreover, he is growing very fast and will probably be promoted to the heavenly rank soon. You have been single for so long, why don't you consider it? If you are late, you will not have a chance." He Qiangying narrowed her eyes and cursed him as an old fox. She said, "Haha, I am now at the 5th stage of the heavenly rank, and he has just entered the upper rank. When he enters the heavenly rank, I will be above the heavenly rank. Even if he is handsome, it is useless. I will not consider him if he is weaker than me. Grandpa, don't arrange this and that for me. These trivial matters will only affect the speed of my promotion." He Guangzi sat on the sofa and said leisurely, "You are just stubborn. Wait for a slap in the face. I can guarantee that he will be promoted to the heavenly rank within 5 years. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Departure. The departure time was set for the day after the ceremony. Originally, Li Yu planned to return to the Yaoqi ship first, so that Zhang Jingyu could properly configure the nutrients for his promotion. Now that Yi Guangxi has made such an arrangement, he simply made a quantum remote communication and asked Zhang Jingyu to remotely detect the body data and then configure new medicines. Then choose the interstellar mail service to send the medicine to the Earth. Li Yu has already asked Yi Guangxi about the receiving point. He can choose to send it to the Kinling base on the Earth. Because that is the permanent base of the Border Star Garrison Corps on the Earth, Yi Guangxi has many acquaintances there, which is convenient for him to receive it after arriving. The permanent base of the Yaoqi ship on the Earth is the Kunlun base, and it can also be sent there. However, the starship that Li Yu is going to take now comes from the Border Star Garrison Corps, so he doesn't bother two masters. In addition, the top 10 of their competition have also received corresponding requirements from Yi Guangxi, and they need to set off together, so as not to stay too long and cause more problems. Unfortunately, Li Yu has not waited for Yi Guangxi's investigation results on Zhang Junian. Otherwise, he was really curious about what he could find out according to his speculation. Before setting off, Li Yu went to the War Merit Library to exchange for a wave of high-quality resources. After all, the War Merit in his hand is already more than many upper-level mecha masters may not be able to earn in their lifetime, so he has to spend it and convert it into resources for cultivation. First of all, you can choose any 3A level divine cores, which is very good. You can take a closer look. 9 entries of information were immediately displayed on the light screen. Seeing this, Li Yu was slightly stunned. So few? With this number, can it be called optional? He glanced over and saw that they were basically all alien god sequences. I think they were all spoils of war obtained from the Border Star and aliens in previous battles. It can be seen that there are at least 10 aliens killed on the borderline. Counting the others who were exchanged or captured intact, this number is probably quite considerable. I just don't know how much information these aliens' heavenly powerhouses have obtained. However, according to the previous conversation with New Xianli, most of the intelligence that can be obtained is limited to the Tu clan. As for the outside of the Tu clan, they deliberately concealed it and rarely involved it. Li Yu's thoughts flashed through his mind, and then he looked at the list, skipping the detailed introduction, mainly looking at the characteristics and how high the divine mecha was taken from. Friction characteristics, taken from the 148-meter mecha, softening characteristics, taken from the 154-meter mecha, light particle characteristics, taken from the 148-meter mecha, fantasy color characteristics, taken from the 162-meter mecha, cutting characteristics, taken from the 164-meter mecha, long rainbow characteristics, taken from the 164-meter mecha, gravity characteristics, taken from the 165-meter mecha, virtual image characteristics, taken from the 166-meter mecha. Basically, the highest one does not exceed the A level of 170 meters. It seems that these divine mechas suitable for the first and second stages of the heavenly position are mostly high-level cannon fodder on the alien side. In terms of price, basically one starts at 50,000 yuan, and the divine core with the highest virtual image characteristics costs 78,000 yuan. After thinking for a while, Li Yu used the 3 exchange quotas of the reward on the divine cores corresponding to the cutting characteristics, gravity characteristics, and virtual image characteristics. Then, he used his own military merits to exchange for divine cores corresponding to the 3 characteristics of friction, light particles, and fantasy colors. He used the exchange quota to exchange for the high-value ones, and paid for the cheap ones himself, just right. This part cost 16.4 W military merits. Unfortunately, he either had conflicting characteristics or was not strong enough for other A-level cores, so he did not choose to exchange. Moreover, he has accumulated enough characteristics at present, and he also has to consider the problem of internal coordination to make the characteristics play a 1+1+1 greater than 10 effect. Finally, it was the B-level divine weapon. He thought for a long time and decided to exchange for a B-level Zanlao sword, which was mounted on the waist slot, just right to be used with his Anpikuken. Of course, these 2 divine weapons are both 100 meters long, and it's time for him to arrange a wave of divine mecha upgrades. It's best to find a B-level upgrade pool and upgrade to the top of B-level in one go. Unfortunately, after asking around, I found out that the upgrade pool on the Border Star has not yet reached the opening cycle, so we can only hope that it can be completed in the ruins on Earth. At the starship hangar, Li Yi and his group, including Lin Guotao, Ning Fiyu, Lin Xiu, Long Jinjin and others, also arrived one after another. Li Yi looked around, but didn't find where He Qiangying was. Just as he was wondering, he took a look and found that He Qiangying was mixed in with a logistics team, dragging a suitcase, wearing a uniform, and chatting and laughing with several logistics girls beside her as she boarded the starship. Li Yi nodded secretly in his heart. This He Qiangying's disguise method is not bad. Her heavenly aura is very well restrained. In addition to her outstanding appearance and temperament, her aura still gives people the feeling of a non-evolved person. But her outstanding appearance and temperament are not bad, because this is a garrison corps after all, where elites gather and experts gather. Many logistics personnel have good backgrounds, and their outstanding appearance and temperament can only be regarded as a common feature. If someone really wants to deal with them, this temperament will not arouse suspicion. Instead, it is like water flowing in a stream, and trees in the jungle, which is easy to conceal. Here, Teng Zhili, Zhang Pengting, Lin Xiaohu, and other top 10 friends who parted ways with the others also came to say goodbye. Teng Zhili walked up and hugged Li Yi, saying affectionately, "Li Yi, I am very happy to have such a period of fighting side by side with you, who is destined to be a great hero of the Federation in the future. I hope you will not stop your pace of chasing the wind and lightning, and continue to climb to the top until you become a real pillar of mankind." This man, who usually speaks very little, rarely showed a bit of reluctance. It seems that he also realized that after this separation, the gap between the two may become larger and larger, until forever. Li Yi patted Teng Zhili on the shoulder and said, "Brother Teng, wait for the right time, like water flowing, accumulate a lot and then break through the dust. You are the type of late bloomer. With your persistence, I believe that sooner or later you will ride the wind and turn into a dragon. Don't set limits for yourself." Zhang Pengting and Lin Xiaohu did not move forward, but just nodded silently to Li Yi, then stood up straight, put their palms vertically to their foreheads, and saluted. Li Yi also saluted in return. The Stargate is just a few hundred light seconds away, and it doesn't take time to fly there. However, the Earth Stargate has been banned from passing, except at special times or special routes. To go from the border star to the Earth ruins, you need to go to the Neptune Stargate first, then you can turn and fly directly to the target. When you reach the outer edge of the Earth, you still need to pass the 3-day inspection waiting period of the Moon Fortress before you can fly to the Earth. When you fly to the outer edge of the Earth, you must also undergo a comprehensive inspection by the cruise ship to confirm your identity, authority, quarantine, soul, etc., and only when everything is fine can you enter the Earth. The whole process is quite complicated and rigorous. It can be seen that the Earth must have some of the most important things for human beings hidden inside. At this moment, the small starship is like a flashing snail, flying slowly between the stargates of the border galaxy. With the size of the starship, it is indeed as small as a snail compared to the stargates and planets. Inside the ship, He Qiangying, who was disguised as a medical soldier, and Li Yi happened to meet in the corridor. On the other side of the corridor is a special organic tempered glass. Through this layer of glass ship, you can see the vast, boundless, dark and endless outer space. At this time, He Qiangying's face did not move, and she whispered, "There are still 10 minutes before the Stargate transmission. Why are you hanging around here instead of going to sleep?" "I have nothing to do, so I came here to see the beautiful scenery," He Qiangying said in disbelief. "You little fox, you clearly don't trust my protection." Although she said so, she habitually brought a bit of teasing to her voice. Li Yi laughed and said, "Of course I don't trust it. But since someone is targeting me, I'd better be careful. My physique is still okay now. I believe I can survive the overload of the Stargate transmission without hibernation. The space-time distortion load generated during Stargate transmission will be partially offset by a special material on the outer layer of the starship. There is a gravity generator inside that can reverse the load and also offset part of it. When transporting regular personnel, there are also hibernation cabins and spiritual nutrient solution inside to offset part of it. Only in this way can the life form pass through the Stargate transmission smoothly. If it is a celestial physique, it can withstand these loads without hibernation. Of course, if the flesh passes, even if it is a celestial physique, it will inevitably be torn into atoms. Li Yi has tested it. After condensing the 21st divine gene, his basic physique has completely reached the threshold of the celestial rank. Adding the self-created explosive skills, I believe it will not be a problem to withstand the load in the starship." In response, He Kyung frowned and said, "You are so arrogant just after entering the upper position? To bear the load of the Stargate transmission, you don't have a physique of the heavenly level, don't even think about it." Li Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, Chief He, I will naturally find a way to solve it. Although I am young, I am not stupid and will not joke with my life." He Kyung stared at Li Yi's eyes for a long time before reluctantly saying, "Okay, then I will temporarily believe what you, the first person in the Youth Mecha Master competition, say. If you feel uncomfortable during the transmission, you must enter the hibernation cabin as soon as possible." Li Yi nodded and said, "Of course." He Kyung said, "Then you continue to stroll around. Before entering the Stargate, remember not to be too far away from the hibernation cabin." It can be seen that He Kyung is still very responsible. Li Yi smiled and agreed. Li Yi increased his vigilance, but he didn't expect that nothing happened throughout the whole process. When he recovered from the strange load state of the Stargate transmission, it took a long time, and there was really no accident at all, which really surprised him. But it was good this way, so as not to be forced to perish together during the Stargate transmission. Moreover, it was probably because their early defenses were strict enough that there was no room for the cult to intervene, which was a good thing. This also gave Li Yi time to think about other problems. Because this was his first time to experience the Stargate transmission while awake, and it was somewhat different from the feeling of the outside world in the dream plane before. After all, before, he stayed in the hibernation capsule, and the load that could be transmitted was really very small. Moreover, in the hibernation capsule, the perspective of external perception was too narrow, and it was impossible to feel in detail the corresponding changes in divinity during the transition inside the Stargate. Of course, this was not his first time to personally come into close contact with time and space transition. Before this, he also used the far side detection system of the Pluto Mecha to observe the whole process of the Northern Ruins transition. This kind of time and space transition load is really amazing. It's a pity that the knowledge of time and space is very mysterious, and even the Southern Ruins don't have a related knowledge spire. Moreover, after the physical body just endured a time and space load, it actually had some effect on the absorption stimulation of divinity. The 4 fragments of immortality core hanging on him and the divine radiation released by more than 20 extremely hard divine core fragments instantly increased the absorption efficiency several times at that high load moment, which was also amazing. Unfortunately, it was only a short period of high efficiency. After leaving the Stargate, this high efficiency suddenly withered. Time, 17 hours later. At this time, the starship that Li Yi and his companions were on had been in the Neptune Stargate for some time and was currently passing by Mars. It was estimated that there was only an hour or so left to reach the lunar fortress. Along the way, there was no movement, and there was no sign of any opponent chasing them. Could it be that the cult saw that they had a strict defense this time, so they simply did not intend to start from him? Here, Li Yi and Liang Zhishan were standing on the gravity generator in the training ground, doing basic exercises. Liang Zhishan whispered, "Isn't it too quiet along the way? Didn't we announce before that there might be a risk of a cult attack on this trip?" Su Weilu also said, "That's right. The quieter I am, the more nervous I am. I dare not relax at all. I even have dark circles under my eyes." Tan Haod shook his head and said, "If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. We have received rewards and honors, but we must also bear corresponding risks. Moreover, many strong people have been arranged around us to protect us. There is no need to worry so much," Zheng Cheoquan said. "Tan Haod is right. Don't worry about it. You see, I have slept soundly these days and I'm not worried at all. Anyway, as long as we enter the ruins of the earth, there is no need to worry about any cults. I bet the cults dare not come." As he was speaking, the alarm suddenly beeped. "Alert! Alert! 4 starships are flying at high speed around Mars. The enemy detection is unqualified. The distance is 10 light seconds. All divine Mecha Masters, please quickly enter the Mecha hangar, start the Mecha, and be ready to attack at any time. Alert! Alert! 8B class and 2A class are flying out of the enemy starship. Attention! There are 2A class mechas." When they heard about the 2A class mechas, everyone's face changed instantly. The cult has such great power that even the A class is dispatched? Although they can understand that to deal with a group of people like them, the cult will definitely not dispatch conventional forces, and the forces dispatched must be overwhelming. But even so, When they heard about the two A-class mechas, everyone was still a little surprised and confused. One still has a chance to kill, but two, that would be difficult. Is there a heavenly position among the people who are arranged to protect them this time? At this time, Li Yu said, "Don't panic, listen carefully, the height of the A-class is only about 160 meters, and the strength is not very strong. We may not be able to withstand the A-class mecha. Ningfiayu and I can suppress one A-class together. Lin Guotao and Lin Xiu can also resist one of the other A-class together. With the other mecha masters who come to protect, I believe that everyone's strength will not be difficult to deal with." As he spoke, everyone was less worried and quickly entered the mecha hangar and climbed onto their respective divine mechas. Li Yu did not mention the existence of He Kaiyongying because he had agreed with He Kaiyongying before not to expose her existence as the only heavenly position for the time being. She will wait for the opportunity to attack in another hangar, guard against possible traitors, and deal with other possible accidents on the field. As long as the battlefield does not appear to be a one-sided situation, her mecha will be hidden in the secret hangar as the last trump card. Moreover, among the other mecha masters who are arranged to come in as protection, there are also several good players who can assist in dealing with this situation. At the same time, Ningfiayu, Lin Guotao and others also arrived at the mecha hangar. Li Yu saw Ningfiayu and immediately shouted from a distance, "Ningfiayu, two A-class machines. You and I will join forces to suppress one later. Lin Guotao, you and Lin Xiu hold the other one." These people did not get too entangled. Li Yu was the strongest in the field. Since he arranged it this way, they would listen to him for the time being. Anyway, there was no better way. The other people that Li Yu pointed out were naturally not randomly selected. They were all top players with strong skills and tactics and excellent combat awareness. Although they could not defeat the A-class together, they should have no problem holding on for a short time. After all, the A-class opponent this time was only about 160 meters away. Although there were B-class assists, they also had other teammates. The current lineup was completely viable. Outside the starship, more than a dozen divine mechas flashed with flames behind them, like bullets shot out of a gun, and quickly left the warehouse. The Pluto mecha and the Yuan mecha rushed out first, drew an arc, and quickly approached the A-class divine mecha currently flying in front. Behind them, Lin Guotao's thunder mecha and Lin Xiu's evil ghost mecha were also catching up quickly. During the flight, Ningfiayu said in a deep voice, "Li Yi, even if you and I join forces, it is nothing but a pipe dream to defeat the A-class mecha. Are you sure it's just the two of us against this A-class? In this way, there is a lack of strong strikers in the rear, and there is still the danger of being defeated continuously. Although we can cope with it for a while, the follow-up risks are still very high. Is there a master of the heavenly rank in our ship?" Li Yu said, "Don't worry, you just need to help me withstand the opponent's first wave of attacks and create an opportunity for me to shoot." Hearing this, Ningfiayu understood that Li Yu was confident that he could break the defense instantly. Chapter 198 // But should I trust Li Yu? What if he misjudged it? Ningfiayu gritted his teeth and chose to believe. The shuttle feature of the Yuan mecha was activated. At that time, the acceleration of the Yuan mecha suddenly increased. It jumped out first, holding a sea-level Zanpaku sword, and accelerated to stab the huge mecha with a length of 164 meters and covered with aquamarine armor in front of it. In the dark vacuum, the body of the Yuan mecha seemed to have accelerated for a long time in place, accelerating and shaking continuously. Just when the body was shaking and almost blurred, it seemed to break through a certain limit, and at the original speed, it was like a bullet out of the barrel, accelerating twice. In an instant, the Yuan mecha turned from a state of shaking and blurring into a long line, colliding with the aquamarine mecha in front of it. Amazing flames flashed out. The Yuan mecha, which was doing its best, had reached the peak of Ningfiayu's operation with this blow. Even an A-level mecha could break the defense. However, when the two sides came into close combat, the Bihang mecha did not act arrogantly. It immediately created a layer of light yellow divine shield outside its body, which neutralized the first wave of the Yuan mecha's momentum and blasted out a stunning flame, making the surrounding black area as bright as day. Immediately afterwards, the Bihang mecha's flames flickered behind it, and it retreated instead of advancing, showing its amazing combat level. Its body tilted and jumped to a high place behind it, and then it opened its mouth and sprayed out a ray of Bihang divine energy cannon, shooting directly at the Yuan mecha. This beam of light was about to hit the Yuan Mecha. Suddenly, the Pluto Mecha, which had been accelerating in the back, suddenly burst out with all its strength. The flames behind it were like a huge firework nozzle, bursting out a high-density and extremely turbulent gravitational propulsion wave, and the ring-shaped beam of light instantly condensed into a line. In an instant, the Pluto Mecha, which was originally hundreds of meters away from the Behuang Mecha, flashed in front of the other party under this terrifying acceleration, carrying huge force, and the B-level building cutting knife in its hand drew a beautiful semicircle that was invisible to the naked eye. This knife perfectly gathered the surging kinetic energy into the blade, and cut. The divine shield suddenly appeared outside the green-yellow mecha. The flames appeared, but this time, the flames produced by the contact were quite faint, and the shield had no obstruction, as if the knife had accurately cut into the flowing slit of the shield and easily cut it open. Immediately afterwards, the blade did not slow down and cut the waist of the green-yellow mecha diagonally. With one knife, there was no dragging, and the A-class mecha was cut from the left waist to the right shoulder like cutting melons and vegetables. In the dark vacuum, this huge mecha was neatly divided into two complete sections. The countless biological fiber bundles that were cut into sharp cones were still alive and moving. And the divine energy cannon that was about to hit the Yuan mecha also deviated due to the imbalance of the sender, and shot out 10 meters outside the Yuan mecha. The few people in the back who had not yet joined the battle group were stunned when they saw this scene. Li Yu is already so powerful? With just this one strike, he easily cut off the A-class mecha? Even if it is only the lowest A-class, it is still an extremely terrifying A-class. Li Yu did not have any emotional fluctuations. As early as in the characteristic Spire, he had defeated countless armored men of various types with strength comparable to the heavenly rank. After repeatedly entering the tower in 2 months, he had already been familiar with the strength of the heavenly rank. Even though the divine mecha has a gap of 2 major levels, this is the easiest space assault battle after all, and he has reduced the disadvantage to the minimum. As long as he has a teammate who can hold back the A-class for a while, he will have enough kinetic energy superposition space to maximize the lethality. When the Pluto mecha used kinetic energy to kill the first powerful enemy, only a few seconds had passed since the two sides started to engage in full-scale close combat. The fighting situation of both sides has not yet completely heated up. On this side, Lin Xiu's evil ghost mecha and Lin Guotao's thunder mecha have been the main force to hold the line, holding off another A-level 161-meter divine mecha. This A-level, like a spider, has 6 arms and 2 feet, no claws on the ends of its arms, and no divine weapons. It only has sharp spikes, like the tip of a bee's tail, carrying a huge piercing force. As soon as it met, it hit the main evil ghost mecha and pierced 3 deep holes in its body. They were located on the left shoulder, left abdomen, and right thigh. Each deep hole-like piercing hole pierced at least 3 or 4 meters deep before it was opened by the thunder mecha on the other side. Fortunately, Lin Xiu's ability to endure pain is extraordinary. The huge load brought by the broken defense of the divine mecha still has no effect on his control. He swung the sea-level ring-headed sword in his hand like the wind, and with a very high level of sword skills, he resisted the dense and high-frequency 6-arm piercing in front of him. The thunder mech moved like lightning, constantly attacking the spider mech, making the spider mech less stressful to Lin Xiu. Even so, the spider mech's peculiar tactics made the two of them feel constrained, unable to exert much power, and were suppressed with great difficulty. On the other side, after the Pluto mech succeeded in its attack, its body kinetic energy continued to be maintained, and it drew an inverted arc in front, turned around, and flew to the spider mech. The moon mech also slowed down, and sprayed a moon-white divine energy cannon from a distance, directly targeting the spider mech not far away. Seeing this, the spider mech turned its head and opened its mouth to spray out a ball of white thread. This ball of thread seemed to be woven from a special divinity. Once it was spit out, it suddenly enlarged into a huge spider web. The white divine halo flowed between the spider webs, slightly convex like a prism. Immediately afterwards, a moon-white beam of light shot over and touched the huge spider web. Just as it was carrying the spider web forward, it was driven by an inexplicable spinning force and was suddenly wrapped by the outer spider web layer by layer. After a while, the entire beam of light was completely wrapped by the spider into a thick ball of thread with a diameter of 10 meters. The momentum subsided, and it slowly rotated. Like a baseball. The Spider Mecha swung one arm and hit the harassing Thunder Mecha on the side. The Thunder Mecha was unable to dodge, and the external Divine Shield suddenly opened. The spider web ball that wrapped the Divine Energy Cannon suddenly exploded when it touched the Divine Shield. In the light that flickered like daylight, the chest armor of the Thunder Mecha was blown open, revealing a thick gap, and flew backwards. In the cockpit of the evil Ghost Mecha, Lin Guotao's pupils shrank suddenly. The combat power of this Spider Mecha is actually several points stronger than that of the 164-meter-tall green and yellow Mecha. On the other side, Hades had also accelerated to arrive, and the building-cutting sword fell from the sky, slashing down with huge momentum. The Spider Mecha seemed to have predicted the arrival of the Hades Mecha, and its body dodged to the side, and it did not take the surging sword head-on. The Hades Mecha slashed the air with a sword, but its power was not afraid of being used up. Its body turned around and changed the direction of the slash. The kinetic energy of the sword remained in a superposition state, chasing from the other side. The Spider Mecha paused for a moment, as if it was surprised by the speed of the Hades Mecha's change of moves and its greater power. The flame behind it suddenly flashed, and it jumped up, and its speed suddenly increased. It flew out of the battle group all of a sudden, and flew directly to the back of Mars without looking back. Seeing this scene, Liu in the cockpit was stunned for a moment. Running so fast? After just 2 moves, it was clear that it was no match for the opponent, so it ran away decisively? Or did it see that this wave of assassination was difficult to succeed, so it didn't fight to the end? Liu took a deep look at the Spider Mecha in the distance. This guy may not be very strong, but he will most likely be a cunning opponent. Seeing the Spider Mecha running away, the other few did not hesitate and turned around to help their teammates. With the addition of this wave of fresh forces, the remaining 8 B-class mechas were soon swept away by the crowd, captured or smashed. Throughout the whole process, just as Liu said, Lian Xianwei and other hidden masters only sent out 2 people to quickly deal with the opponent. The opponent seems to have a large formation, but its organizational ability and comprehensive combat power are not as good as everyone else. It's still the old rule. Freeze the captured opponents first to prevent them from causing trouble. In the hangar, a group of people jumped down to the insertion cabin one after another. Everyone was in a different mood for a while. Ningfiayu came over and said to Liu with a suspicious look, "Are you really less than 20 years old?" Liu nodded, "Of course, what do you think about me that doesn't look like 20 years old?" Lei Guangyao came over and said with a smile, "Except for my appearance, I don't look like that at all." Liang Zishan suppressed his smile and said to Tan Hao beside him, "Liu had a record of breaking the defense of A-level mecha at the beginning of the 3-round competition. Now 2 months have passed, with the blessing of the heritage relics, he can easily kill the A-level with one sword and force another master to retreat. I am not surprised at all. Look at the surprised faces of those people, how interesting," Tan Hao said calmly, "Don't laugh at others for taking 50 steps. We are all the same." Liang Zishan suddenly felt bored and looked at Su Weilu. Su Weilu blinked and said, "Why are you looking at me? I'm not shocked. Isn't this a routine operation for Liu? And in the battle just now, everyone has made a lot of progress. This is normal." Liang Zishan became bored and prepared to interrogate the prisoners. In the distance, He Kaiyongying also had a strange look in her eyes, as if she had been hit hard in the face by Li Yi. This kid, apart from anything else, can stack such a large amount of kinetic energy and burst out such a large amount of explosive power. His physique must be strong, and it is even possible that his body can be comparable to the heavenly rank. He Kaiyongying remembered the repeated instructions she had given to Li Yi before, and suddenly, her white teeth that were strong enough to bite steel could not help but grind several times. This kid is so hidden, and he actually has such strength. Even without me, I'm afraid he wouldn't be in great danger. Moreover, his style of defeating the strong with the weak is very deceptive. When ordinary A-level sees such a little Karami rushing up, how can they care about that little attack? He Kaiyongying knew that even if Li Yi did not have the heavenly rank characteristics and could not play the essence of characteristic battles, with his superb charging skills, he was enough to fight in the heavenly rank war. Moreover, even if the total amount of divinity is not as good, it is only a matter of endurance. As long as it can withstand the load of the divine mecha, the small C-class divine mecha can fully exert the power comparable to the A-class. Except for the lack of heavenly characteristics and the low defense and basic defense penetration of the C-class mecha, this Li Yi can indeed be treated as a heavenly. However, the spider mecha runs too fast, which will expose Li Yi's strength. It seems that I have to take action next time. On the way to the interrogation room, Liang Zhishan asked, how are we going to interrogate him later? Li Yi pondered and said, the old rules, pick a middle-class guy first, and then find the one who is in the heavenly position. Liang Zhishan said, can we, the top guys, suppress that heavenly master? Li Yi said, no hurry, beat him up first and then interrogate him. Anyway, there is a divine mecha here. Even if he is not afraid of us, he should be afraid of the divine mecha. An ordinary heavenly position should not be able to tear a B-class mecha apart with his hands. Liang Zhishan and Li Yi had cooperated in interrogation several times, so they naturally knew how to operate. The interrogation task on the other side was handed over to Lin Guotao and Lin Xiu. Divide them into two groups, so that they can compare and complement each other. Soon, Li Yi picked a white-faced man who looked like he was pampered and brought him to the interrogation room. They had sent the facial and fingerprint information of these people to the federal database for verification in advance, and confirmed that they were not registered in the federal household, but were illegal residents, and most of them were people trained by the cult on some marginal planet. While waiting for the thawing, Liang Zhishan asked, why did you choose this? Is it because this guy seems to be the type with a weak mind and is easy to give out some information? Li Yi nodded and said, that's also the meaning. This time I want to try to bypass the thought stamp from other methods. If it succeeds, maybe we can crack more cult ends. We don't need to interrogate too many people this time, just pass on the information a few times. The follow-up can be handed over to those who come to protect us. They have more information and should have other means. In fact, Li Yi really wanted to borrow the Dream Virtual Mother machine to try to crack the thought stamp, but unfortunately, there is only one in the Federation. And this only one is still stored in the Heritage Ruins, responsible for removing mysterious thoughts. After thinking for a while, Li Yi briefly said a few words of operation ideas, and Liang Zhishan immediately understood Li Yi's plan. While talking, the white-faced man had been thawed under the stimulation of electric current. Because the other party is a high-level evolver in a black household with no human rights, thawing does not require too complicated operations. Just a direct electric current stimulation will naturally wake him up safely. The moment the white-faced man opened his eyes, he found that his hands and feet were tied with special steel cables, and there was a Zhenguang Mecha behind him staring at him. His pupils shrank immediately. Liang Zhishan knocked on the table and said, it seems that you have understood your situation. I know that all of you have ideological imprints in your minds. Now, you don't have to rush to speak. I will ask some questions. If you can answer, nod your head. If you can't answer, shake your head. If you don't know or understand, shake your head twice. If you don't want to answer, you can remain silent and then die directly. Understand? The white-faced man pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. After dealing with cults many times, both of them knew that cult members also have fanatics and passive converts. Generally, those who have reached the level of Mecha Masters are mostly fanatics as team leaders and passive converts as combatants. Fanatics generally can't ask anything, but passive converts are generally afraid of death. If they couldn't escape the ideological imprint produced by the fundamental evil sculpture, that is, the most core statue of the Holy Lord, this group of people would definitely run away at the first time. However, even among such passive converts, there are people who have turned from passive to active or become more and more fanatical. And the one in front of him obviously has not become a complete fanatic yet, and still has some instincts of intelligent creatures. However, in order to obtain information, even if the other party is afraid of death and says something, it is still possible to trigger the thought stamp, and directly trigger brain necrosis, or nerve disorder, or self-mutilation and death and other compulsory effects. Then, Liang Zhishan began to ask questions. After a while, according to the situation of the other party nodding and shaking his head, he listed a list of information that can and cannot be said. For example, their bases, personnel composition, internal operation mode, material flow, starship deployment, etc. A lot of information cannot be said. The information that can be said is only about the other party's personal situation. For example, growth experience, personal expertise, who hates whom in the team, who likes whom, etc. These very personal things can be said. At that moment, the two asked the man's name and growth experience clearly, and froze the other party back. Liang Zhishan asked, how is it? I have asked all the questions in the way you said. Did you gain anything? While Liang Zhishan was asking questions, Li Yu was not idle either. He had been using microelectrical properties to sense the prisoner's brain reactions and observe the activities of the tiny muscles in various parts of his face. Facing Liang Zhishan's questions, Li Yu pondered and said, "It's not that we haven't gained anything, but it's still a little different from what I expected. What I originally thought was that with the help of these questions, we could find out which part of his brain the thought stamp affects, and then we could directly physically block it. However, after asking a circle of questions, I found that the thought stamp affects his brain comprehensively, and physical blocking is basically impossible. Even if it's a personal problem, there's no way to get around it," Liang Zhishan said. In other words, was this attempt a failure? Li Yu shook his head and said, "Not entirely. At least this lets me know where the limits of the thought stamp's effect are. Next time we can just put the star map in front of these captives, trick them into thinking we already know the specific location, and then point at it at random. As long as we measure his brain's reaction and check it a few times, we can figure out exactly where their base is." Liang Zhishan's eyes lit up slightly. "That makes sense. We can use the process of elimination." "No, if their thought stamps have a more serious reaction to this kind of intelligence, wouldn't it mean that every check would destroy a captive?" Li Yu smiled and said, "That's why we had to test the limits of their thought stamps." Liang Zhishan suddenly realized, "Fuck, your train of thought actually went through such a big circle. I understand. The many questions I asked just now were also to confirm different types of problems and which ones are more serious." Li Yu nodded slightly. "That's right. As for this frozen brother, let's make arrangements later." After a series of questions just now, his thought stamp has already exerted a lot of pressure on his brain. There is no need to waste a prisoner like him who is willing to cooperate. Chapter 199 Moon. Soon, the two followed Li Yu's method and interrogated all the captives below the heavenly position, and used this to trick out the location of their base. There are two in total, one at Mars base number 9 and the other at the bottom of mountain number 0921 on Europa. Moreover, they soon figured out what their position inside was. After that, the captives were quickly handed over to the follow-up personnel under the command of He Kai-ong-ying. These personnel were also the hidden bodyguards who followed this time. They were lurking undisguised as medical soldiers, mechanics, driving assistants and other roles. However, in order to prevent the role of traitors, as far as Li Yu knows, He Kai-ong-ying did not throw too many captives out for interrogation. Li Yu did not ask too much. Since he had helped to determine the surrounding bases, he could not help much in the subsequent execution. Moreover, it was impossible for the starship to divert to the other two places, which would be tantamount to losing a sheep into a tiger's mouth. Among their group, several people knew the information about the heritage ruins. The most urgent task was to send them to the Earth ruins first to prevent the news from being completely leaked. At least it will take a long time before it is removed from the cult's priority list. Next, his mission is still to go to the ruins of the Earth, rather than spending too much time on the cult. Dealing with the cult is mainly the work of another group of people arranged by He Guangzi. Originally, Li Yu and He Kai-ong-ying thought that there would be more fierce attacks at any time. But when they arrived at the lunar fortress, the attack still did not come. In the solar system, a small starship flashed with tiny stars and headed towards the huge space fortress in front. Li Yu stood in front of the cockpit and looked at everything in front of him in amazement. The star covered with silver-gray steel almost occupied all the vision in front. The entire moon is like a hedgehog-like steel ball, covered with various long-range gun muzzles, each thick and hard, with large and deep holes, showing the good range of these gun barrels. The layout of these gun barrels is not random. If you look closely, you can see that all the long-range gun barrels are arranged in a zigzag pattern. Every partition is like this, alternating up and down, and connected closely. From a distance, the gun barrels look like neat horizontal and vertical stripes on a planet, forming huge vertical and horizontal lines. When you get closer, you can see that the lunar fortress is full of cold and old-fashioned mechanical designs. The thick steel pipes that cross and extend outside the gray iron wall are all coated with anti-radiation paint, no matter what they are. The style is a bit old, with black and the gray, but the outer layer of protection is still good. Liang Zhishan smiled and said, "It looks like a hedgehog." Su Weilu said, "Don't you think this lunar fortress is beautiful? It feels like entering the world of old-fashioned movies." Hu Yiden didn't say much at first, but when he heard this, he wondered, what is a movie? The movies of this era are like the shadow plays that humans watched hundreds of years ago. In addition to the beauty that transcends time, there is also confusion that transcends time. Hu Yiden is just such a person who lacks ancient common sense. Su Weilu was a little embarrassed to explain, so she said, "It's a form of storytelling using videos. Modern people generally don't watch this kind of thing anymore. Only people like me who like old-fashioned things will pay attention to it." Hu Yiden was confused, mainly because he lacked a concept. Liang Zhishan said, "You might as well say that it was an immersive virtual reality story game from hundreds of years ago, or a holographic video with a storyline from hundreds of years ago." Hu Yiden understood and said, "Su Weilu means that this space fortress is very retro, but she likes it very much." Su Weilu nodded, "It's about the same. I'm born to like some old-fashioned things. People say I'm weird." On the side, Li Yu didn't pay much attention to the chatter of several people, but was carefully observing the structure in front. In his mind, he calculated the layout of the pipelines inside and portrayed the corresponding scenes in his mind. For example, if he encountered an assassination that he couldn't handle in the lunar fortress, he could consider using these special terrains to get rid of the strong enemy. While he was thinking, the starship had entered the apron in front and landed slowly. Everyone needs to leave the ship and wait for 3 days until the lunar fortress completes 3 days of thorough starship inspection and personnel inspection before they can set off. If special problems are detected, they may stay for 1 or 2 more days. In other words, they will stay here for at least 3 days. After leaving the apron, there is a direct underground elevator. Everyone on the ship, including the chief pilot, medical soldiers, mechanics and other logistics personnel, is no exception. Under the urging of several bionic people, they left the starship and entered the designated position. Among these people, disguised bodyguards like He Kyung-gying naturally followed. When everyone stood at the square embedded opening marked with yellow lines, they heard a click, and the steel plane carrying more than 30 people began to move down. During the descent, Li Yu looked up at the sky and could see the gray-white dome above the square ladder shaft. The dome was actually covered with a lot of green dwarf ferns gathered together, densely forming a shape like a big green eye. Noticing Li Yi's sight, Ning Fiao on the side smiled and said, "It's a bit strange to see that green eyeball, right? That's the ecological green plant of the Moon Fortress number 1, the self-circulating fern. It is said to have been bred for at least 300 years and spread all over the Moon Fortress. Everyone says that this self-circulating fern has become a spirit." Li Yi asked curiously, "You seem to be very familiar with this place," Ning Fiao said. "Don't you know that the change ship is the main ship built by the Moon Fortress? Many of our people on the change ship are from the Moon Fortress." Li Yi understood, just like the Yaoqi ship recruited people mainly from planets such as Mars, Saturn, and Hyexing. Basically, some main ships have fixed planets for recruiting people. He nodded and said, "In other words, you are a moon person." Ning Fiao smiled slightly. "No, my ancestral home is also on Earth. But my parents have to live in the Moon Fortress for work, so I left Earth when I was young." Li Yu said, "So you are from an upper-class family on Earth?" "I'm sorry." Ning Fiao heard the teasing in Li Yu's eyes, rolled his eyes at him, and shook his head. "There are also different levels on Earth. Our family on Earth can only be considered the lower third," Liang Zhishan said. "I've heard that there are many strong people inside the Earth. You can encounter a strong person of the heavenly rank at any step. Any young person has a prominent family background and a profound family education." "Is this true?" Ning Fiao shook his head and said, "The so-called 3, 6, and 9 levels do not refer to strength or family power, but knowledge, research, cracking, and strategy." Li Yu said thoughtfully, "Could it be that the entire ecology inside the Earth has formed a research-based social ecology that focuses on cracking and attacking the Earth's relics? The so-called 3, 6, and 9 levels has evolved into an ecology that extremely respects knowledge." Ning Fiao smiled. "That's not extreme. The strong are also respected, but this respect is different from respect for knowledge. Respect for the strong is fear of power, because not everyone has the qualifications of a mecha master. On Earth, divine nuclei are not common. They are still limited circulation items. On Earth, non-evolved people are still the mainstream. It's just that a few hundred years ago, in order to crack the remains of the Earth, the strong at the top of the human race arranged an ascending channel based on cracking, strategy, and research, so that many ordinary people can also rely on the cracking of the remains and the research of divine technology to obtain the corresponding divine radiation and become evolvers. This continuous ascending channel has gradually made people on Earth believe that knowledge can change destiny, and they also respect those who are knowledgeable, Li Yi understood. This is just like the beginning of the imperial examination system in ancient times. After the people gradually saw more and more successful examples from suspicion, they gradually believed that reading can change their fate and reached a general consensus. Li Yi asked curiously, so the so-called 3, 6, 9 grades in your family refers to the lower third grade in research ability? Ningfiao said, yes, my parents are ordinary ecological researchers. Their biggest professional responsibility is to participate in the maintenance of the self-circulating fern. People like this who can only engage in ordinary technical maintenance work are generally lower third-class occupations. They are also the most discriminated occupations on this earth. Of course, this discrimination is not deliberate suppression, but a kind of disregard. Just like when we were mecha masters, we often couldn't see the logistics personnel in our eyes. On the side, Lin Xiu said lightly, it's a coincidence. My family, including myself, are also from the logistics background, but I didn't care too much whether I was seen by the mecha masters. In fact, although the logistics are not under the spotlight of the times, they are not bad, just in a different circle. At the end, the tone was raised, and it was obvious that there was some anger hidden. Li Yu knew that Ningfiao's unintentional words just now made Lin Xiu feel a little offended. After all, the ladder shaft was narrow. It was not good for Ningfiao to ignore him in front of the logistics personnel behind him, so she tried to smooth things over by saying, it can be heard that Ningfiao was just describing a state, and she didn't mean to look down on anything. After all, Ningfiao was introducing some situations to him. And there was no need to cause conflicts with others because of this. After hearing what Li Yi said, Lin Xiu did not get angry again, but just said, Ningfiao, pay attention to the occasion. Even if you are a high-ranking mecha master, you should not have such a sense of superiority. Do you understand? Ningfiao narrowed her eyes and wanted to retort, but she was struggling when she thought that what she said was indeed wrong. Here, Li Yi had already spoken. Lin Xiu, that's enough. If you have any opinions, you can make an appointment with Ningfiao in private. This is the Lunar Fortress. Our review has not been passed yet. Don't delay everyone's schedule, including your own. Because of your anger, Lin Xiu said, okay, I won't make trouble. For your sake, Li Yi, I will pretend that nothing happened. As he said that, he crossed his arms and leaned to the side. Liang Hishan's eyes moved slightly, and he asked Li Yi in a voice transmission, why did Lin Xiu react so strongly? I think there should be no subjective component in what Ningfiao said just now. Is there something wrong with this guy Lin Xiu? Li Yi replied in a voice transmission, it's hard to say. Maybe he is just the type with a strong self-esteem. Let's observe him first. On the other hand, it was also a coincidence that Ikai Ongying, who had been watching coldly, also sent a voice transmission and said to Li Yi, pay more attention to Lin Xiu and be alert. His reaction is a little wrong. Normal upper-level evolvers will not be so emotionally unstable. Unstable people are generally likely to have damaged souls or are seriously disturbed by the ideological stamp. Li Yi replied in a voice transmission, okay, I get it. At the same time, Ningfiao was also sending a voice transmission to Li Yi, saying, thank you for your help, but I don't know if I feel it wrong, but I can guarantee that I have absolutely no intention of personal revenge. I feel that Lin Xiu's aura is a little different from the previous times I saw him. What do you think? In addition, Lin Guotao, who was standing next to Lin Xiu, was also sending a voice transmission to Li Yi, also mentioning Lin Xiu. For a moment, Li Yi was overwhelmed. Why did everyone think that Lin Xiu had a problem and sent him a message at the same time? Just as he was speechless, the elevator stopped, and it seemed that it had arrived at the location. The front door slid open automatically, and an old-fashioned bionic man walked in front and smiled at everyone. Welcome to the quarantine area of the Lunar Fortress, please follow me. As he said, he turned and walked forward. Everyone followed immediately. Li Yi also took the time to reply to the few people who sent messages, saying that he knew and didn't be nervous, just observe first. In his opinion, Lin Xiu should not be a cult, he may just have encountered other problems and his mood is unstable. As for the different aura, it may also be related to unstable emotions. After all, it is impossible for a high-level evolver to have no mood swings at all times. The quarantine process lasted about half an hour and was very strict. It doesn't take much effort to line up, and there are many links in the middle, involving skin, saliva, hair, blood, stomach, organs, genes, etc., all over the body. The whole process is machine inspection and repeated scanning. Each item needs to be checked for foreign epidemic factors. For example, gene testing detects genetic diseases and matches the genetic diseases that already exist in the database and are difficult to treat. The probability of detection is very low, but Li Yi heard from Ning Fei that if it is detected, it will definitely be banned from entering the Earth. Although genetic diseases are not contagious, they may flow into the population of future generations and are difficult to eradicate. Since we have entered the interstellar era, it is not surprising that decision makers will kill the dangerous factors that may arise in the next 100 or 1,000 years in advance. Li Yi estimated that if the Earth insists on such a policy for a long time, it may be possible to cultivate a new generation of humans with no genetic defects, and even cultivate a natural extraordinary race like the star race under the arrangement of other supporting measures. Li Yi is not good at commenting on this approach. His knowledge of genetics can only be considered medium, and he cannot judge whether this measure is good or bad. After all, for biological evolution, genetic defects may sometimes become benign mutations due to changes in the living environment. After completing the quarantine, Ning Fei introduced to Li Yi, it is said that there was once a pilot laboratory on Earth that used genetic intervention to adjust, train, and cultivate humans who are born extraordinary. Logically speaking, the direct descendants of a couple who are both heavenly beings need to gradually grow up before they can master powerful genetic skills. Li Yi asked curiously, born extraordinary, how do you define it as born extraordinary? Strong body, quick reaction, or is it related to divinity? Ning Fei said, they are born with the ability to control divinity. After these children are born, as long as they begin to understand the world, they can control divinity, just like eating and walking. It's as common as it is, Li Yi said thoughtfully. It sounds like this, the results are amazing, but why not promote it? Ning Fei said, because they are all short-lived species, they will almost die when they reach adulthood. The cause of death is generally organ failure or brain atrophy. Li Yi nodded and said, is it the defect of artificial intervention? For example, because the brain is not fully functioning, the flesh is squeezed, and the divinity is abused? Ning Fei said, yes, facts have proved that being able to control divinity too early is not a good thing, because children's minds are not fully developed. Even if researchers restrict them in every way, children will unconsciously stimulate divinity in their sleep, which will eventually lead to the inevitable collapse of the body. Moreover, it was discovered later that the leader of the experiment used many means that violated human nature and common sense to complete the original 500-year plan in just a few decades. It is said that the laboratory has been ordered to stop, and then the relevant personnel of the laboratory moved to Mars to attract investment, but no one touched the mine at that time, and finally only a few of the Quan clan that were about to decline joined forces to invest. Hearing this, Li Yi's heart moved slightly. And he remembered what Liang Zixin had mentioned before, that the Tan family was involved in taboo experiments, and asked, is there a Tan in this declining Quan clan? Ning Fei shook his head and said, I don't know much about this. Next to him, Tan Heod slowly spoke. Captain Li guessed correctly. It was someone from our family who, in order to seek change, took the risk to contact the person in charge of the genetic experiment. At that time, he said that he could inject us with a new and powerful Xianwequan clan gene. After the experiment began, we found that the person actually did not carry out the experiment on the schedule, but secretly used the funds given by the family to do other experiments. I believe Captain Li should know the results later. Everyone in our family died directly because of the horrible experiment of the person in charge. Li Yi knew that this was probably another scientific madman like Wu Huanling. He asked, what about the person behind? Is he still making trouble? Tan Heod said, he should have died in the experiment. Of course, this is the result told to me by the investigation team at that time, but I haven't seen the body of that person, so whether he is really dead or not is not certain. But there has been no news for so many years, so he should be dead. While talking, everyone also completed other inspection processes one after another and entered the temporary rest dormitory provided by the Moon Fortress to stay for 3 days. Generally speaking, people with low authority are generally not allowed to move around at will except in designated areas. Fortunately, Li Yi had already upgraded to level 5 authority on the border star, so at the invitation of Ning Fei, the few people with sufficient authority were ready to go out for a walk. As for why he didn't continue to upgrade, it was certainly not because of insufficient military merit. His military merit could theoretically upgrade all the way to level 7. However, Starting from level 6 authority, there will be an additional requirement to become a heavenly evolver, which prevented Li Yi from continuing to upgrade his authority. Generally speaking, level 6 authority is for the captain of each ship or the heavenly strong who have enough military merit in each corps to be promoted. For ordinary upper evolvers, the normal corresponding level is level 3 authority, and the normal corresponding level 2 authority for middle evolvers. Li Yi's level 2 authority, which won the first place in the Yaoqi ship rookie competition, is actually very rare. Generally, the normal level of the first level evolvers is level 1 authority. By the way, upper evolvers with outstanding military merits generally have level 4 authority, which can normally travel through the light confidential areas of most important fleets, and can also travel through most confidential areas in their own fleets. Level 5 authority requires exceptional military achievements and important positions to obtain. At this stage, one can freely read all kinds of confidential information within the fleet and has a high degree of emergency response authority. One can also freely travel in the medium confidential areas of other fleets. People like Li Yi, who have made outstanding military achievements, are exceptions. They can ignore the restrictions of their positions and be promoted to level 5 authority in one fell swoop. Chapter 200 Cracking. Among the top 10, only 2 people have the third level of authority, namely Hu Yining and Long Jinshan. Hu Yining was only concerned with killing enemies before, and rarely cared about military merits. He did not claim military merits after completing the task. Long Jinshan was young, and although he was quite strong, he was the youngest among the top 10 except Li Yi. Although he had accumulated a lot of military merits this time, his overall level was not enough to be promoted to level 4. Lin Xiu did not go shopping with Ning Fiyu because he did not get along with him. Among the others, only Li Yi, Lei Guanggao, Ning Fiyu, and Liang Zhishan reached the 5th level of authority. Even Zhang Chaoquan only had the 4th level of authority. Li Yi did not reach the 6th level of authority because of his strength, while Lei Ning and the other 2 had enough combat experience before, and they were also the captains of the standing teams of their main ships. With a reward of this military merit, they successfully reached the 5th level. As for Liang Zhishan, he was not only an instructor of the special class, but also a veteran of the Xianheng Star Wars, so he naturally accumulated more military merits. Moreover, his overall ranking this time was not low, and his overall level was successfully promoted to the 5th level. Ning Fiyu is familiar with many areas of the Moon Fortress. Because she is a local and has a high level of authority, many places are basically unimpeded for her. In simple terms, the structure of the Moon Fortress is a huge hollow sphere. The interior has been hollowed out and replaced with a high imitation version of snowflake material to support it. Of course, the so-called high imitation is actually a super tough steel made by melting a part of the damaged divine weapons. This material is tougher than special alloys. Our current area is the outer bridge area at the pole of the northern hemisphere. The main body is a huge bridge fortress extending outward, which is specially used to inspect and deal with the starships flying to the Earth. The bridge fortress is about 1/5 of the volume of a battleship. There is a huge maintenance dock inside. Generally, small and medium-sized starship inspections will be completed here. At this time, under the enthusiastic guidance of Ning Fiyu, everyone came to the outermost periphery of the bridge fortress of the Moon Fortress. Although Ning Fiyu looks cold and elegant on the surface, her temperament is like a snow lotus on the mountains. In fact, after everyone got familiar with her, they found that Ning Fiyu was quite good. Li Yu could see that Ning Fiyu was probably too talented and had a mediocre background, so she had few friends in the change ship. It was rare to meet a group of people who got along well with her, and this was where she grew up, so she felt very happy at the moment, as if she had a guest at the landlord's house. At this moment, everyone had passed the outermost inspection of the bridge fortress and walked towards a place with a wide view. In front was a long landing bridge, and above was the delivery port. Obviously, this was also the takeoff path for the divine mecha to leave the warehouse. On both sides of the landing bridge were 4-person-wide pedestrian walkways that led directly to the end of the bridge. Everyone was amazed all the way, feeling quite dazzled. There were too many combat equipments in this lunar fortress, and many of them were long-range divine weapons that require divine nuclei to activate their effects. For example, there were divine freezing cannons, divine red flame cannons, divine thunder cannons, divine light particle cannons, etc. There were all kinds of them. Among them, the divine light particle cannon has the fastest shooting speed. It is said that if it is fired with an S-level divine nucleus, the initial speed can reach 0.1 light speed, which is very terrifying. You know, to accelerate an A-level divine mecha to 0.1 light speed, it needs at least 4 hours of high-intensity acceleration to reach this speed. Moreover, after visiting all the way, except for the main body of the basic building of the fortress, which uses human technology, the other parts are basically based on divine technology. It can be seen how much humans relied on divine weapons in the early days when their technological equipment was not strong enough. At this time, Li Yu looked at the long bridge in front of him, paying attention to the thick friction marks on the ground, and said thoughtfully, "It's interesting that there are 3 S-class mechas attacking here." Liang Zhishan asked curiously, "You mean the marks on the ground? But I think it's only equivalent to the foot width of an A-class of about 180. Li Yu said, "No, it's a trace from a longer time ago, at least half a year ago, and it's very shallow." Liang Zhishan nodded and said, "So that's the case. It seems that as long as you are allowed to walk around this lunar fortress casually, you will basically be able to figure out what kind of troop deployment is here. Even if you fly all the way out, as long as the flames will affect the surrounding passages, can you see it?" Li Yu said in surprise. Instructor Liang is right. I have indeed observed the situation in the outer circle of the lunar fortress before, and I basically have a general idea of the strength of the Mecha division under normal circumstances. Everyone was speechless and quickly changed the subject. They didn't want to listen to Li Yu pretending anymore. Along the way, the group walked around the walkable area and also visited the gravity rally, man-made mecha racing, etc. held inside the lunar fortress. The gravity inside the entire moon is very light, and only the living area of the fortress has a gravity generator to prevent the loss of nutrients in the body. Other scenes are generally natural areas with low gravity, so gravity rallies and racing, which are full of speed and can reflect the internal competitive atmosphere, are very popular. The entire space fortress is not a place with a strong atmosphere of war preparedness. On the contrary, most of the people who saw it did not have a strong atmosphere of war. Only some older people had the iron-blooded temperament of having experienced war on their faces. In this regard, Ning Fiao said, the new generation, relatively speaking, grew up in a peaceful environment, so they look relatively immature overall, but they have received a lot of combat training. Liang Zhishan sighed, not bad, the average quality is better than the newcomers of our Yaoqi ship. Li Yu smiled and said, how can it be better? It's obviously much better. I feel that many people recruited on Mars have very ordinary combat qualities. Liang Zhishan spread his hands and said, there is no way. Mars is not well developed, its location is not close enough to the Earth, and its own industry is not developed. In the early years, many middle and lower level Quan people chose to huddle together on Mars for warmth, wanting to bet that Mars would be the focus of federal construction. It's a pity that a group of people failed in their bets on their wealth, which made the overall development of the Quan people on Mars not good, and thus affected the quality of students on our Yaoqi ship. To be honest, when Lao Lin dug out a poor seedling like you, I was not optimistic at one time, and I called him to ask what was going on. Listening to Liang Zhishan talking about these things, Tan Hao couldn't help but complain. The powerful families on Mars are like the nobles of the old times. It is normal for them to decline. If the powerful families on Mars rise, it will be a great misfortune for mankind. Su Weilu said, it seems that the situation of our Sagittarius series planets is not bad, and the internal construction is okay. As they spoke, everyone had seen everything they could see and prepared to go back to rest. Halfway back, Li Yu suddenly said, you go back first, I will go around by myself. Everyone was surprised. Li Yu smiled and said, just go to other areas and enjoy some time alone. This is the lunar fortress. I believe that no evil cult has the ability to invade here, so don't worry. Seeing this, everyone was surprised, but still did not follow. Since Li Yu said so, he naturally has his reasons. Li Yu walked alone in the corridor of the fortress for a while. He Kyungying chased after him, dodged and jumped from a hidden corner, jumped in front of Li Yi, frowned slightly, and asked, where are you going? Li Yu said, I'm going to observe the terrain of the lunar fortress again, and have a comprehensive grasp of it, so that if something really goes wrong, I can always be sure to take corresponding actions. He Kyungying said, didn't you just tell your companions that you felt it was safe here? Why do you turn around and look at these troublesome things? Li Yu spread his hands and said, I have nothing to do. Commander, he I'm going to run a big circle and try to visit the entire planet within 3 days. Are you interested in joining us? He Kyung said speechlessly, to visit a lunar fortress in 3 days? Is there a problem with you or me? Li Yu smiled, together, or not? Don't worry, I believe it's safe enough here. If Commander He wants to rest, it's actually fine. In fact, if a cult invades an important place like the lunar fortress, then our Xingyu Federation would have been finished long ago, wouldn't it? He Kyung hesitated, and then said slowly, well, you have a heavenly physique. In the moon fortress, there is not much difference between having me or not. Then you should be careful. I have been staring at you for several days. I have to wash my eyes. Li Yu laughed and asked curiously, why wash your eyes? He Kyung cheeks blushed, turned her head, snorted, and turned away without answering. Did Li Yu really want to see more things in the moon fortress? Of course not. He wanted to solve the map puzzle he got from the gourd man before. After he got the map puzzle, he took the time to draw all the maps and archive them when he broke through the tower. After returning to the border star, he also began to use the database of the main base of the border star to query and confirm whether the corresponding image data was matched. The database he queried was a collection of planetary maps taken by spacecraft accumulated by the Federation over the past few hundred years. It was very amazing and required certain permissions to fully view it. It was also when he later upgraded to level 5 permissions that he could fully view the information on this page. Among them, after comparing and confirming a large amount of data, he found 3 rock photos of the moon hundreds of years ago when it was not yet a fortress. In addition, there were more than 20 photos of the Earth, which was a considerable number. He then confirmed the specific location of the picture 300 years ago based on the complete aerial photography information of the moon 300 years ago. However, since the lunar fortress has changed the entire terrain of the moon, it is obviously impossible for him to find these locations 300 years ago due to the lack of corresponding shooting time data. He can only judge the possible locations based on the general terrain of the outer layer of the lunar fortress. At present, 2 suspicious areas have been ruled out, and there are probably more than a dozen areas that he needs to go to observe and confirm one by one. And this is exactly why he left everyone aside. After all, the magical effect of the fragments of the longevity nucleus is also one of his secrets. It is better if fewer people know about it. That day, he used the navigation robot on the fortress and various internal transportation tools to walk half of the moon and walk through several suspicious areas he had screened in advance. Among them, there are also some areas that are highly confidential and he cannot go there without permission, so he can only give up. Finally, at the 14th hour, he finally sensed a trace of familiar settled breath. In front of him is a carbon-oxygen ecological circulation pool. On the bottom of the pool, many self-circulating ferns are floating, piled up together, forming a shape like a huge eyeball. Li Yu stood by the pool, closed his eyes and felt it carefully. After a while, he opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. I actually found the fragments of the immortal nucleus that were scattered by the gourd man. After careful perception, he had confirmed the specific location, which was in the center of the huge eyeball formed by the accumulation of self-circulating ferns. However, although the thing was right in front of him, he did not think of taking action immediately. Because the huge eyeball accumulated in the self-circulating ferns seemed very lively, as if it had life, and had a strong xenophobic atmosphere. It seemed that as long as you get close to the eyeball, it will trigger a strong rebound from the self-circulating ferns. No wonder Ning Fiayu said that in many people's legends, this self-circulating fern is like a spirit, this kind of vitality. It seems that this self-circulating fern has mostly collected all the immortal divine nuclei left by the gourd man on the moon. So, is it the special radiation of these immortal divine nuclei that radiates similar immortal divine genes from these self-circulating ferns? Or has it caused other mutations? He can now almost be sure that there are 2 fragments of immortal divine nuclei hidden in the eye of the huge fern. Li Yu recalled the self-circulating ferns he had seen in various places along the way, and found a total of 6 fern eyes. 3 of them were on the high wall, and 2 were on the dome. Only the one in front of him was located on the surface of the pool. The question now is, if I take away the fragments of the immortal divine nucleus, will it affect the carbon-oxygen cycle ecology inside the moon? And how can I take it away quietly without attracting a lot of attention? As for the surveillance, Li Yu was not too worried. As long as he did not do anything destructive, If he just touched the self-circulating fern and took out the fragments of the divine nucleus with extremely fast hand speed, it would be similar to the feeling of a passerby touching a flower, which would not be too inconsistent. The only thing to worry about is the consequences of taking away the fragments. Li Yu thought for a moment and had an idea in his mind. He walked to the front of the pool and took out a fragment of the immortal nucleus hanging on his chest, exposing it outside his uniform. In an instant, the pale white divine radiation was slowly released and shone under the giant fern in front. Sure enough, as Li Yu expected, with the induction of this divine radiation, the giant fern piled up into an eye seemed to come alive and slowly moved forward. This movement was not a crawling motion, but a strange force generated by the plant itself, pushing the surrounding self-circulating ferns forward and continuing to gather. Seeing this, Li Yu made a disguised movement of lowering his body to touch the leaves, continuing to tease the self-circulating ferns. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.